around the world. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today we need an alternative vision. We need the politics of wisdom, rooted in facts, the law and compassion. First, human rights are about facts. That is why my office is monitoring, documenting and reporting on violations and abuses in war zones and crises around the world. And I will provide details in my global update next week. In addition to Ukraine and the occupied Palestinian territory, examples include the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Myanmar, Sudan and Syria, where my office has been documenting abuses and raising the alarm for a couple of years. Or Afghanistan, where we are reporting on the impact of gender apartheid on women and girls. Or Haiti, where my team has reported on the devastating impact of illicit flows of weapons. Never underestimate the power of factual, legal and moral clarity. Facts on their own can and must prompt action. When the red flags go up, they must trigger an immediate response. That is why the work of this Council and the other human rights mechanisms is so important. While we cannot say exactly how much death and suffering has been prevented by these efforts, we know they make a difference. Second, human rights are about the law, which is a brake on power, privilege, and unrestrained profit. Some things are not for sale. Our international legal frameworks and institutions, including the International Criminal Court, are fundamental to ensuring justice and achieving accountability for the most serious of crimes, preventing future violations and making the world safer for everyone. Equally important are strong institutions at the national level to protect vulnerable people and enable everyone to participate
more fully in cultural, religious, social, economic and public life. It is imperative that we stand up for these institutions when they come under attack. Finally, human rights are nothing without compassion, the glue that unites us in our common humanity. We rarely hear about compassion from today's leaders, but some of the most successful visionaries throughout history, including Nelson Mandela and Eleanor Roosevelt, have led through their remarkable compassion. Human rights go beyond thought leadership to heart leadership. They tap into some of our most cherished ideals of how people should treat each other and the meaning of human dignity. Because of that, they are widely popular. Human rights have been central to movements for equality and justice throughout history, from the anti-slavery, anti-racism, anti-apartheid struggles to the labor movement, from decolonization to the civil rights movement, the women's movement, marriage equality, and the LGBTIQ+ movement, Black Lives Matter, the indigenous rights movement, the disability rights movement, the climate justice movement, and beyond. Human rights have universal power to move people to action. In countries where human rights are not widely respected, people will risk their lives to defend them. And I want to pay tribute to brave human rights activists and defenders everywhere. This is why even the most repressive governments often use the language of human rights to try to justify themselves. They know that human rights abuses trigger revulsion and reduce their power and influence. Upholding human rights makes eminent sense for stability, for prosperity, for a better common future. Human rights are a winning proposition for humanity, and we will continue to promote, protect, and defend them around the world with humility, determination, and an indomitable hope. Thank you.
Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire, je vous remercie pour votre allocution. Enfin, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter le chef du département fédéral des affaires étrangères de la Suisse, son Excellence, Monsieur Ignacio Cassis, à prononcer son discours au nom du pays hôte. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président du Conseil des droits de l'homme, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Monsieur le Commissaire aux droits de l'homme, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, comme chaque année, j'ai le plaisir de vous accueillir à Genève aujourd'hui. Mais aujourd'hui, je le fais avec un sentiment partagé, une grande fierté et une profonde inquiétude. D'un côté, la fierté. Le 9 octobre 2024, l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies a élu la Suisse au Conseil des droits de l'homme pour les 3 prochaines années, avec 175 voix sur 190. Votre confiance envers mon pays nous honore et je vous en remercie. Genève a également été le témoin d'un moment historique. Par acclamation, notre ambassadeur Jürg Lauber a été désigné 19e président du Conseil des droits de l'homme pour cette année. C'est la première fois qu'un haut diplomate suisse assume cette fonction. Ceci pour la fierté. Je viens à l'autre côté, à l'inquiétude. Notre planète est en souffrance. En tant que médecin, je ne peux ignorer ce diagnostic. Nous vivons une époque d'incertitude géopolitique où l'espace démocratique se réduit, les crises humanitaires se multiplient et la majorité de la population mondiale vit sous des régimes autoritaires. Nous avons des défis immenses autoritaires. Ici, autoritaires. Immenses à relever. Nous avons la responsabilité Quatre. Une année marquée par des super élections. Plus de 4 milliards de citoyens, soit plus de la moitié de la population mondiale, ont été appelés aux urnes dans 76 pays. Un véritable test pour la démocratie à l'échelle planétaire. Le verdict, un malaise profond. Les électeurs ont exprimé une méfiance généralisée envers leurs dirigeants. Les jeunes se radicalisent, les partis populistes gagnent du terrain et les réseaux sociaux imposent une communication sans filtre. Le monde semble perdre ses repères. Quelles en sont les raisons? Voici les 5 principales retenues. Première, la globalisation a réduit, certes, la pauvreté, mais laissé des zones de désindustrialisation, en particulier en Occident. 2. La révolution numérique bouleverse le marché du travail. 3. Les revendications identitaires, que ce soit ethniques, sexuelles et autres, ont atteint une ampleur Cinq, les crises climatiques amplifient un sentiment de chaos, aggravant la défiance envers les dirigeants. Que peut faire ce Conseil? Ces turbulences démocratiques révèlent une crise profonde. Ces turbulences démocratiques révèlent une crise profonde de confiance, mais également une crise de repères. Dans ce contexte, les droits de l'homme sont un socle essentiel pour stabiliser nos sociétés. Et je pense en particulier aux droits individuels et au respect de la sphère privée, au droit à des élections libres et transparentes, au droit au travail et à la stabilité économique, au droit à la liberté d'expression avec le rappel des responsabilités à un environnement de force. Moyen-Orient, l'instabilité en Afrique que les guerres en Afrique subsaharienne. Le contexte international est
legislator, every state senator, every state house member, every U.S. senator,
in this regard,
every congressman,
I wish to emphasize
governor,
that personal attacks against the Council's mandate holders, any form of harassment against any participant in this Council, and all acts of reprisals and intimidation against civil society representatives will not be tolerated. As President,
that's a good tool,
I can assure you that I will follow up on all allegations that I may receive concerning acts of reprisal and intimidation committed against persons because of their participation in the work of the Human Rights Council, its mechanisms and procedures. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai maintenant l'honneur d'ouvrir le segment de haut niveau qui se poursuivra jusqu'à mercredi après-midi avant de céder la place au segment général. Avant de donner la parole au premier orateur au segment général. Avant de donner la parole au premier orateur de la liste, permettez-moi de rappeler que la liste des orateurs du segment de haut niveau est disponible et régulièrement mise à jour sur l'extranet du Conseil. Par respect pour les autres dignitaires, j'invite les délégations d'être présentes dans la salle au moins 10 minutes avant le début de chaque séance et à maintenir le silence afin de ne pas perturber les interventions. Étant donné le nombre élevé des dignitaires qui s'adresseront au Conseil, je demande aux délégations de bien vouloir informer le secrétariat aussitôt que possible et de tout retard éventuel. J'aimerais vous rappeler que nous avons convenu d'un temps de parole de 7 minutes pour les chefs d'État et de gouvernement et de 5 minutes pour tous les autres participants au segment de haut niveau. Je voudrais également vous rappeler qu'afin de faciliter le travail des interprètes, il est demandé aux délégations de fournir une copie de leur discours en avance au service de conférence. Enfin, j'aimerais rappeler aux délégations de télécharger une version électronique de leur discours via le système d'inscription en ligne à la liste des orateurs, afin que ceux-ci soient postés sur l'extranet du Conseil. Il est impératif de télécharger les discours en format Word en vue d'améliorer l'accessibilité au Conseil aux personnes handicapées. Veuillez noter que les discours téléchargés ne soient pas postés sur l'extranet. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous allons maintenant entamer le segment de haut niveau avec l'allocution de Son Excellence, M. Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, président constitutionnel de l'État plurinational de Bolivie. C'est un message par vidéo.
Hermano presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, hermano alto comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, distinguidas y distinguidos jefes de delegaciones y representantes de los países miembros y observadores del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Es para mí un honor dirigirme a ustedes. El Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia es miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos por cuarta vez desde su creación en marzo de 2006. Un testimonio inequívoco de nuestro compromiso irrenunciable con la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos. Desde nuestra primera participación del año 2008, hemos demostrado con acciones concretas que la defensa de los derechos humanos, en particular de las poblaciones históricamente marginadas, es una prioridad de Estado en nuestro país. Bolivia es un miembro activo de este Consejo y coopera constructivamente con sus mecanismos. Hemos desempeñado varios roles como vicepresidentes del Consejo, facilitadores de las discusiones sobre eficiencia y racionalización, punto focal para asuntos de género, y recientemente hemos llevado adelante nuestro cuarto examen periódico universal. Señor presidente, el contexto mundial actual es complejo. Nos encontramos afectados por las consecuencias de una crisis multidimensional del sistema capitalista, la inseguridad alimentaria, la pobreza en general, la desigualdad, los desplazamientos forzosos, los efectos nocivos del cambio y la crisis climática agravados por un sistema de producción irracional, las guerras imperialistas, colonialistas y neocolonialistas por el control de los recursos naturales, el irrespeto a la libre determinación de los pueblos y a la vida digna, con la imposición de bloqueos económicos y medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra pueblos solidarios y soberanos de esta región. En este contexto, los Estados debemos reforzar el diálogo, la cooperación y la solidaridad para afrontar los problemas comunes. Y nuestro camino debe ser el compromiso con el refuerzo del multilateralismo efectivo. Bolivia reconoce el papel fundamental del Consejo de Derechos Humanos como un espacio que, lejos de toda politización y dobles estándares, debe promover la universalidad, la interdependencia e indivisibilidad de los derechos humanos individuales y colectivos. Nuestra política de derechos humanos prioriza el tratamiento balanceado de los derechos civiles y políticos y los derechos económicos, sociales y culturales en específico. Los derechos individuales no pueden ni deben ser separados de los derechos colectivos y a la inversa. Bolivia ha trabajado en la promoción del derecho al desarrollo, la garantía de una vida libre de violencia para mujeres, niñas y niños, la inclusión plena de las personas adultas mayores y de aquellas con discapacidad. Reivindicamos también como una prioridad los derechos de nuestros pueblos indígenas y originarios, de las comunidades campesinas y afrodescendientes, así como de nuestra madre tierra, entendida como sujeto de derechos en nuestro ordenamiento jurídico, no solo a nivel nacional, sino también con una mirada internacional. Señor presidente, Bolivia es un Estado que promueve la cultura de paz y que condena con firmeza toda forma de agresión y dominación. En 2002, en el marco de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, hemos planteado la idea de impulsar el decenio de la despatriarcalización, con el propósito de profundizar las políticas de erradicación de la violencia contra las mujeres y garantizar su participación equitativa en la toma de decisiones, desafiando las estructuras patriarcales que aún limitan el ejercicio pleno de sus derechos. Desde nuestra posición como miembros de la Junta Ejecutiva del Fondo de Naciones Unidas para la Infancia, UNICEF, y en la presente gestión como vicepresidencia por la región de América Latina y el Caribe, redoblamos nuestro compromiso con una infancia y adolescencia libres de violencia, explotación y discriminación. En el marco del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, impulsamos la defensa de los derechos de las campesinas y los campesinos y de quienes trabajan en las zonas rurales. Este es otro pilar fundamental que nuestra acción internacional. En 2023, Bolivia, junto con Cuba, Gambia, Luxemburgo, Sudáfrica, Kirguistán e Indonesia, logramos la aprobación de la resolución para el establecimiento de un grupo de trabajo sobre los derechos de los campesinos y otras personas que trabajan en las zonas rurales, avanzando en la implementación efectiva de la declaración aprobada en 2018. Este esfuerzo responde a una deuda histórica con quienes, a pesar de producir los alimentos que sostienen a nuestras sociedades, han sido sistemáticamente excluidos de las estructuras de poder y protección internacional. La Declaración de los Derechos de los Campesinos y otras personas que trabajan en zonas rurales es un documento de avanzada en cuanto al reconocimiento de derechos y refleja asuntos prioritarios como el acceso a servicios básicos, el derecho a la alimentación, a la vivienda, a un medio ambiente sano, a luchar contra la discriminación, entre otros temas relevantes a nivel global, para cerrar brechas entre ciudades y áreas rurales, así como avanzar, por ejemplo, en la implementación de los objetivos de desarrollo. Señor presidente, denunciamos con preocupación los estragos humanitarios generados por la violencia armada en distintas partes del mundo, el genocidio contra el pueblo palestino en la Franja de Gaza, que aún no cesa, es un recordatorio brutal de la urgencia por defender el derecho internacional humanitario y de poner fin a la impunidad de quienes perpetúan crímenes de guerra y lesa humanidad. De igual forma, no podemos dejar de mencionar nuestra condena a los discursos y acciones que violan los derechos de las y los migrantes. Rechazamos todo intento de criminalizar la migración y reafirmamos el invaluable aporte del migrante al desarrollo económico, social y cultural de las sociedades en todo el planeta. Bolivia cree en un multilateralismo inclusivo, solidario y transformador, apostando por el diálogo en igualdad de condiciones, la reducción efectiva de las brechas de desigualdad y la construcción de sociedades más justas y equitativas. Este año 2025 celebramos nuestro bicentenario. 200 años de resistencia, lucha y autodeterminación frente a las estructuras del colonialismo, neocolonialismo y exclusión que aún hoy persisten en diversas formas. Conmemoramos esta fecha reafirmando ante la comunidad internacional nuestro pleno compromiso con un mundo donde la dignidad humana prevalezca sobre la desigualdad y la opresión. Seguiremos levantando nuestra voz en defensa de los pueblos oprimidos, de la madre tierra y de un orden mundial verdaderamente justo, donde los derechos humanos sean una realidad para todas y todos. Muchas gracias.
J'ai maintenant l'honneur d'inviter Son Excellence, Madame Judith Suminwa-Tuluka, Premier ministre et chef du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, à prononcer son discours.
Can I just say,
Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Marty's probably done this. Here I'm living in the swamp.
Monsieur le
Not very
Président,
popular in the swamp.
permettez-moi de débuter mon intervention
Not very popular
en
with the
vous
local
adressant mes sincères félicitations pour votre élection à la présidence du Conseil des droits
I
de
had to sit my
l'homme,
girls down.
pilier
I
essentiel
hated this.
des
This is
Nations
one of
Unies.
the grossest moments.
Je vous exprime
down and said,
mes vœux de plein
"The
succès
FBI
dans
comes
l'accomplissement
to the
de cette
door.
mission
Don't let 'em in.
d'une portée
Don't talk to them.
capitale.
Don't trust them." I felt
Excellence,
like
Mesdames et Messieurs
dirty
distingués
in saying that
délégués,
because I'm a pro-cop guy, but
c'est avec
that's the
gravité
reality.
que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui. Au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, ainsi qu'au nom du peuple congolais. Monsieur le Président distingué délégué, je voudrais exprimer la gratitude de la RDC à cette Assemblée au regard de la diligence avec laquelle vous avez rapidement accédé à notre demande d'une session spéciale et à l'adoption à l'unanimité de la résolution le 7 février 2025 ouvrant la voie à la mise en place de la mission d'établissement des faits et de la commission d'enquête indépendante. Ceci augure un espoir pour des millions de Congolais qui sont encore aujourd'hui victimes des agressions répétées du Rwanda. Le gouvernement de la RDC s'engage à contribuer à la mise en œuvre de cette résolution adoptée le 7 février dernier, notamment en facilitant le travail de la commission d'enquête indépendante qui sera mise sur pied pour documenter les violences des droits de l'homme et du droit international humanitaire dans les provinces du Nord et du Sud Kivu. C'est dans ce même élan que nous voulons saluer l'adoption à l'unanimité de la résolution du Conseil de sécurité du 21 février 2025, enjoignant clairement le Rwanda de quitter le territoire congolais et de cesser tout soutien au mouvement terroriste du M23. Il en est de même de la résolution adoptée le 13 février 2025 par le Parlement européen qui a mis en lumière l'exploitation illégale des ressources naturelles par le Rwanda. Nous voulons saluer également la résolution prise par le Conseil de paix et sécurité de l'Union africaine et espérons des mesures coercitives pour la mise en œuvre de toutes ces recommandations en faveur de la paix. Ainsi, au regard des massacres et des exécutions sommaires qu'ils continuent de perpétrer sur notre sol, nous en appelons à des sanctions dissuasives pour permettre de restaurer l'ordre et la sécurité et protéger ainsi des milliers de Congolais vivant à Goma, Bukavu et dans d'autres localités sous occupation. Nous continuons à ce jour d'enterrer les morts que nous n'avons pas cessé de dénombrer et de compter, des millions de déplacés sans abri, dont la plupart des camps ont été détruits par les forces d'occupation. La situation sécuritaire et humanitaire dans l'est de la République démocratique du Congo a atteint des niveaux alarmants. Selon les chiffres du ministère de la Santé, depuis le mois de janvier 2025, le conflit a provoqué, entre autres, la mort de plus de 7000 compatriotes, dont plus de 2500 corps enterrés sans être identifiés et plus de 1500 corps traînent encore dans les morgues. Plus de 215 cas de choléra identifiés et plusieurs cas de Mpox non pris en charge avec risque d'expansion. La destruction de plus de 90 sites, 90 sites d'accueil des déplacés internes, des attaques contre les hôpitaux et entrepôts humanitaires. Plus de 450 000 personnes, selon l'ONU, sont sans abri, nourriture et eau. Plus de 27 millions de gens ont besoin d'assistance humanitaire et plus de 2,8 millions de déplacés internes en République démocratique du Congo et particulièrement à l'Est. Mesdames et messieurs, la RDC, en tant que membre de ce Conseil, réitère son engagement à continuer à œuvrer pour la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme. Par ailleurs, suite au récent passage de notre pays au 4e cycle de l'examen périodique universel et devant le Comité pour l'élimination de la discrimination à l'égard des femmes, nous nous engageons à développer un plan d'action de mise en œuvre des recommandations de l'examen périodique universel et des organes de traité et comptant sur l'appui du Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme pour sa finalisation et l'échange des bonnes pratiques. Faisant suite au discours du président de la République devant cette auguste Assemblée, lors de la 52e session, nous continuons de travailler dans d'autres domaines clés, notamment la justice transitionnelle, l'amélioration de la situation des femmes et des enfants, ainsi que celle des conditions de détention des détenus, selon les priorités fixées par mon gouvernement. Concernant le droit à un environnement sain, la République démocratique du Congo, conformément à ses engagements en tant que pays solution, avec ses minerais stratégiques, ses forêts et sa biodiversité, continue de jouer son rôle pour la préservation de l'équilibre environnemental mondial, protégeant ensemble cet équilibre. Mesdames et messieurs, il m'est impossible de vous décrire les cris et les larmes de millions de victimes de ce conflit. Femmes, filles violées, enfants enrôlés de force, déplacés et orphelins. En outre, les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, les journalistes, les artistes, témoins de cette tragédie à l'Est, n'ont pas le droit de la raconter. Ceci nécessite une réponse internationale renforcée et coordonnée. Nous appelons donc la communauté internationale à renforcer son soutien humanitaire, à fournir des ressources pour permettre une bonne prise en charge des milliers de blessés, de déplacés et de s'assurer du respect du droit international humanitaire, car ces précisions sont essentielles pour sauver des vies et alléger la souffrance des Congolais. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la situation des conflits armés à travers le monde exacerbe les violations des droits humains et empêche des milliers de citoyens à accéder aux droits fondamentaux tels que l'accès à l'eau, à l'électricité et à l'alimentation. Ceci n'est pas seulement le cas en République démocratique du Congo, mais notamment au Soudan, en Haïti et en Ukraine. Pour y faire face, mon pays soutient la nécessité de lutter contre les causes des conflits et imposer la paix dans le monde par des mécanismes de justice transitionnelle et de lutte contre l'impunité. L'histoire nous jugera implacablement si nous ne faisons rien pour mettre fin au conflit en République démocratique du Congo et dans d'autres parties du monde. Conflits qui ne font que raviver la flamme de l'ignominie et tournent en dérision les principes et buts sacro-saints de notre organisation que sont la paix, le développement et les droits de l'homme. Nous pouvons changer le cours de l'histoire et nous en avons le devoir moral pour les générations futures. Je vous remercie.
Excellence, je vous remercie. J'ai maintenant l'honneur d'inviter son Excellence, M. Moussalia Moudavadi, le premier secrétaire du cabinet et secrétaire du cabinet pour les affaires étrangères et de la diaspora du Kenya, à prononcer son discours. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
But do it based off of the truth. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
Mr. President,
and our judge, too. That's a whole other story. First off, I do not believe prosecutors should have full immunity.
On your assumption of the Council's presidency, indeed your presidency comes at a trying moment in international relations,
our judge,
where
she
emerging
is the
security
youngest
challenges
African-American female appointed by Obama.
Are uniquely
And you look at her
impacting
Wikipedia page, and her notable cases are ruling against Trump for mail-in ballots.
Notably, the
she
incidences of
also
war
refused
and
to allow
conflict
the victims of Hurricane
leading to
Helene
grave
to register
violations
to
of
vote
human
late.
rights,
And
as reflected
then
in the
my
rising
case.
cases of
So I
crimes
think you
against
have
humanity.
something in common there.
War crimes
so you mean
and
to tell me
even
that the
genocide.
weaponization of justice
The
actually
implication
has
is that the
face,
Council's
and it's your
crucial
family.
role
It does.
It's
in
families
addressing
who
abuses,
care about the
preventing
communities they
conflict,
live in.
And I think
its
what's
emphasis
sad
on the need
is
for
we
peace
had
has
the
become more
money to
important.
fight this.
Today we are
And we
witnessing
spent
violent
millions of
conflicts
dollars. I want to
characterized
say it
by
was about $6
indiscriminate
million
attacks
on
on
trial
civilian
lawyers.
populations,
And
including schools,
they still ended up in prison
hospitals,
for a combined 19
use of sexual
years.
and gender-based
And most
violence
people don't have those
as a weapon
resources.
of war,
That's
rise in
why the
violent
DOJ has a
extremism,
98,
dissemination of
99%
economic
conviction rate
livelihoods,
because
and
they scare
forced
people, and people
displacements.
have to plead out
The
no
United
matter if they're
Nations High
guilty or
Commissioner for
not.
Refugees,
And 1 in
in its
20 criminal
global
cases result in
appeal
wrongful conviction. I would
2025
argue it's more than
projects
that,
that
and
over
that is why I
139
had
million
lunch at the
people
White House on
globally
Thursday, and
will be
that's why I am a
forcibly
daughter
displaced
fighting for
or become
justice for my
stateless by
parents
the end
and
of
to get them home.
2025 due to conflicts. Most of these are vulnerable people from developing
So
countries.
now that we know what the problem is,
Recent reports by
we have two
UNICEF
gentlemen who are going to have
indicate
to fix it.
nearly
No pressure.
47 million children
Mayor
are
Jacobs,
displaced
can
due
you
to
talk a little
conflict,
bit about
with the numbers
accountability and
expected to
redemption?
continue
Because we
increasing.
still want to hold the actual criminals
The
accountable.
global organization
And
said
then we
that
want to ensure
Children
those who come
International reports
home
that
have the
1 in
resources
11
to
children
stop that
are
cycle
being
of crime.
denied
I
of
know
their
you've been
basic
doing that work in
rights
Tennessee.
Yeah, right.
to live,
As
learn,
conservatives, we
be
believe in
protected and
public
prosper.
safety. We also believe in
Due to
fiscal
violent
responsibility.
conflict, adverse
On the
climate
left,
change, and global
what they've done with the
economic
criminal justice
instability.
system has
Today in
undermined
Africa,
both.
over
They've used the criminal
2.8 million
justice
children
system
are
for
out of school.
weaponization against political opponents.
The wars
while
in
allowing
Sudan,
violent criminals to
Democratic
literally go
Republic
free,
of Congo, Libya,
and it's
Gaza,
been done at a
Lebanon,
huge
Ukraine,
cost, not only
Haiti,
to public safety, but
Myanmar
also fiscal.
are some of the notable examples
First of all, law
of
enforcement's an
critics,
extremely difficult
crises,
job.
including Africa's
We
forgotten
lost an
conflicts.
officer that was killed in line
They
of
have been
action
spoken
a
to
couple of years
earlier
ago. He was a young
by
man
other
named
speakers.
Tucker Blakely. So
Kenya
my hats
continues
off to
its
everyone
active
in law
engagement in
enforcement,
peace initiatives,
as well as
both
in the
regional
criminal
and
justice system at
internationally,
large.
including in DRC, Sudan,
As you
Somalia,
say,
and Haiti, among others,
when
because
you think about
we recognize that
the
sustainable
criminal
peace
justice system,
is linked to the
obviously,
protection and promotion
some
of human
folks
rights.
have to go
As
to jail.
such,
They've
there's a
committed
compelling need
crimes
to
that
fully
necessitate
incorporate human
that they have
rights
to be removed from
considerations in the
society.
peace missions
We also have to
and general
realize that
conflict resolution
97% of these people will come back
We
out of
believe
jail
the Council's
at
work
some point.
is more
And
vital
what happens
than ever
then?
before, serving as a critical platform
in Tennessee,
for
we're very
addressing human rights
invested
abuses,
in reentry
which are often
programs
both the
that
cause
lessen
and the
the
consequence
rate
of
of
conflict.
recidivism. That's the
Mr.
3-year rate
President,
where people go back to
we
jail.
believe that
Across the
despite
country, it's
significant
70%.
challenges,
In
multilateralism
Tennessee, it's still at
remains
50%. One of
our
the
most
organizations that
viable
we work
option
with is Men of
in
Valor.
addressing global
It's a
issues and
Christ-centered
promoting
prison
human
ministry
rights.
Talks with men
Therefore,
through
in order to maintain its
their
credibility and
incarceration
effectiveness,
as well as
we must avoid
post-incarceration.
politicization
People that complete this
and
one-year
selective
program,
application of
it
standards.
is a great program. The people that
The
complete
Council
this
should
one-year
serve as a
program,
platform for
their
constructive
recidivism rate
dialogue,
drops to less than
impartial
15%.
assessment, and
So it
collaborative
makes a
action,
significant
fostering
difference.
genuine
And the great thing
progress
is,
in the global
this is a
human
private
rights landscape.
organization. So there's very little
Kenya
government funding that goes
reaffirms
but I think that
its
when we're thinking about
commitment to
criminal
advocating
justice,
for
we have to look at
marginalized
those
groups,
two. It's public
particularly
safety,
in the face of
but it's also
rising
fiscal
xenophobia,
responsibility. And we can do
Afrophobia,
both.
and racial discrimination.
Completely, and I
As
think
the
the
current
faith
chair
element
rapporteur
is
of the
so vital to
Intergovernmental
this
Working Group
process. These are
on the
people who are
Durban
restoring
Declaration,
to our
Kenya is
communities to make sure that we
dedicated
stay
to
safe.
combating
Well, now we have a
racism
president
and related
that
intolerance,
is bringing
welcoming the
Jesus back
second
to the
international
center.
decade
And I
for
think
people
when
of
you
African
have
descent
and its
at the
focus
center,
on
everything else falls into
justice
place.
and development.
100%.
It is
And the
important
question I think a
to
lot of
mention
people
that
ask is,
2025
can you win on
AU
this
theme
message?
of
We
the
saw
year,
last fall, and I think one of
Justice
the
for
great
Africans and the people
successes
of
of
the
that
African
cycle was the
descent
only
through reparations,
attorney general's
a
race
clear
that
demonstration
flipped Republican.
of Africa's
The only place that
commitment to
general that
justice,
flipped it all was
accountability,
Dave Sunday in
and the recognition of
Pennsylvania,
historical
who ensured that we pushed out progressive
Kenya commends the
prosecutors
Council,
and brought in a
Council's
conservative
crucial
leader.
work in recognizing
Dave, can you talk
the
about how this message
inextricable link
resonated
between
with
climate
voters
change
and got rid of
and
that
human
progressive
rights?
prosecutor
We
movement that
acknowledge
has
the
made so
urgent
many
need to
people, so
address
many of us here,
environmental
here in
crisis
Washington, D.C.,
as a
or close
recognition
to
of the
it,
direct
unsafe.
connection between
I'll say that
environmental
the best
degradation and
policies,
human
I
rights
think,
abuses.
all come from your own
Kenya
personal
will
life
continue
experience.
to champion
And,
this cause
I was a little bit of a
during our
knucklehead
tenure
when I was a
on the
kid,
Council.
and so I joined the Navy
In
right
this
out of high
regard,
school.
we
I came
emphasize
home
the
and I worked at
importance
UPS
of respecting
for
the
8 years, all
principles
through college
enshrined in
and
the
all through
Paris
law school.
Agreement.
And when I
We
worked at
believe that
UPS,
climate finance and the
I'll
loss
tell you, I
and
worked
damage
with people
fund
that worked
are
so
critical and
unbelievably
represent
hard,
the bare
that
minimum
fought every
of
day to
what
put
is
food on their
necessary
table and take
for
care of their
just
families.
transition and
I
broader
then went on
climate
after law school and became a
justice.
prosecutor.
We bear
Prosecuted,
witness to the
everything
profound
from
impact
gang murders
of climate
to
change
domestic
in
violence
worsening
killings,
existing
drug traffickers.
vulnerabilities,
And what I
entrenching
realized all
marginalization,
those years
acting
of
as a threat
prosecuting and putting
multiplier,
people in jail,
and contributing to
that the
instability
reality
and
was if our
conflict
community is
in
not
already
safe, nothing else
fragile
matters.
regions.
And the only way we
Mr.
could get to that
President,
place was by
Kenya
not only holding
recognizes
people
the
accountable,
evolving landscape
but
of
by
human
embracing
rights
redemption
challenges
for
in the
those
digital
that
age,
have
and
already
is
served their
committed to
time.
addressing them
When people come out of
proactively.
prison, what
We
I
are
want to
reviewing
see
our
is them work.
2014
I want to
National
see
Policy
people have
and Action
career
Plan on
jobs.
human rights
I want to see
to
people take care of their
integrate emerging
families
issues,
and pay their
particularly those
taxes
related
and
to
pay
technology
restitution.
and
And
bridging
more
the
importantly,
digital
recognize
divide.
that they have the power
We
within
believe
themselves to change
the
their
Council
lives.
has a crucial role
They don't need government
in
to do
promoting
it. They can
equitable
do it
access
themselves.
to emerging
And when you
technologies,
apply that
critical
to the criminal
infrastructure and
justice
skills
system
necessary
and work with
for
the business
full
community,
participation
the manufacturers
in the information
associations,
society.
when you work
We
with the
emphasize
faith-based community,
that bridging
with
the
substance
digital
use counselors,
divide
mental
is
health
essential
counselors, you get
to
everybody
prevent
together,
technology
then
from
what happens is
worsening
magic,
existing
and crime rates go
inequalities.
down. And
To
our
this
crime
end,
rate went
during our
down
tenure,
almost
Kenya aims
around
to advocate
45%.
for the
Our
recognition of
homicide
access to
rate dropped by over
technology as an
80%
essential component
during
of
that
the right
time
to
period.
information,
You know,
as enshrined in
and this is
Article
critical
19
because
of the Universal
success
Declaration
breeds
of
success.
Human Rights and Article
And then
19
other people that weren't
of the
quite sure
International
started coming to the
Covenant
table.
on Civil
And we realized
and
our
Political
prisons are
Rights.
full of people
We
that
welcome
have
all
severe
efforts
mental health
towards
illness,
ensuring
severe
that
mental health
technology is
illnesses.
accessible,
And so
affordable,
we tried to find a
and
way to help
beneficial
get
for
them
all.
to get mental health treatment.
Mr. President,
It took the pressure
we
off police
recognize the right
departments
to
because the
development
police
as
need
a
to be
crucial
out there
opportunity
doing
to
their
foster
job and getting the
environment,
bad guys,
an environment
not
where
sitting,
every individual
you know,
and
at a
every
hospital
society
staring
can
at
reach
someone who's going through
their full
treatment.
potential.
So my point
Kenya
very
will
simply
use
is,
its position
I
in the
wasn't
Council
sure
to advocate
how the
for
community
an
would
equitable
respond to
and
that. That's my
democratic
life story and how I've
international
handled
order
myself.
to serve
And
all
they
humanity.
responded in a very
This
resounding
includes
and positive
addressing
way.
the critical
And
issue
that
of foreign
speaks
debt
volumes, I think.
and its impact
Well,
on
I think when you
states'
speak about
abilities
mental
to
health
promote
within
and
the
protect
prison
human rights.
system,
We
there
believe the Council is
was a
uniquely
hearing,
positioned
and the
to
former
provide a
director,
platform
Colette
for
Peters,
discussing and
which I
advancing
say
reforms
former, thank
in the
God,
global
she was probably the
financial
worst thing to
architecture
happen
to
to the
ensure
Bureau of
greater
Prisons,
equity.
and I'm saying that as a woman.
Mr.
When she
President,
was sworn in, she gave
Kenya's
me hope. I
strong
was like,
adherence
finally, there's
to
a
human
woman in
rights
power.
is evident
And she let us all
by
down.
its membership in most of
she
the key
testified over half
international
the
human
deaths in the
rights
system were due to
instruments.
suicide.
The government
Over
remains
half of the
dedicated
deaths in the system.
to their
So
full
it
and
shows that there is
effective
a mental
implementation,
health crisis,
which entails
and we
both
have to
regular
take care
reporting
of that
to
first.
treaty bodies
And I like to
engagement
tout
in
myself as
dialogue
kind of the James
with them.
O'Keefe of the prison
Additionally,
system,
Kenya is an active
because
member
it has
of
been
the
my
regional
mission the
human
past 2
rights
years to
mechanism,
absolutely deconstruct
including
them.
the East
And the
Africa
things that
Community
I have
Court of
uncovered
Justice
are
and Africa Charter
extremely
on Human
damning.
People's
I mean, the
Rights.
corruption that goes
Domestically,
on within these
Kenya has
facilities,
implemented
these
various legal,
officials
policy,
should be the
judicial,
ones
and other
in prison.
mechanisms
And until
to
we
safeguard the
hold them
enjoyment of these
accountable,
rights by all citizens.
we're going to continue through that same rat race
Kenya
over and
established
over
one of
and
the
over
most
again.
progressive
We continue
constitutions
to allow
in history.
the political
Its Chapter 4
decision-makers in our
is
criminal
dedicated
justice
to the
system
Bill
to
of
harm
Rights,
those who work in
which
it, and who are
protects
forced
fundamental
into it,
freedoms
or who have
and
to live
rights.
through it because of the
This
mistakes
Bill of
that they've
Rights
made.
applies to
I don't
all
think there's a
people
single
and state
cop in
organs
this room that's
without
protecting us
discrimination.
that wants to harass
Kenya is
parishioners
cognizant
at their
of the fact
churches,
that
or that wants to
corruption
go into
is a
communities and
threat to
harass
human
parents
rights.
at school boards,
Corruption
and yet
often
that's what we had for
facilitates and
4
aggravates
years.
human rights
What does that do
violations,
to a police force? What
particularly
does that
against
do?
vulnerable
Mayor
groups,
Jacobs, you have to
by
oversee a lot of
hindering
these
the
law enforcement
access
officers.
to rights and services such as legal representation and a fair trial, property rights,
and back to the
education,
mental health
health,
aspect, we've done a great disservice to law enforcement with essentially making them the mental health experts and the caretakers of folks who have severe mental illness. In Knox County, we estimate that about 35% of our daily census at our jails suffers from mental illness. And the reason is there's no place else for these folks. So you have law enforcement people who are trained to be cops, or in this case, corrections officers, and they're forced to be mental health professionals, which they're not. I was really happy. We just started a mental health court in Knox County. There's only about 300 around the country. It's a new concept in Tennessee. But basically, folks that qualify, that have mental illness, stand in front of a judge, but instead of going to jail, the judge oversees their sentence, and they have to go to counseling, they have to be on their meds and all those sort of things. But yes, that frees up police resources, because then they're no longer acting as mental health professionals. They can do the job that they're trained to do. It makes things safer for everybody. And also, you're exactly right. President Trump's First Step Act is overwhelmingly popular with Republican primary voters.
And its vital mechanism.
Kenya pledges with the First Step Act, my biggest issue, I am a huge advocate for the First Step Act, but what the last administration failed to do was implement the First Step Act. And because they failed to implement it, you have the Bureau of Prisons that's asking for more money. Well, instead of asking for more money, why don't you actually implement the First Step Act, the Second Chance Act, and it could reduce, they are wasting upwards of $1 billion.
I have an answer for you, because they're not concerned with public safety or fiscal responsibility. They just want to make sure that bureaucrats get more money, more power. That's why.
And I think, too, taking the Bureau, I have heard, and let's hope this is right,
all forms of violence,
taking the Bureau of Prisons away from the DOJ and giving it to DHS is going to be the most brilliant move, in my opinion, because I do not believe the DOJ should be able to charge you, sentence you, and house you too.
We spent 4 years.
Excellence, je vous remercie. Excellence, mesdames et messieurs, nous allons à présent observer une brève pause afin de permettre à nos éminents d'inviter son Excellence le Président de l'Assemblée générale, son Excellence le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, ainsi que le Haut-Commissaire aux droits de l'homme de prendre congé. Je prie respectueusement les délégués de bien vouloir demeurer à leur place quand nous reprendrons immédiatement nos travaux avec l'ouverture du segment de haut niveau. Je vous remercie.
Keep communities safe, now that you have a federal government that supports law enforcement, supports the rule of law, and thanks to Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and others, is going to actually start solving these problems. You deserve to be safe. Dave, I know you're part of that solution because the voters sent you up in Pennsylvania to solve this.
They did. I mean, I ran on, if our communities aren't safe, nothing else matters, and it's something that I believe in my heart. I mean, when you look at the challenges facing us right now, if you think about, I mean, millions of times a day, someone online is trying to get to our children. Every single day, all day long. We have an aging population in America, and every single day, millions of times a day, people are trying to steal our seniors, you know, the money that they saved up throughout the course of their life. And I don't care if it's $1 or $1 billion, they earned it, it's their money, they can do with it what they want until the day they die. And I find it, and so when you add on the technology right now with AI, it's become so complex. Drug trafficking has become complex. And so what I look forward to doing is collaborating with all of our partners, from local law enforcement to state law enforcement to federal law enforcement, and really bring everyone together with a common goal, which is to make our community safer. That's to get fentanyl off of our streets. I mean, that's to get, go after the organized crime, these gangs that are shooting up our cities, and hold them accountable and put them in prison. The data shows that when you find, when you get the right people in prison, the right people, okay, crime goes down astronomically. And so you have to use precision policing, targeted prosecution.
Can I ask you to take your seats and please...
and it's safe, and it's constitutional, and at the end of the day, that's how we'll make our community safer. So.
Mayor, you have now the keys.
This is a very transparent room, which is in the spirit of the Human Rights Council, but we can hear all the voices and all your conversations. So can I ask you again to take your seats and please
yes, that's me asking you to take a challenge. You should go to a town hall. It's
have your
cold in Alexandria,
conversations
Virginia. I still go.
outside of the room. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Ervin Ibrahimovic, Deputy Prime Minister for International Relations and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Montenegro, to take the floor.
Have a pathway to do so successfully. And that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues. And no, and the justice system should never be used for political purposes.
Ladies and
justice
gentlemen,
is supposed to be blind.
I am honored
and for the past 4 years, it's had a target on certain individuals because
I congratulate Ambassador Lauba
of all
on
the
his
things
election as president of the council.
all the horrible things that happened under the Biden administration, and there's a lot of them.
Leadership and the long-standing commitment of the Swiss Confederation to democratic values, the Council will continue to fulfill its core mission of addressing, protecting, and promoting human rights worldwide.
Savannah, I'll ask a similar question.
The
What can
Council's
people know about your
role
story?
is
How can
more
they make a
crucial
difference and
than
impact?
ever.
And how can we get your family
Given
out of this
another year
nightmare
of horrific
and back to the
armed
rule of
conflict
law in our
on an
society?
unprecedented scale, from Ukraine and Gaza to the DRC, Sudan, Myanmar, and far beyond, with the devastating impact of lives of millions
These men and women
of people.
are going to enter back into
This
society.
is of particular
and I
importance
believe
on
that
the
God
global
put us on this earth to love people and love people
of the human
well.
rights
And
as well,
let's not forget
compounded by
about
the
those men and
climate
women
crisis,
that are incarcerated,
environmental
who maybe
degradation,
need
and
an additional hand,
integrated
who need
new
a little help, who
emerging
need people to
digital
believe in them. Because
technologies.
right now we have a very
Such
hopeless
negative
system. There's
development
nothing more
undermine
dangerous
global
than a hopeless
stability
person.
and full
And
insecurity,
right now, with all the issues that we're
inequality, and
working on
division.
and restoring hope
They
within these
also clearly
individuals, I
point
think
to a
Alice Marie
crisis in our
Johnson
shared
is a
commitment
prime
to
example
uphold and
of what
respect the
happens when
fundamental
someone
principles
believes in them.
of international
Alice was
law
pardoned by
and the
President
global
Trump
norms and standards
the first
to which we
go-round.
have
And
all
now he has
committed
brought her on as the pardon
ourselves.
czar, and he
To
went out on
address
a
the
limb. He
pressing
believed in
issues
her, and he
and
gave her a
risks,
chance.
we must
So
invest more in human
just
rights,
don't ever think
less,
you're too good to
and
give out a helping
continuously
hand.
strengthen the rule
Makes a lot
of
of
law
sense. I
as
think
their
communities of
vital
all backgrounds
safeguard.
came together to support President Trump. And the
Otherwise,
reason is
people's
there's
lives,
one thing
peace,
that binds
and
this room
stability
together.
are at
It's we
stake.
care about public safety.
As this
We care about the
postulate
rule of
shows,
law. And
problems
unfortunately,
with
at
the
whatever
exercise of
conference is
human
happening
rights
back in
and
the Biden
freedom
administration,
are often
apparently that
linked
wasn't
to
in
the
the
cases
topic
of
areas.
tension,
So Dave, I'm going to leave it
instability,
to you to
and
answer.
political
What do we
turmoil
do next?
within
What do we expect
and
to see next?
between
How do we
states.
restore? How do we do the hard
Excellencies,
work? You've touched on what you've
Today
already done in
marks
Pennsylvania.
exactly
How do we
3
do the
years
hard
since
work
the
going
start
forward
of the
of fixing
Russian
this problem?
Federation war
Because
of
unfortunately, as you've
aggression
heard over the last
against
3 days,
Ukraine.
the Biden administration
This
apparently left us with
constitutes
a lot of
a
problems.
flagrant
I don't think
violation
any of
of
us are
international
surprised by
law,
that.
including
So I'll
the
try to
UN
be
Charter,
as quick as I
and
can.
continues to
I'm looking at the
undermine
time.
global
So
stability
to start with,
and erode
we have to have the
respect for
courage to
international
fight
law.
tough battles. And what I mean by that is a lot of the things we're talking about up here, severe behavioral health problems, the opioid epidemic, issues with regard to trauma on children. These aren't things that we can solve in a day. These are things that will take time and courage to be able to work through them. They're greater than the political cycle. And when we come together as a community and we work on this, and these are all conservative values, and we come together and we do this, our communities will begin to get better. You have to have the courage to do it. The second thing is we have to support police. And what I want to, you said something earlier that was so fantastic. We expect our police to be domestic violence counselors, mental health counselors, substance abuse counselors. We expect police to have the answer to every single problem within a split second,
but also some historic
oftentimes 10 to 15 times a day.
and Lebanon,
and we have to get them the support so that they can do their core function of patrolling, keeping communities safe, and investigating very serious crimes, and putting the bad guys in jail. So support your police. And I said, don't always have the courage to take the tough battles. Like winning Pennsylvania.
Like winning Pennsylvania. That was an important one. I think it's easy to conclude on this. Today, we are being protected by strong, brave men and women of the Secret Service, of law enforcement. We owe it not just to ourselves, but to them to make America safe again. We know President Trump will do that. We know that our friends up here on the stage will do that. And CPAC remains committed to ensuring accountability and redemption are what on the tenets of law in this country. Thank you for joining us, and let's make America safe again this year.
Palestinian state and secure Israel, living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Excellencies, in this time of heightened global conflict and tension, and an alarmingly growing trend of disrespect for international law, we must ensure that human rights are at the center of the response to multiple crises, and reaffirm our strong commitment to effective multilateralism and rules-based international order, with the United Nations at its core.
Our families are
as the
being
pact for the
crushed
future
under the
also
politics
highlights.
of a radical agenda. But
Montenegro
mothers
regrets
have
the
had
decision
enough.
of the USA
We are
administration
standing
to
up,
withdraw
and
from the
we are
UNHRC,
fighting back.
given its vital contribution in protecting and promoting human rights and freedom worldwide.
We fight for the same thing.
Finally,
Moms for
Excellency,
America is a
Montenegro
national
has just
movement of
completed its
moms
second mandate of Human
reclaiming
Rights
our
Council.
culture for
We have
truth,
worked closely
family,
with partners from
freedom,
all regional
and the
groups to
Constitution.
advance the human rights agenda, especially
exactly
focused on
on track
vulnerable
and is doing
and
the right thing
marginalized
for the
groups.
future of our country
With the
and our
same
children.
enthusiasm and commitment, Montenegro will continue to be a fair and reliable actor on the Council, as well as to fully cooperate with all EU human rights mechanisms. With that in mind, I'm confident in your support for the candidacy of Montenegro, the Human Rights Council for the 2030-2032.
Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Thank you very much.
Dangerous place in all of nature is between
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Eduardo Rodriguez Parilla, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba, to take the floor.
And no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Homeland Revolution.
Señor Presidente, el derecho a la vida está en grave peligro. La Carta de las Naciones Unidas, el derecho internacional y el multilateralismo están siendo amenazados. Se pretende imponer la coerción económica y la subversión política como métodos de relacionamiento internacional. Este Consejo debiera abogar con más fuerza por un orden internacional justo y democrático que garantice la paz y el equilibrio del mundo, la igualdad soberana, el ejercicio del derecho al desarrollo por todos los estados y la sostenibilidad ambiental que aseguren el ejercicio de todos los derechos humanos. Este Consejo es una herramienta importante para la promoción y defensa de los derechos humanos frente a manipulaciones, politización, selectividad o dobles raseros. Urge que todos los estados asumamos un compromiso real con los mecanismos de derechos humanos de naturaleza temática, universal y no discriminatoria. Observamos con suma preocupación el avance de plataformas conservadoras y neofascistas y cómo en países desarrollados se experimenta un retroceso de décadas en derechos fundamentales, incluida la igualdad de la mujer, los derechos sexuales y reproductivos, los derechos de los afrodescendientes, minorías étnicas y migrantes. Los intentos de los países occidentales de convertir este Consejo en un represor contra países que no se subordinan a sus intereses son inaceptables y ponen en peligro su credibilidad y existencia. La nefasta historia de la implosión de la vieja Comisión de Derechos Humanos no debe repetirse. Estados Unidos, cómplice activo del genocidio israelí en Gaza, se cuestiona la permanencia en la agenda del Consejo de un tema prioritario e histórico como es la violación flagrante de los inalienables derechos humanos del pueblo palestino.
Good morning, everybody.
Al que
How's everybody doing?
toda nuestra solidaridad.
Let's go.
El gobierno de los Estados Unidos aplica una política de máxima presión contra Cuba,
Mercedes,
deteriorando
Matt,
el
thank you very much.
consumo, los
Congratulations on
ingresos
everything that you've
y el nivel
accomplished
de
with
vida
CPAC
de las familias
over the years.
cubanas.
And again, it's a great
El
honor. I'm
bloqueo
truly
económico
humbled
provoca
to be here.
inflación baja disponibilidad de combustibles,
I have two words for all of
alimentos,
you. I said this before. I don't
y
speak a
graves
lot
daños
publicly. I
al
like being the
servicio
behind-the-scenes guy doing my job.
obstaculiza
I'm not a
el
public
disfrute
speaker. I don't
pleno de
often
los
come out
derechos a
and
la
speak. But when I do,
alimentación,
I speak
la
from the
salud,
heart. I have a
la
lot of
cultura
passion.
y la
I had the option
educación
for
que el
teleprompters. I
Estado
said no,
cubano,
thank you.
con gran
I just wanted to
esfuerzo,
come and say a few
provee de
words
manera
and say two
gratuita
words.
o
We're
subsidiada.
back.
Agradecemos a los 123 estados
USA,
que en julio pasado
USA,
se pronunciaron en este Consejo contra la inclusión de Cuba en la espuria lista del Departamento de Estado sobre países que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo. Recientemente se ha divulgado copiosa evidencia sobre la práctica del gobierno de los Estados Unidos de dedicar fondos millonarios del presupuesto federal a través de entidades como la USAID y la NET a financiar organizaciones, medios de prensa, laboratorios de inteligencia artificial y plataformas tecnológicas que usan como fachada la protección de los derechos humanos y la supuesta promoción de la democracia, mientras responden
He's a great man, he's a great president, and there's so many stories I could tell. It's been a long journey, and speaking of journeys, President Trump oftentimes behind the scenes will say, you are so lucky I took you on this journey. And Team Trump that is out there will know exactly what I'm saying, whether it's subpoenas, grand jury testimonies, indictments, out on the campaign trail, big victories, out on the golf course, state dinners, championship games, World Series, Super Bowl, on the plane, in the Oval Office, good times and bad times, no matter what the news cycle is out there. He would sit and say, you are so lucky I took you on this journey.
Nos presentamos de manera
exitosa ante el
Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer. En el último año enviamos informes nacionales sobre discriminación racial y desapariciones forzadas a los respectivos comités y hemos recibido en visitas académicas a cuatro procedimientos especiales y un experto de órgano de tratado.
That Monday in school, you won't believe who I saw, who I met, the New York State real estate mogul and tycoon who redefined the New York City skyline, Donald J. Trump. And here we are 32 years later, and Mr. President, if you're watching, this has been one hell of a journey, the greatest journey of my lifetime. Thank you for having me.
Promoviendo los principios de universalidad,
and by the way, thank you for joining us and supporting us, everybody out there, all great American patriots. We appreciate each and every one of you.
La voz de Cuba continuará escuchándose en defensa de la dignidad plena del hombre. Muchas gracias.
We were all over the place. Literally, the campaign run out of the courthouse. Not only the courthouse, but we would be running around the country, barnstorming every country, every state rather, seeing all of you out there campaigning.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of
So
Foreign
much fake
Affairs and
news out
Tourism
there,
of
all of the
Malta
leaks,
by video.
all the defamation, all the BS
Mr. President,
that went on out
High
there.
Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Claude, Permanent Representative of Switzerland, on your election as President of the Human Rights Council for 2025. I'm certain that under your experienced leadership, the cycle of the Human Rights Council will serve to further strengthen human rights around the world. Mr. President, several important events have continued to shape the global scene. We have all seen major changes in Syria following the fall of the Assad government. We trust that those who hold the fate of the Syrian people in their hands make the right decisions to protect and defend the human rights of all ethnic and social groups within Syria. Malta encourages Syria to fully engage with the various UN structures while ensuring that all processes remain Syrian-led. Mr. President, Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine remains an issue of serious concern. We commend the International Independent Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine and OHCHR for the diligently reporting on human rights violations. Malta once again condemns Russia's illegal war and occupation of territories within the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine and appeals for the complete halt of military action and full withdrawal from all occupied regions of Ukraine. In the Middle East, Malta welcomes the ceasefire agreement in Gaza and the return of Israeli hostages kidnapped by Hamas. During our UN Security Council term, we work tirelessly to achieve such conditions. Therefore, we trust that the conflict will now end, allowing also Palestinian civilians in Gaza to rebuild their lives and homes, and also providing closure to Israeli families after months of uncertainty about the fate of their loved ones. Mr. President, Malta continues to fully support the work of this Council, as well as its mechanisms and special procedures. We also continue to support the independence of the Office of the High Commissioner, and also thank the High Commissioner for his unrelenting defense of human rights. It's my honor to announce also that Malta has decided to present its candidature as a member of the Human Rights Council for the term 2032-2034. Our role will serve to strengthen the Council's purpose and function in protecting international human rights standards. We stand ready to work with other Council members during our term in the pursuit of the noble aspirations of this Council. Mr. President, more remains to be done to ensure that everybody enjoys equal rights and opportunities. We will keep prioritizing the rights of women and girls and combating discrimination based on gender, sexual orientation, race or belief. Together, let us all strive to implement the human rights obligations we have all freely subscribed to. I thank you, Mr. President.
And sure enough, you all saw in those viral videos and on the news.
I have the honor to invite the contribution of His Excellency Mr. Sokon Park, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
I'll never forget that moment when we pulled in with thousands of people lining the streets. That was the night he also went to the Pittsburgh Steelers game.
Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire,
But the guy couldn't wait to get to McDonald's, and he knew that it was a big moment for us. And it was pretty damn awesome, was it not? McDonald's.
Et l'imprévisibilité domine. En plus de l'aggravation des divisions géopolitiques, des crises humanitaires, climatiques, les conflits armés prolongent des souffrances inacceptables dans de nombreuses régions. Ces défis, parmi tant d'autres, souligne une vérité indiscutable. La paix est plus essentielle que jamais. Il y a quelques années, certains ambassadeurs m'avaient interrogé sur notre constante préoccupation pour la préservation de la paix. Depuis le déclenchement de la guerre en Ukraine, des conflits ravagant le Moyen-Orient et ceux qui continuent de défigurer d'autres régions, la réponse a été réaffirmée. La paix, ainsi que les efforts visant à l'atteindre, occupent désormais la première place des préoccupations politiques et diplomatiques mondiales. Mettre fin à la guerre, Monsieur le Président, c'est aussi mettre fin à la prolifération des violations des droits humains. Monsieur le Président, si je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui pour évoquer la paix, c'est qu'elle représente sans aucun doute le fondement essentiel du développement durable et des droits humains, principes fondamentaux qui justifient l'existence même de ce Conseil qui tient aujourd'hui sa 58e session. L'expérience du Cambodge démontre que les conflits peuvent être résolus, que la justice transitionnelle peut être instaurée et que des zones de guerre peuvent être transformées en havres de paix, de coopération et de développement. Toutefois, cette transformation n'a pas été le fruit du hasard. La politique visionnaire de Sandai Johnson, notre ancien Premier ministre, axé sur une approche gagnant-gagnant, ne visait pas seulement à mettre fin à des décennies de conflits, mais a aussi posé les bases d'un cadre stratégique pour la réconciliation nationale, la stabilité
I mean, we won the election in an electoral landslide, swept all 7 swing states.
Les résultats parlent d'eux-mêmes.
And we not only have the 45th
L'espérance de vie est
president
passée de
and the
59 ans
47th
en l'an
president of the
2000
United States. We got a
à
great
76
president
ans
who's
en
going to put all of
2021.
you first. He's going to
Avant la
fight,
pandémie,
fight,
notre
fight,
économie
and
affichait
he's going
une
to
croissance
continue, and
annuelle
his legacy will go
moyenne
down as one
supérieure
of the
à
greatest
7%.
presidents of all time.
Et ce, pendant
And
plus de
together,
deux
everybody
décennies.
in this room, with your
Elle
support,
était en 2024
we're
de
going to
6%.
make America
En décembre
great
dernier,
again.
notre
God
pays,
bless each and every one
avec
of you,
le
and thank you
Sénégal,
for having me.
est
Thank you.
officiellement retiré de la liste des pays les moins
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Wyoming, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman.
Missions de maintien de la paix de l'ONU. Notre expertise en matière de déminage a profité à de nombreuses régions. L'accueil en novembre dernier de la 5e conférence d'examen de la Convention d'Ottawa, ainsi que notre récente élection au comité d'organisation de la Commission de consolidation de la paix renforce notre engagement pour un monde plus sûr et plus pacifique. Monsieur le Président, au-delà de notre engagement pour la paix, le Cambodge a également pris des mesures actives au sein des mécanismes des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Lors du 4e cycle de l'examen périodique universel, en mai dernier, nous avons fait état de progrès tangibles en acceptant 85% des recommandations qui nous ont été formulées et en renouvelant notre protocole d'accord avec le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. Nous avons témoigné de notre engagement envers la promotion et la protection des droits humains, ainsi que notre ouverture à un dialogue constructif et continu avec le Bureau et les rapporteurs spéciaux. Tout comme la relation indissociable entre paix, développement et droits humains, les interactions entre les représentants du Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme et ceux du gouvernement royal du Cambodge sont un processus bilatéral, tandis que le pays hôte coopère activement. Les titulaires du mandat de l'ONU doivent, eux, assumer leurs responsabilités en suivant une approche authentique, fondée sur le dialogue, sans confrontation, politisation ni sélectivité, et éviter la politique du double standard. Leur évaluation doit être juste, équilibrée et objective, respectant pleinement le code de conduite, tout en tenant compte des contributions du pays. S'éloigner de ce principe risquerait de nuire à la crédibilité du système et d'éroder la confiance mutuelle. Monsieur le Président, notre espace civique reste ouvert. Des initiatives telles que les forums réguliers de partenariat entre le gouvernement et la société civile, dont le dernier s'est tenu en décembre dernier, illustrent l'engagement du Cambodge en faveur d'une gouvernance inclusive. Tous les droits humains, civils, politiques, économiques, sociaux et culturels, y compris le droit au développement, méritent une attention juste et équitable et doivent être exercés dans le respect de la responsabilité et de l'état de droit. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. I have now the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Edin Baisalov, Deputy Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan, to take the floor.
The way that I often describe it is that a government that does things that it should not be doing becomes incapable of doing those things that it should. What we can describe as the social and economic reality of opportunity costs. And it is this phenomenon that I, as the chairwoman of the House Anti-Woke Caucus, want to make sure people understand.
The protection and promotion of human rights
we are not just dealing with stupid comic books and radical anti-American leftist policies. We are also dealing with an obsession that has become so all-consuming to those on the other side that the toll in human suffering and property destruction cannot be ignored. As a devastating example, let's look at the recent California wildfires.
Is the foundation
the cause and
for
magnitude of those fires cannot be written off as an act of nature,
every citizen.
Because that is not
this
what
is
happened.
Why Kyrgyzstan
Rather,
has
a substantial
undertaken
number of fires
decisive
in
measures
California
to
are started
strengthen
by
the rule of law
arsonists and
and
homeless
fight
encampments.
corruption,
And that appears to be
eliminating
the
criminal
case in terms
networks
of this
that
recent
have long
conflagration.
undermined governance,
Even setting aside the
economic
cause of the
development,
fires,
and
however,
public
this
trust.
catastrophe was
Our
years in the
efforts
making,
are yielding
with resource
results,
management,
making our
overregulation, and
institutions
failed water
more
policies,
resilient
all
and
finding
our
their roots in a
democracy
fixation
more
on
vibrant.
climate change
Over the
and global
past 4
warming.
years, under the leadership of President Sadir Japarov, Kyrgyzstan has experienced an economic transformation. We have tripled state revenue, doubled GDP, and achieved an impressive 9% economic growth over the past 3 years. This remarkable progress demonstrates a simple yet crucial truth. A strong economy empowers the state to better serve its citizens, improve governance, and ultimately enhance the protection of human rights. Economic stability provides the foundation for social programs, healthcare, education, and the rule of law, ensuring that rights are not just ideals, but tangible realities of our people. It is in this spirit of national progress that we here today in Geneva announce another historic achievement of President Sadir Japarov, the finalization of the Kyrgyz-Tajik border agreement. This landmark resolution, concluded this past Friday, brings to a close a long-standing issue that has shaped relations between our two nations. Reaching this agreement required courage, determination, and unwavering commitment to peace. This historic agreement is a testament to the power of diplomacy and regional cooperation, and we are proud to take this momentum forward. I am also pleased to announce that this Ramadan Bayram on March 31st, the presidents of Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan will convene in the city of Khujand for a historic trilateral summit. This meeting will mark a new chapter of cooperation, dialogue, and shared prosperity in Central Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyrgyzstan remains fully committed to democratic principles, including the fundamental freedoms of speech and association. We take pride in being a nation where diverse voices are heard, where civil society is active, and where citizens can freely engage in political and social discourse. At the same time, we recognize the growing global challenge posed by the spread of disinformation and the incitement of online hatred. We are working with international partners to ensure that while free speech is protected, it is not manipulated to sow division or undermine social cohesion. We are also taking concrete steps to advance gender equality, protect workers' rights, and promote social justice. Women's representation in governance continues to grow, and we remain committed to creating an inclusive society where every individual, regardless of background, can fully realize their potential. Excellencies, in these challenging times, we cannot ignore the suffering of people in crisis. Kyrgyzstan is deeply concerned about the ongoing situation in Gaza and reaffirms its unwavering support for the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and statehood, as recognized by international law. We are particularly alarmed by any proposals that involve the forced displacement of the Palestinian population. Let us be clear, such actions would be nothing short of ethnic cleansing. Kyrgyzstan stands firmly against any attempt to forcibly remove civilians from their land, as this would constitute a grave violation of international law. We urge this Council to uphold justice, prevent collective punishment, and work towards a peaceful resolution that ensures the rights and dignity of all peoples in the region. Distinguished heads of delegations, the latest efforts to lay the ground for international negotiations to bring long-lasting peace to Ukraine embolden us in our hope that we will soon see the end of this conflict, and we call on all involved parties to put peace above all other concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyrgyzstan looks forward to welcoming High Commissioner Turk to our country next month, and we will showcase our ongoing reforms and engage in meaningful dialogue on human rights and governance. I also take this opportunity to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the UN Charter and the founding principles of these United Nations, principles of sovereignty, equality, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. It is in this spirit that the Kyrgyz Republic is presenting its candidacy for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the 2027-2028 term. We believe that as a nation committed to diplomacy, dialogue, and regional stability, Kyrgyzstan can make a meaningful contribution to global peace and security. We ask for the support of the international community in this endeavor. In these times of uncertainty, it is more important than ever to strengthen multilateral cooperation and ensure that human rights remain at the heart of the global agenda. Let us work together to build a world that is more just, more inclusive, and more peaceful. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite Her Excellency Ms. Laura Camila Saravilla Torres, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, to take the floor.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start, so go to newsmaxplus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Como miembro por primera vez en su historia del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la Organización de Naciones Unidas. Habiendo participado activamente en su diseño a principios de este siglo, ya era hora de participar de manera contundente en el foro multilateral que aborda una temática determinante para el gobierno del presidente Gustavo Petro. Ser parte del Consejo de Derechos Humanos nos da la oportunidad de ratificar nuestra profunda convicción en el multilateralismo como el vehículo del diálogo idóneo para afrontar los desafíos globales que hoy observamos y de los que quiero hablarles el día de hoy. Es importante y reiterativo decir que no podemos repetir la historia. Señoras y señores, enfrentamos un panorama geopolítico riesgoso, acelerado y desordenado, que pone en riesgo los derechos humanos de millones de personas en todo el mundo. Si estamos sentados aquí en este Consejo, es porque tenemos la responsabilidad de diseñar políticas y medidas específicas para proteger los derechos humanos de millones de personas que hoy están en riesgo. Estar aquí sentados no solo es un privilegio, es una responsabilidad. El mundo espera de nosotros medidas específicas y aplicables para cada uno de nuestros países, en especial para los más vulnerables. Quiero decirlo claro y de manera tajante. En este Consejo tienen la responsabilidad de proteger a los migrantes, a las mujeres, a los indígenas, a las poblaciones negras, a los que viven en la pobreza y sobre todo a las comunidades más vulnerables. En general, a todas las poblaciones y grupos que están sufriendo los cambios precipitados en el sistema internacional. Pero en medio de esa urgencia no se puede descuidar el enfoque diferencial para entender la asimetría en las afectaciones a las graves violaciones de derechos humanos, como resulta en el caso de las mujeres. A la migración hay que darle también un rostro de género. Hoy quiero enfocarme en la situación actual de derechos humanos de los migrantes. La migración es un fenómeno complejo, probablemente el más desafiante en la actualidad. Los y las migrantes que llegan a un nuevo país enfrentan barreras legales y culturales, falta de oportunidades y a menudo discriminación. En muchos casos, estas situaciones ponen en riesgo sus derechos humanos. Ayer, en camino hacia Ginebra, leía una noticia devastadora que revela la situación actual de quienes se ven obligados a salir de su país a buscar nuevas oportunidades. El relato de una joven de tan solo 11 años, menor de edad, que decidió quitarse la vida tras sufrir acoso escolar relacionando su situación migratoria de sus padres. Sus compañeros de clase hacían bromas, le decían que llamarían a las autoridades migratorias para que detuvieran a sus padres. En el fondo, las bromas de sus compañeros revelan una dolorosa realidad. Existe un discurso que cada vez tiene más fuerza y que se basa en considerar a los y las migrantes como personas sin derechos, como personas, entre comillas, de segunda categoría. Es la base del discurso de bullying que terminó con la vida de esta niña. Quiero ser categórica. Ninguna persona migrante es ilegal. Ninguna persona migrante es un criminal. En todos los rincones del mundo, el trato a los y las migrantes se debe regir por los estándares internacionales de derechos humanos. Ser migrante no es ser un criminal. El trato digno a las personas migrantes es una responsabilidad de los estados, no es una opción. Y ese es el reto que enfrentamos hoy como estados y que nos convoca aquí. ¿Cómo garantizamos que los países receptores de migrantes respeten, o mejor aún, respetemos los derechos humanos? Colombia puede ser un ejemplo en esta coyuntura. Mi país ha tenido que enfrentar durante años múltiples desafíos migratorios y hemos adoptado por diseñar una política de integración, regulación e inclusión de la población migrante. De hecho, nos han reconocido por ser uno de los países más solidarios del mundo. En los últimos 5 años, Colombia ha regularizado a más de 2.5 millones de extranjeros que residen en nuestro territorio. Gracias a este esfuerzo, hemos asegurado que los migrantes tengan acceso a servicios esenciales como salud, educación, empleo y seguridad social. La base del éxito de nuestra política de integración es el espíritu y el fundamento que la sustenta. Reconocer a los y las migrantes que tienen dignidad y que sus derechos humanos deben ser irrestrictamente respetados, sin importar su situación legal. Propongo a este Consejo establecer medidas vinculantes e inmediatas que impidan que el discurso a las personas migrantes no se conviertan en criminales y no se convierta esto en la base de las políticas migratorias, que por el contrario convierta el discurso de los derechos humanos en una realidad que dignifique a quien se ve obligado a caminar días enteros para pasar por la espesa selva del Darién, que cruza el Mediterráneo en balsas de plástico o que huye de conflictos armados en todo el planeta. No quiero finalizar sin antes dejar presente que consideramos que la crisis climática constituye el otro gran reto en materia de derechos humanos de nuestros tiempos. El cambio climático es uno de los factores determinantes en la degradación de la vida de las personas. Expulsa a un número indeterminado de personas que pierden las condiciones mínimas donde habitar. Las demoras en la implementación efectiva del Acuerdo de París nos tienen cerca del punto de no retorno y es urgente trabajar juntos para hacer frente al reto climático que amenaza incluso la supervivencia humana. Para ello, buscaremos que el Consejo reconozca que la protección de los derechos humanos, especialmente de las poblaciones más vulnerables y marginadas, está ligado a medidas eficaces de mitigación y adaptación que deben garantizar tanto la justicia climática como la dignidad humana. Son múltiples y diversos los desafíos que enfrentamos. En este 58º periodo de sesiones, Colombia asume por primera vez su rol como miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Este Consejo tiene un valor especial para nuestro país y para nuestro gobierno, que fue elegido gracias al clamor de los movimientos sociales que por décadas han luchado por un país más digno, justo y respetuoso de los derechos del pueblo colombiano. En ello, ha sido importante la labor de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado para los Derechos Humanos, establecida en Colombia, en virtud de la decisión de la anterior Comisión de Derechos Humanos y ratificada en 2006 por el Consejo de Derechos Humanos, así como los informes y las recomendaciones de los procedimientos especiales y los órganos de seguimiento a los tratados. La actividad de estos mecanismos en nuestro país no es una sanción, sino una necesaria terapia. El relato que enfrentamos no es otro que demostrarle al mundo que los derechos humanos no son solo un discurso, que allá en las veredas, pueblos, barrios marginados, las personas vulnerables sí se benefician de las políticas que aquí diseñamos, que no son solo palabras. El gobierno de Colombia defiende irrestrictamente la vida y así lo hará como miembro de este Consejo. Este nuevo panorama inédito requiere medidas inéditas que defiendan a los más vulnerables. Cuenten con el compromiso incesante de nuestro país en este propósito de defender, respetar y convertir en una realidad el discurso de los derechos humanos a lo largo y ancho del planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite Her Excellency Ms. Makka Pochorishvili, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, to take the floor.
These states are just as critical as well, because we meet people from California who talk about how horrific it is to live under Democrat oppression. Let's just call it what it is. And here we have a perfect example of what you're doing in Arkansas to be that blueprint for other states. What's your advice to other governors, especially Republican governors, that are trying to do the same? And we talk about conservative principles, but these are American principles of being pro-family, pro-economic prosperity, pro-safety.
Well, one of the big differences now is we actually have a partner in the White House instead of somebody we have to fight every single day. I got to see Lee Zeldin yesterday. He's the new head of the EPA. I said, I'm just glad we have somebody there that we don't have to sue every single week, and we can actually work with to get things done. You know, over the last several years, Republican governors are the ones who have held the line. While Washington was a completely broken, dysfunctional mess, Republican governors are the ones who stepped up and worked on securing the border. We sent Arkansas Guard to the border 2 separate occasions over the last couple of years because Joe Biden wouldn't get the job done. Now we have a partner in Donald Trump who's not going to just be a partner, but he's going to be a leader. He's going to be the #1 fighter, pushing back on some of the crazy wokeness that we have seen the left try to impose on our families, on our schools, on our businesses. And Republican governors are going to be right there with him. We're going to make sure that our schools do not become indoctrination factories for the left. We're going to make sure that you can run your business the way that you want to, and that you can raise your kids the way that you want to, as it was intended in this country. And I'm proud of the work we've been able to do. Arkansas is now the #1 state in the country that people are moving to. It's not Texas, it's not Florida, it's not Virginia, it's Arkansas. So if you don't live there yet, we're ready for you to move and call that your home. We're the #1 state for economic growth. We're the lowest cost of living. We are booming on all fronts, and it's because we're implementing good conservative policy that lets you live your life without constant government intrusion. And that's something we're proud of and something we're going to continue to do in our home state.
Gosh, wouldn't she make a great vice presidential pick in 2028?
On cooperation with Georgia continues to address the dire human rights situation on the ground
and
sorry, Sarah, you don't have to respond to that. Okay.
Unimpeded and immediate access of international human rights monitoring mechanisms
maternal
to
health,
both
you're
occupied
providing
regions.
funding. I really
Stemming
want to
from the
talk
above
about
said,
this
Georgia will
problem
retable
this
the
crisis
resolution
you
again in
your
September
state,
and
how
we
you're
count
solving
on
it,
your
because
continuous
it's not only
support.
impacting states like
the right
Arkansas,
to
but other
participate
states as
in
well
public
in the South.
affairs is an essential element
you know, one of the things that I think is so important for the pro-life community is that we don't just focus on the baby when they're in the womb, but it's what does that look like after, and making sure that we are actually fighting for kids every single day. And that's something that's really important in our state. We had about 10% of moms in Arkansas that were never seeing a doctor until they were in labor. That's unacceptable, especially when they have that access to care. They just weren't taking advantage of it. We know that healthy moms make healthy babies, so we've invested heavily in making sure that those women get the care that they not only need and deserve, but they know that their life and their child's life has value. And it's something that we want to protect at every single stage, and so we're investing heavily in the maternal health
and economic
problem
development
in Arkansas, and something that we're going to expect to see a dramatic impact and dramatic results just in a short amount of time.
Example. Overall reform efforts in justice sector in Georgia since 2012
we've seen President Trump
into the declining trend in applications against Georgia in the European Court of Human Rights.
It's so remarkable to watch the amount of work he's been able to
filed
accomplish.
Against Georgia in
now,
2011,
as the Trump
compared
45ers,
to 175 applications
makes us sound older.
Makes us sound so by the court as of July 2024.
Help me figure out here. Like, I'm watching this
as one of the lowest figures in the Georgian history as the member of the Council of Europe.
Our experience was
Furthermore,
at the time.
for the past 10 years, Georgia has developed a positive track record of implementation of the court judgments. 86 cases out of 104 have been closed since 2013.
Can't say enough good things
in the
about
last few years, Georgia has achieved remarkable economic growth.
You know, we used to joke that you aged in dog years during the first administration because it was like 7 at a time.
The development of urgent social
we haven't aged, not a bit.
Well, we didn't.
Crucial in protecting the vulnerable
it was the
groups
most intense,
as regards creating workplaces, employment, and decreasing social exclusions. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia is staying committed to the notion of effective implementation of the Council's mandate and plays its part in promoting, among others, the rights of women and girls, children and persons with disabilities, internally displaced persons,
and they had a chance to see what life was like without Trump in the White House. They didn't like it very much. And so
here,
now
let me
that he's
underscore
back,
the new initiative which explores the possibility of establishing an optional protocol to Convention of the Rights of the Child to strengthen the right to free education.
They want somebody who's going to take
in this
China
regard,
on,
Georgia
who's
was
the
proud
first president in my lifetime
resolution
that actually
to establish a relevant intergovernmental working group.
I was the first governor in the country
let me reiterate my government's full readiness to continue close cooperation with the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and active engagement.
And it was because of Donald Trump that we were
mechanisms.
empowered to take those type of strong actions. We have a president who's going to make
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Matteo Averisto, Minister of Human Rights and Citizenship of Brazil, to take the floor.
We joke at the speed at which Trump is moving. They always have heard the moniker that we wish that government could move at the speed of business. Well, he's redefining that all over again. There's the speed of government, there's the speed of business, and now there's the speed of Trump, which is unlike anything I've ever seen. And he's doing so much so fast, they don't even know how or where to attack him this time.
E senso de responsabilidade que afirma o compromisso brasileiro com os valores democráticos, a defesa do Estado de Direito e dos direitos humanos. Sem a garantia de justiça social, equidade de gênero, combate ao racismo, ao anticapacitismo e respeito à pluralidade dignidade humana, não há democracia. Fiel aos princípios democráticos, o Brasil tem construído políticas públicas com ampla participação social. Até 2026, teremos realizado 28 conferências nacionais temáticas, dentre elas a de mulheres indígenas, de educação, saúde, direitos humanos. Nos preocupa que, no contexto geopolítico global, as democracias estão sob ataque. Cresce a aposta na segregação social, racial e ambiental para legitimar a opressão, o deslocamento e extermínio de milhões de pessoas. O discurso de ódio e a desinformação, especialmente no ambiente digital, têm sido usados como estratégias para a desumanização de grupos vulneráveis e gerado graves violações de direitos humanos. Precisamos nos comprometer com a integridade do ambiente digital e a responsabilização das plataformas na moderação de conteúdo. No ano passado, durante a presidência do G20, o Brasil, liderado pelo presidente Lula, lançou a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Convidamos a todos para se unir a este esforço. Menos armas e mais alimentos para o corpo e educação para a alma. Seguimos comprometidos com a implementação dos ODS e da Agenda 2030. O lançamento do ODS 18 sobre igualdade étnico-racial é um aporte fundamental no combate ao racismo nesta segunda década internacional para afrodescendentes. Ao celebrarmos o 30º aniversário da Declaração e Plataforma de Ação de Pequim, o Brasil aprovou em 2023 a Lei de Igualdade Salarial entre Homens e Mulheres e em 2024 a lei que institui a Política Nacional de Cuidados, que equilibra as responsabilidades de cuidado entre o Estado, as famílias, o setor privado e a sociedade civil. No tema dos direitos de migrantes, refugiados e apátridas, atuamos em prol de uma governança migratória efetiva, pautada pelos direitos humanos. O governo brasileiro demonstra preocupação com a crescente xenofobia e criminalização de imigrantes em alguns países. Nesse sentido, enfatizamos que a repatriação de pessoas deve ser realizada com base no pleno respeito aos direitos humanos. O Brasil segue atento aos procedimentos migratórios envolvendo seus nacionais, bem como filhos dos seus nacionais nascidos no exterior. Os conflitos demandam soluções pacíficas. As guerras que assolam sobremaneira mulheres, crianças, idosos, pessoas com deficiência, nos levam a promover a iniciativa pelo direito internacional humanitário. É preciso proteger os civis, garantir a entrega de ajuda humanitária e assegurar a segurança de agentes médicos e humanitários. Além disso, o Brasil aderiu à iniciativa para uma nova aliança global para acelerar os esforços na erradicação da violência contra crianças. Neste tema, o Estado brasileiro desenvolve diversas ações, entre as quais destacamos o Sistema de Garantia dos Direitos da Criança e do Adolescente e a Lei de Escuta Protegida. Integramos o grupo central da Resolução sobre o Programa Mundial de Educação em Direitos Humanos. Criamos a Rede Nacional de Educação Continuada em Direitos Humanos com o objetivo de formar agentes públicos, comunicadores e sociedade civil. Ademais, o Brasil avançou na entrega do Plano Nacional de Proteção a defensores e defensoras de direitos humanos, marco da luta pela proteção desses ativistas no país. Como sede da COP30 e sob a liderança do presidente Lula, Defendemos a convergência entre o direito ao desenvolvimento, a agenda de sustentabilidade, justiça climática e de direitos humanos. Trabalhamos por um avanço efetivo das negociações de um tratado juridicamente vinculante sobre empresas e direitos humanos, temas que trataremos no Fórum Regional de Direitos Humanos e Empresas, reunindo países da América Latina e do Caribe em abril de 2025. No campo da memória e verdade, reinstalamos a Comissão Especial sobre Mortos e Desaparecidos Políticos e aprovamos a retificação dos assentos de óbitos das pessoas mortas e desaparecidas durante a ditadura militar, de forma a constar que a morte foi causada pelo Estado brasileiro no contexto de perseguição sistemática. O Brasil apoia o mandato do especialista independente sobre violência e discriminação com base em orientação sexual e identidade de gênero. Instamos a todos a apoiarem a renovação deste mandato. Senhoras e senhores, reiteramos o nosso compromisso com o multilateralismo, os mecanismos e procedimentos especiais e com os órgãos de tratado deste Conselho. E recordamos nossa candidatura para o mandato 2027-2029. Gentilmente, peço apoio dos países aqui presentes para que possamos continuar atuando na defesa de uma sociedade democrática, plural, livre e verdadeiramente cidadã. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite Your Excellency Ms. Hala bin Masyed Al Duwayiri, President of the Human Rights Commission of Saudi Arabia, to take the floor.
سعادة السفير يورغ لاوبر in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Lynchburg, Virginia. You'll find us, Liberty University. Here, we pursue excellence in all of our academic endeavors. From anywhere, we fight for victory in our athletic programs and fan the flames with a mighty roar. We equip students with a Christ-centered perspective that changes lives. We are creators, problem solvers, and world changers. But above all of this, we are champions for Christ.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
وبالرغم من إقرار وفد بلادي بأهمية بنود أعمال المجلس العشرة، إلا أنه يؤكد على أهمية مضاعفة الاهتمام بالبند السابع حالة حقوق الإنسان في فلسطين والأراضي العربية المحتلة الأخرى في ظل الأحداث المؤسفة التي تجري في فلسطين، كما يدعو وفد بلادي إلى رفض أي مواجهات أو محاولات لتقويض هذا البند الذي يجدد التأكيد على ضرورة بقائه وتفعيله حتى تقوم دولة فلسطينية مستقلة على حدود 67 عاصمتها القدس الشرقية. سيد الرئيس، سيدات والسادة، لقد تحققت في بلادي العديد من الإصلاحات والتطورات في مجال حقوق الإنسان على مختلف المستويات في إطار رؤية السعودية 2030 التي ترتكز على مبادئ حقوق الإنسان بما في ذلك المساواة وعدم التمييز، بالإضافة إلى تمكين المرأة والشباب والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وكبار السن والعمال، فضلا عن تحقيق جودة حياة مثالية للجميع، حيث عملت بلادي على تطوير منظومتها التشريعية من خلال تعديل وإصدار العديد من القوانين مثل نظام العمل ونظام الحماية من الإيذاء ونظام حماية الطفل ونظام حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة ونظام حماية المبلغين والشهود والخبراء والضحايا. كما تحتضن المملكة مجتمعا متنوعا يضم أكثر من 15 مليون أجنبي من أكثر من 60 جنسية، ويشكلون ما يزيد عن 44% من السكان، وهم يتمتعون بحقوقهم دون تمييز وبأعلى مستويات الحماية. وإضافة إلى الجهود المتخذة لضمان المساواة في التمتع بالحق في التعليم للجميع، فقد تم قبول أبناء المقيمين في المملكة بشكل غير قانوني، بما يكفل عدم انقطاعهم عن التعليم الأساسي. وقد بلغ أعداد المقبولين أكثر من 132 ألف طالب وطالبة في عام 2024. وفيما يتعلق بالحق في العمل، فقد تم اتخاذ العديد من التدابير التشريعية والمؤسسية والإجرائية، ومن ذلك ما خضع له نظام العمل بالتحديد كان آخرها في أغسطس 2024 أسهمت في تعزيز حقوق العمال وتوفير بيئة آمنة وخالية من جميع أشكال التمييز. وانضمت المملكة إلى اتفاقية منظمة العمل الدولية 187 بشأن الإطار الترويجي للسلامة والصحة المهنية لعام 2000، واعتمدت السياسة الوطنية للقضاء على العمل الجبري، وأنشأت المملكة من 15% إلى 73%. كما انخفض معدل الإصابات بنسبة فاقت 30% خلال الأعوام الستة الماضية. وتبعا للجهود الحثيثة والمتسارعة التي تستهدف تمكين المرأة، فإنه بحلول الربع الثالث من عام 2024 وصلت مشاركة المرأة في سوق العمل إلى 35.4 بمعدل تغيير 108% منذ عام 2017، متجاوزة بذلك مستهدفات رؤية السعودية 2030. ومما يجدر ذكره في هذا السياق هو أن المملكة العربية السعودية ترأس حالياً لجنة وضع المرأة بالأمم المتحدة، وتسعى من خلال رئاستها إلى مشاركة تجربتها الناجحة مع العالم في تمكين المرأة والنهوض بقضاياها عالميا، ودعمها من خلال الاستثمار الأمثل لولاية هذه اللجنة وأدواتها. السيدات والسادة، لم تدخر بلادي جهدا في تعزيز الأمن والسلم الدوليين انطلاقا من قيمها الراسخة والتزاما بميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وذلك ابتداء من نصرتها للقضايا العادلة والسعي لإنهاء الأزمات الدولية بما فيها الأزمة الأوكرانية الروسية. ومن ذلك وساطة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء، التي تكللت بالإفراج عن عدد من الأسرى في إطار عملية تبادل الأسرى بين روسيا وأوكرانيا. سيد الرئيس، سيدات والسادة، إذا ما أردنا أن يسود احترام حقوق الإنسان في أي مكان في العالم، فلا بد من الحفاظ على مجتمعات قوية ومتماسكة، وذلك بالتصدي للممارسات التي يطال ضررها المجتمع بأسره، مثل ازدراء الأديان والرموز الدينية وخطاب الكراهية، وأهمية الحفاظ على الأسرة واحترام القيم المختلفة، وعدم السعي لفرض قيم أحادية مختارة على المجتمعات، والإقرار بتنوع المجتمعات ثقافيا وحضاريا، واستثمار ذلك في تعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان. وترجمة لذلك، فقد حرصت بلادي على استضافة العديد من الأحداث العالمية في مختلف المجالات، بما في ذلك معرض إكسبو 2030 وكأس آسيا لكرة القدم 2027 وكأس العالم لكرة القدم 2034، حيث تمثل هذه الأحداث فرصا ثمينة لتعزيز التواصل بين المجتمعات وإرساء مبدأ المساواة والتسامح والإخاء بين الشعوب. ختاما، يؤكد وفد بلادي تعاونها المستمر مع أجهزة وآليات الأمم المتحدة المعنية بحقوق الإنسان بما فيها مجلسكم الموقر، مشددا على أهمية التقيد بمبادئ احترام السيادة والمساواة بين الدول والحياد والموضوعية في جو من التعاون المثمر والحوار البناء. شكرا على إنصاتكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Excellency. J'ai maintenant l'honneur d'inviter Son Excellence, Monsieur Abdelatif Ouabi, ministre de Justice du Maroc, à prononcer son discours.
Hay que entender dónde estamos parados y a qué nos enfrentamos para poder saber cómo llegar a donde queremos. A lo largo de todo el mundo, las sociedades occidentales se enfrentan a un mismo problema y a un mismo enemigo, una clase política que extrae cada vez más recursos de los ciudadanos a través de impuestos, con el fin de implementar un modelo de expansión estatal ilimitada. Una clase política con complejo de Dios que pretende regular cada aspecto de la vida de la gente, haciendo honor a una de las máximas del fascismo de Benito Mussolini: dentro del Estado todo, fuera del Estado nada y nada contra el Estado. Hemos llamado a esta clase política el partido del Estado, una casta extendida cuyos miembros, más allá de diferencias superficiales, comparten la idea fundamental del avance del Estado sobre la sociedad. Son todos aquellos que por interés económico o convicción ideológica o incluso cierto idealismo ingenuo trabajan para los intereses del Estado. Los medios de comunicación tradicionales o ligas medias, la oligarquía sindical, los empresarios prebendarios, los burócratas permanentes no electos y en consecuencia intrínsecamente irresponsables, las organizaciones mal llamadas no gubernamentales que hacen el trabajo sucio de los políticos, las instituciones académicas que proveen el marco teórico para la expansión estatal, los organismos supranacionales y todos los que de alguna manera pertenecen a la gran secta del colectivismo mundial.
كما ستواصل انخراطها في تشجيع الحوار والتعاون بين الدول حول قضايا حقوق الإنسان والدفاع عن قيمها العالمية. وفي سياق دولي مطلوب بوجود تحديات وأزمات ومخاطر تستدعي بذل جهد مشترك وتعبئة الجماعية لإيجاد حلول سلمية واستدامة لتسويتها والحد من تداعياتها من أجل تحقيق عالم أكثر عدالة وأكثر سلما. سيد الرئيس، تواصل المملكة المغربية تحت القيادة الرشيدة لجلالة الملك محمد السادس إنجاز أوراقها الإصلاحية الكبرى في المجال حيث عملت على تنفيذ ورش الحماية الاجتماعية الذي مكن من تعميم النظام الاجتماعي ليشمل 24 مليون مواطنا وتحقيق تغطية صحية شاملة تضمن الحماية لجميع المواطنين، فضلا عن تعزيز البنية التحتية لقطاع الصحة والارتقاء بجودة الخدمات الطبية بالرفع بالميزانية سنة 24 بنسبة 9.1%، وتعزيز التكافل الصحي بدعم ساكنة المناطق المعرضة لآثار موجة البرد، وهي المنجزة التي ساهمت في اختيار المغرب لرئاسة لجنة الروابط الاجتماعية التابعة لمنظمة الصحة العالمية في يناير 2024. وولت المملكة كامل العناية لدعم النساء ضحايا العنف والنهوض بالشيخوخة النشيطة وتعزيز التمكين الاجتماعي للأسر والنهوض بالبعد الترابي لحماية الطفولة وتكريس الحق في التعليم ودعم الحق في السكن، مما مكن من ارتقاء المغرب بثلاث مراتب دفعة واحدة في مؤشر التنمية البشرية الوارد في تقرير التنمية البشرية 2024 الصادر عن برنامج الأمم المتحدة للتنمية. وتواصل المملكة تنفيذ المخطط الوطني للمناخ 2030 الذي يستهدف خفض انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة بنسبة 42% بحلول 2030. كما تواصل في مشروع نور جزات الطاقة الشمسية الذي يوفر الكهرباء لحوالي مليوني مغربي ويقلل انبعاثات الغاز بمليون طن سنويا، وهي المنجزات التي مكنت ارتقاء المغرب والمركز الثامن عالميا في مؤشر أداء تغيير المناخ برسم 2021. وتحرص المملكة على حماية الحق في الماء بتسريع وتيرة الاستثمارات في قطاع الماء ومعالجة تحدي ندرة المياه من خلال إنجاز محطات لتحلية مياه البحر والربط بين الأحواض المائية عبر الطرق السيارة للماء وتسريع وتيرة الاستصلاح وبناء السدود وزيادة القدرة على إعادة استخدام المياه العادمة المعالجة ودعم ترشيد استعمال الموارد المائية. سيد الرئيس، لقد سادت سنة 2024 إطلاق مصالح مراجعة مدونة الأسرة الذي شكل أحد معالم الإصلاحية البارزة بالمملكة المغربية تحت قيادة جلالة الملك من خلال نهج مقاربة راشدة تتأسس على تحقيق التوازن بين الحفاظ على الهوية الوطنية والقيام بالمراجعات التأهيلية الضرورية المرتبطة بالتحولات الاجتماعية والالتزامات الدولية في مجال حقوق الإنسان، حيث مكنت المقاربة التشاورية الواسعة مع الأطراف المعنية من تقديم الهيئة المكلفة بمراجعة مدونة الأسرة لأكثر من 100 مقترح تعزيز إعمال مبدأ المساواة وعدم التمييز بين الرجال والنساء وتحقيق المصلحة الفضلى للطفل وتجسيد قيم العدالة ومبادئ الإنصاف وتكافؤ الفرص والحماية من التعسف والاستغلال، وهي المقترحات التي تظهر الحكومة حاليا على بلورتها في مبادرة تشريعية. وفي خطوة لتعزيز العدالة وتحديث المنظومة الجنائية. تتم الآن مناقشة المشروع القانوني المتعلق بالمسطرة الجنائية بالبرلمان، والذي يهدف إلى تعزيز ضمانات المحاكمة العادلة وضمان التوازن بين سلطة الاتهام وبين حقوق باقي الأطراف والتوفيق بين اللجوء إلى الحراسة النظرية وبين حماية حقوق المتهمين وضمان سير العدالة وحماية الفئات الضعيفة والهشة ومساعدتها وعقلنة الاعتقال الاحتياطي واعتماد بدائل عن الاعتقال والعقوبات البديلة وتقوية الوسائل الإلكترونية في مكافحة الجريمة. كما يمثل القانون المتعلق بالعقوبات البديلة خطوة هامة نحو تعزيز العدالة الجنائية بنهج أكثر إنسانية والتجاء لمواكبة تحولات الجريمة وروح العصر وتطور سياسة العقاب وملائمة العقوبة وإصلاح سلوك الجاني وتهيئة الاندماج داخل المجتمع والإسهام في تعزيز روح المواطنة. وفي تطور هام يعكس تحولا في موقف المغرب تجاه عقوبة الإعدام، صوتت المملكة المغربية هذه السنة بالإيجاب لصالح قرار الأمم المتحدة العاشر بشأن وقف تنفيذ عقوبة الإعدام، وهو القرار الذي يمثل التزاما من المغرب بتعزيز حماية الحق في الحياة واعترافا بجهوده في مجال محاربة الجريمة المنظمة عبر الحدود. انتخب المغرب نائبا لرئيس الانتربول في إفريقيا بأغلبية واسعة، كما انتخب الرئاسة المشتركة لاجتماع مجموعة العمل حول الاتجار البشر للأمم المتحدة وحرصا على صون الحق الدستوري في الإضراب. تم اعتماد القانون التنظيمي المتعلق بتحديد وشروط وكيفيات ممارسة هذا الحق والذي يكفل حق الإضراب وضمانات حماية العاملات والعمال والحريات النقدية وضمان حقوق المجتمع وحرية المبادرة والتنافسية والمقاولة وحرية العمل. وشهدت السنة الماضية احتفال المغرب بالذكرى العشرينية لإحداث هيئة الإنصاف والمصالحات التي شكلت دعامة أساسية لإصلاحات شاملة في مجال حقوق الإنسان ببلادي وتمثيل فريدة ورائدة عن المسيرين في مجال العدالة الانتقالية. سيد الرئيس، تحرص المملكة المغربية على الوفاء بالتزاماتها الدولية في مجال حقوق الإنسان، حيث أجرت حوارا تفاعليا مع اللجنة المعنية بحالة الاختفاء القسري بمناسبة فحص التقرير الأول حول إعمال اتفاق الدولة لحماية جميع الأشخاص من الاختفاء القسري في سبتمبر 24. قدمت تقريرها بشأن المراجعة الوطنية الشاملة لتقدم الوحدة بشأن إعمال إعلاني ومنهاج عام التكين بعد 30 عام. كما تقوم حاليا إعداد التقرير المرحلي حول تنفيذ توصيات الجولة الرابعة من آلية الاستعراض الدولي الشامل. ولم تتوانى المملكة المغربية في مواصلة التفاعل الإيجابي مع طلبات الزيارة التي تقدم الإجراءات الخاصة بالحقوق آمنة أن يتم التوافق معها بشأن إجراء زيارات متوازنة مستقلة كما توصل بلادي دعم جهود المفوضية السامية لحقوق الإنسان والأولويات الموضوعاتية في برنامج عملها في سياق يتسم بالتفاهم القضايا الاهتمام المكثف والعاجل للمجتمع الدولي، وذلك من أجل تعزيز قدرتها على مواجهة التحديات في ظل الأزمة التي تعاني منها المنظومة الأممية. وتولي المملكة عهدة القصوى لدعم التصديق العالمي على اتفاقية الدولة حيث تقود إلى جانب من الأرجنتين وفرنسا وساموا مبادرة التصديق العالمي على اتفاقية الدولة لحماية من الاختلاف القسري، والتي تنضاف إلى المبادرة الدولية من التصديق العالمي على اتفاقية التعديل. كما ساهمت في بلورة خطط عمل لمكافحة هذه الجريمة على الصعيد العالمي التي تم اعتمادها خلال المؤتمر الدولي الأول حول الاختفاء القسري، والتي التزمت خلاله المملكة بالتنصيص على الاختفاء القسري في القانون الجنائي وتنظيم مؤتمر إقليمي لتبادل الخبرات والممارسة الفضلى في هذا المجال. السيد الرئيس، تفعيل القرار 31 لمجلس حقوق الإنسان حرصت المملكة بالشراكة مع كل من الباراغواي والبرتغال على إطلاق مبادرات تأسيس الشبكة الدولية للآليات الوطنية لتنفيذ وإعداد التقارير والتتبع في مجال حقوق الإنسان. والتي أحدثت في أسونسيون في ماي 2024 حيث تم انتخاب المغرب ممثلا في المندوبية الوزارية للحقوق المكلف بحقوق الإنسان كمنسق لهذه الشبكة التي تهدف إلى دعم إحداث آليات وطنية مماثلة بالبلدان الأعضاء وتقويتها وتعزيز قدراتها. كما استقبلت المملكة في أكتوبر 2019 من حوار اليون لحقوق الإنسان الذي تشغله باعتماد الإطار التوجيهي لمراقبة إنشاء وتطوير آليات وطنية فعالة. سيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة المغربية التزامها الثابت وإرادتها القوية بتعزيز حقوق الإنسان على المستوى الوطني والخيارات الكائنة في المبادرات الدولية ذات الصلة، ولا سيما بالنسبة لمحيطنا الإقليمي، وذلك وفق منظور شامل ومتوازن يهدف إلى تحقيق التنمية والاستدامة وتعزيز السلم والاستقرار عبر العالم. ختاما، أتمنى لإشغال هذا المجلس وقت كامل التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Y aquí en Estados Unidos, por
Merci,
supuesto,
Excellence.
el
I
escándalo
have
de
now the
USAID,
honor to invite
que
the
destinaba
contribution of
millones
Her
de dólares de los
Excellency
pagadores de
Mrs. Maria
impuestos a financiar
Salmestenegaard,
desde revistas y
Minister
canales de
for Foreign
televisión
Affairs of
a
Sweden, by
fraudes
video.
electorales como en Brasil o gobiernos con aspiraciones discriminatorias como el de Sudáfrica.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today. I regret that I cannot be with you in person. The protection of human rights is a priority for Sweden, and the Human Rights Council is vital in putting the light on the worst violations and abuses of human rights. In recent years, the Council has demonstrated its determination and its capacity to act to make sure that those responsible can be held to account. I am confident that by continuing to work together, we can achieve even more.
Sin embargo, lo único que realmente logra este mecanismo de bajada de línea globalista es transferir riqueza de la clase baja de un país rico a la clase alta de un país pobre. En pocas palabras, hablo de una red global de influencia e información de opinión pagada con los impuestos de los ciudadanos. Un aparato de propaganda sin precedentes en la historia humana, quizás el escándalo político más grande que hayamos visto. Y luego esos mismos hipócritas acusan a Elon Musk de interferir en las elecciones de otros países. Claramente, su descaro es tan grande como sus aspiraciones totalitarias.
As well as crimes against humanity committed by the Russian authorities. Executions of prisoners of war, systematic torture and rape, the forcible transfer and deportation of Ukrainian children.
Y si ese nivel de colectivismo en sangre hubiera tenido soluciones, sus apologistas tendrían al menos algo a lo cual aferrarse. Pero ni eso. Esa fue históricamente la excusa de los estatistas del pasado. La prosperidad llegaría mediante la administración racional de recursos por parte del Estado, recursos que el sector privado era incapaz de aprovechar. Pregunta, ¿y acaso quién maneja el sector público? ¿No son humanos?
Is alarming and deteriorating.
Sin embargo,
Mr. President,
hemos sido
the
testigos de
ceasefire
que
in
a mayor
Gaza is
expansión
an
estatal,
enormous relief.
peor es la
It
calidad
must
de
now
vida de
be
la
fully
gente.
implemented.
No por nada
All
Hayek
hostages
dedicó su último
need
libro a
to be
explicar este
released.
fenómeno, al
A
cual llamó
negotiated
la fatal
two-state
arrogancia.
solution remains the only path to sustainable peace and security. Mr. President, Sweden will work to ensure that
Pero
gender
esto no es
equality remains a
accidental.
priority
Más allá de su
for the
evidente
Council.
incompetencia,
The
la
current
clase
pushback
política no
against
se
the
dedica a
human rights
solucionar
of women
problemas.
and girls
Al fin y al
and
cabo, un problema
LGBTIQ
solucionado
persons
es un
is
área de la que el
extremely
Estado debe
worrying.
retirarse.
In countries such
Al
as
contrario,
Afghanistan and Iran,
la clase
the oppression
política
of
se
women
dedica a
and girls
perpetuar los
is so
problemas y así
widespread,
vivir de
it's
ellos
so
para siempre.
systematic, that it
Por eso
intends
viven
to
creando
suppress
problemas
women and
nuevos,
girls into total
instalándolos desde sus
submission,
aparatos de
according to
propaganda
the special
para luego
rapporteur.
ofrecer a sí mismos
We
como
cannot
solución.
let that happen.
¿Y en qué consiste
30
esa
years
solución?
after the
En la
adoption of the
implementación de
Beijing
regulaciones que
Declaration
causan todavía
and
más
Platform for
problemas
Action,
a ser
we
solucionados por más
simply
regulaciones.
must do better. Mr. President, as UN member states, we are the guardians of international human rights law. This is
En
not a
medicina se usa el
responsibility we
término
should take lightly.
iatrogenia
It is
para
vital
referirse
for
al
global
daño que
peace,
sufre un
security,
paciente como
and
consecuencia de
sustainable
la atención
development
médica.
that we honor our
Podría decirse
obligations.
entonces que el régimen
That
estatista
we do
consiste en
our
la
utmost
iatrogenia
to
como
respect,
política de Estado.
protect,
O sea,
and
es
fulfill
el médico
human
que
rights
se
for
enriquece
everyone,
a base del
everywhere.
deterioro progresivo e intencional de sus
This job
pacientes.
is never finished.
Con el modelo
This
del
is
Estado
true also in my
presente,
own
el
country,
Estado
Sweden.
te
We
quiebra
look
las
forward
piernas
to the
para
upcoming
después
UPR
venderte las
review
muletas como un
this spring
sobreprecio
to
y
inspire our
obligarte a
ongoing
agradecerle.
willingness to
Y te
find
persigue
efforts
si no lo
of
haces.
improvement. We all need to show willingness, the willingness to investigate and offer reparations for violations, to take
Como contrapunto,
responsibility, to
dicen
listen,
algunos
to
testimonios que en la
include, to
medicina
improve.
tradicional china,
I
el
am
médico
convinced
familiar
that the Human
cobraba
Rights
honorarios de
Council
forma
works best
constante por
if
mantener a la
it can
familia
help
sana.
foster such
O sea,
willingness
según la
and
leyenda,
translate it
cuando
into
un miembro
concrete
enfermaba,
action
el médico
and
dejaba de
results.
percibir los
Thank you.
honorarios, viéndose
Thank you.
incentivado a
And I have
resolver
the
la
honor
enfermedad de una
to
forma
invite
eficiente y
His
rápida.
Excellency Mr.
Imagínense
Kim
tan solo
Chomojunski,
pudiera
Minister for
funcionar
Foreign
así el
Affairs and
Estado.
Foreign Trade of North
Cuánta miseria
Macedonia,
nos
to
hubiéramos
take the
ahorrado.
floor.
Hoy, a quienes queremos desmantelar este sistema demencial, nos llaman antidemocráticos. Pero nuevamente, esta es una tergiversación de las palabras, algo muy propio de la izquierda.
as a minister,
Ellos no
but
le
as a
llaman democracia al
representative
gobierno
of
del
a
pueblo,
nation that as
sino
of
al
January
paradigma de expansión total
2025 is a proud
estatal
member of the
ilimitada
Human Rights
que
Council.
ellos mismos administran.
Moreover, the Human
Para
Rights
ellos, la
Council
democracia
remains
existe
the most
si
crucial
y
forum
únicamente si
for
ganan los que
addressing
ellos
the
quieren
challenges that
para poder
hinder the
someter a la
protection
gente a sus
and
caprichos.
exercise of
Pero
fundamental
cuando la minoría
human rights and
electoral son ellos,
freedoms
la elección de la
worldwide.
mayoría pasa a ser autoritarismo.
Despite our collective efforts to
De hecho,
uphold peace
muchos de los que
and
nos acusan
security
de
as essential
antidemocráticos ni
prerequisites
siquiera
for
fueron
the full
electos.
enjoyment of human
Toman
rights,
decisiones
the
que
world
afectan a miles de
continues
millones
to
de
witness
personas
immense
alrededor del
civilian
mundo,
suffering and
sin embargo
gross,
nadie los conoce.
systematic
No
and
son
widespread
responsables
human
ante nadie
rights
más que sí
violations.
mismos y no pueden
On
ser echados
behalf
por
of
el
my
voto
country, I
popular.
take this
Y así y
opportunity
todo
on
vienen
the
a
third
hablarnos de
anniversary of
democracia.
Russia's aggression against Ukraine to reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine and its people. Respect for democratic principles, human rights, human dignity, and the rule of law are universal values that must be upheld by all. Violations of human rights and international humanitarian law must be thoroughly investigated, and perpetrators must be held accountable under international law. As a Council member, we are committed to ensuring that human rights are upheld and that violations are addressed wherever they occur, including in Belarus, Afghanistan, Iran, Myanmar, Sudan, Syria,
para quienes
and
viven de
Ukraine.
su expansión ilimitada, para
Additionally,
quienes
there
quieren un
is
individuo
an urgent
dependiente y
need to
sometido
combat
a sus
rising
caprichos regulatorios.
intolerance and
Y saben que
discrimination,
tienen razón,
which
somos su
manifests in
peor
various
pesadilla.
forms across the world,
Venimos por sus
often
privilegios,
leading to
habiendo
serious
sido elegidos
violations
por
of
la
human
mayoría de
rights
cada uno de
and
nuestros
fundamental
pueblos,
freedoms.
con el mandato claro de quitarles
With climate
un
change
poder que no les
accelerating, the
pertenece.
need for urgent environmental action has also become undeniable. A humane approach must be at the heart of these efforts. Last but not least, we must address the challenges posed by technological advancements, particularly the risks and opportunities associated with artificial intelligence.
Hoy nuestros países,
In other words,
Argentina y
we must
Estados
find
Unidos,
ways
necesitan
to
pasar
harness
por
its
una
benefits
segunda independencia.
while
La primera nos liberó del poder de las monarquías europeas. La segunda nos liberará de la tiranía del partido del Estado.
Human rights are protected. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with our commitment to the protection and promotion of
Por
human
eso
rights
hemos puesto
and
tanto
freedoms,
esfuerzo en
my country
identificarlo,
continues to
porque no se
strive
puede luchar
for the
contra lo que no
highest
se conoce.
standards in this
Y
area,
tener un enemigo
applying
bien
them
definido
at the national
es un
level.
aspecto fundamental de
We
nuestra
remain
batalla
dedicated to
cultural.
protecting human rights
Ahora
and
ya lo
freedoms
conocemos,
with a
le hemos
particular
ganado en las
focus
elecciones
on women's
y
rights
estamos en
and
proceso
children's
de
rights,
desarmar su leviatán.
safeguarding the rights
Es una
of persons
herramienta de
with
opresión
disabilities
perpetua.
and combating all forms of discrimination. Another key priority is also strengthening judicial independence and
No
upholding
tenemos ninguna
the rule of
fórmula
law.
secreta.
I am
Solo
pleased to
conocer la
highlight
historia
that in
humana y
May
saber
of
qué es lo que ha
2024
funcionado
we
y qué no.
successfully completed
Por eso, con
two
humildad,
interactive
quiero
dialogues.
reflexionar un poco
The first one, a
sobre
review
cómo
of the
venimos
fourth
llevando
periodic
adelante esta
report
batalla.
under the Convention Against Torture by the
Nosotros
relevant
trabajamos
UN
con
committee.
firmeza y de
And
frente,
the second one,
sin dar
the
lugar a
dialogue
compromisos.
with the Human Rights
Defendemos
Council
un
on the
conjunto de
fourth
valores
national
que no
report
estamos dispuestos a
under the
negociar,
Universal
así
Periodic
como ellos
Review.
no han estado dispuestos a negociar a la hora de quitarnos
205
nuestra libertad. Lo que ellos
accepted
impusieron sin nuestro
191 of them,
consentimiento
and
está
have already
siendo
begun
eliminado
their
sin el
implementation.
consentimiento de ellos.
Our cooperation with UN mechanisms and treaty bodies remains strong, unwavering, and constructive. In support of this, I would like to highlight the upcoming visit by the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture and
Por eso
other
hemos
cruel,
pasado la
inhuman, or
motosierra por
degrading
los
treatment
sectores y
or punishment,
atribuciones del Estado
Dr.
que
Alice
consideramos
Jill
superfluos,
Edwards.
redundantes,
Excellencies,
innecesarios o
last year
directamente
during the UN
perniciosos para la
Summit of the
sociedad.
Future at the 79th General Assembly, we collectively adopted the Pact for the Future and its annexes, reaffirming the centrality of human rights. This is an opportunity we must
Y
not
más
squander
aún,
if
este
we are
año
to create
emprenderemos
a
la
more
fase 2 de este
effective
proceso,
and
que
accountable
hemos
framework
bautizado
for
como la
advancing
motosierra
the human rights
profunda,
agenda.
para continuar achicando el Estado, devolviéndole a la gente la riqueza que jamás debió haberse sido arrebatada.
I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Ronald Ozi Lamola, Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, to take
Lo
the floor.
interesante es que este proceso de justicia tiene un correlato político, porque por su naturaleza el partido del Estado se financió históricamente de gasto público mal asignado y de negocios turbios con el Estado. Por eso, achicar el Estado es cortarle la manguera a los clientes del Estado enquistado en él. que ejercían una feroz resistencia al cambio, valiéndose del dinero de los pagadores de impuestos para mantenernos subyugados.
On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of South Africa, I extend our warm greetings. Last week, South Africa hosted the first meeting of foreign ministers of the G20
revisar oficina por oficina, observar lo que sirve y funciona y descartar el resto. Por eso le obsequié una motosierra. Con nosotros nadie que no pueda justificar el costo de su salario en impuestos está a salvo.
South Africa has chosen the theme of solidarity, equality and sustainable development to deepen international cooperation and bolster global partnerships. We view our presidency of the G20 as an opportunity to rebuild trust, reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism in addressing the multiple crises facing the world.
Muchos de ellos tendrán que volver al sector privado y ganarse la vida ofreciendo sus bienes y servicios en el mercado, tal como los pagadores de impuestos de los que han vivido tantos años. Mi más sentido pésame a los políticos que creyeron que este momento nunca llegaría y no están preparados, porque se van a llevar un baldazo de agua fría.
Including the SDGs framework to ensure the full and equal, meaningful enjoyment of human rights by all. Mr. President, the theme and the focus of our G20 presidency finds expression in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which inspired South Africa's 1955 Freedom Charter, a visionary document that informed the struggle for a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and a democratic society. The provisions of the Freedom Charter, whose 70th anniversary we celebrate this year,
esto no es una tarea sencilla. Aquí en Estados Unidos, burócratas rebeldes han intentado sabotear el trabajo del Departamento de Eficiencia Gubernamental. Están recurriendo a mecanismos burocráticos ilegales para intentar bloquear cualquier reforma, lo cual también sucede en nuestro país, y es algo con lo que debemos luchar día a día. Pero nada de eso nos ha tomado por sorpresa. Somos conscientes de que van a hacer lo posible por detener este cambio, sin importar el daño resultante. Si tienen que destruir el mundo para conservar sus privilegios, lo van a hacer. Y nosotros vamos a seguir luchando.
Is vital to addressing the historical injustice of the apartheid era and fostering a more equitable future. The recently adopted expropriation law marks a critical step in this journey. Close quote. Indeed, our constitution enjoins us to build a just, equitable South Africa.
El problema se extiende más allá de las penurias a las cuales el modelo del Estado presente ha sometido a cada una de nuestras naciones individualmente. Porque la decadencia de nuestros gobiernos durante la historia reciente a lo largo y a lo ancho del Occidente no solo empobreció material espiritualmente a nuestros propios ciudadanos, también nos debilitó política, económica, cultural, socialmente ante el enemigo externo. Nos volvió moralmente débiles y nos hizo vulnerables ante las peores expresiones de la barbarie, los peores enemigos de la libertad. Y a ellos no se les puede dar un centímetro. Que cuando huelen sangre, avanzan envalentonados y sin piedad. Esto quedó demostrado durante los cobardes ataques perpetuados el 7 de octubre de 2023 en Israel, que costaron más de 1.000 inocentes y la captura de 251 personas.
Similarly, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, its charter, and the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and platform for
Esta semana Israel recibió los cuerpos sin vida de la familia viva, que permanecían secuestrados por el régimen terrorista y asesino de Hamas, entre los cuales se encuentra una madre y sus dos hijos, un niño de 4 años y un bebé de tan solo 9 meses.
South Africa reaffirms the importance of gender equality and women's rights and the important role that women play in ensuring peace, security, development and prosperity for humanity.
Sin el más mínimo respeto.
Mr. President, as a beneficiary of international solidarity, today South Africa is able to assume its rightful place in this council. As a responsible member of the human family, we remain steadfast in advancing international peace and security through inclusive dialogue and peaceful political settlements of disputes in the African continent and beyond. Similarly, South Africa will never tire in standing side by side in support
Porque
of the
como ya he
people of
dicho en otra
Palestine and
ocasión,
Western
el
Sahara
mal
in their
organizado solo
struggles
puede
for
ser
freedom and
vencido por el bien
self-determination
organizado.
against occupation.
Solo mediante esta
Mr.
internacional de
President,
derecha
in today's
podremos
world,
ponerle un
where
fin a la
might
casta
appears to
política a
trump
la que
right,
nos
it
enfrentamos,
remains
que
incumbent
está hundiendo a
on the
Occidente
Council
en la
to
más oscura
promote an
profundidad
equitable
y
multilateral
recuperar
system.
el ímpetu para proteger a
South
las
Africa
fuerzas
will therefore
despóticas que
continue to
nos quieren
advocate for the
subjugados.
reform of the global governance institutions to protect human rights for all everywhere. As part of this process, the Council cannot
Por eso
afford
quiero también
to cherry
aprovechar
pick
para
when
anunciar que
and where
Argentina
we
quiere ser el
exercise
primer
our
país
mandate.
del mundo en
We must
sumarse a este acuerdo de
respond to all
reciprocidad que pide
violations
la
and
administración
abuses,
Trump en
regardless
materia
of who
comercial.
and where they are committed. In doing so, we will be making our contributions towards attaining the requisite balance between human rights, peace and security, and sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellences, distingués collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, avec cette dernière intervention, nous parvenons au terme de la liste des orateurs pour cette première réunion. Nous observons à présent une très courte pause technique de 2 minutes avant de reprendre le segment de haut niveau avec l'allocution de Son Excellence M. Georges Khalid Saïd, le ministre des Affaires étrangères adjoint de l'Irak. Collègues, je me permets d'attirer votre attention au fait que nous avons déjà un certain retard sur notre programme de travail et j'aimerais vous rappeler que nous avons convenu d'un temps de parole de 5 minutes pour les participants au segment de haut niveau. Je déclare close la première réunion de la 58e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme.
Solo así podremos retornar nuestro camino de grandeza como civilización, haciendo honor a nuestros antepasados que dieron la vida por ver un mundo libre y una humanidad próspera. Solo así, finalmente, podremos reencontrarnos con nosotros mismos y volver a crear en aquello que nos hizo grande como civilización. Que Dios bendiga a la República Argentina, que Dios bendiga a los Estados Unidos y que las fuerzas del cielo nos acompañen. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller.
Hello, CPAC! Who is ready in just a few short hours to hear from the man himself, our 47th president, Donald J. Trump? My friends, it has been a long road, has it not? It's been a long road. And these last 4 years, we felt every single painful minute. But nothing, my friends, is sweeter or more extraordinary than victory. Who here has enjoyed the last 30 days of America's new golden age? And who here has been filled with pride and excitement in watching President Trump install the most extraordinary cabinet and team any of us has ever seen? Our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Excelencias, estimados participantes, vamos a comenzar. Muy buenas tardes. Por la presente, declaro abierta la segunda reunión de la 58ª sesión del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Ahora continuaremos con el segmento de alto nivel. Tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a Su Excelencia el señor George Khalid Said, viceministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Irak. Tiene la palabra.
On behalf of President Trump and his extraordinary leadership is getting the lies out of our schools, the men out of women's sports, the poison out of our foods, the woke out of our military, the predators off our streets, and the illegal aliens the hell out of our country. It's happening. It is happening every day under President Trump. He is saying hell no to DEI. He is saying hell no to CRT. He is saying hell no to the indoctrination of our children. And he's saying hell yes to the idea that America belongs to Americans.
في عمل حكومته حماية وتعزيز حقوق الإنسان من خلال البرنامج الحكومي الذي تم إنجاز 73% من فقراته خلال السنتين من تشكيلة الحكومة، إذ أنجزت الحكومة تعداد العام للسكان لعام 2024 الذي تأخر إجراؤه منذ عام 1997 للمساهمة في إعداد البيانات لتحقيق رؤية العراق في تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030. كما شهد القطاع الاقتصادي زيادة في الإنتاج المحلي وتنوع في الموارد، وأهمها إكمال المرحلة الأولى لميناء الفاو الكبير والعمل على إنشاء طريق التنمية بالشراكة مع دول الجوار، فضلا عن دعم القطاع الزراعي وإطلاق الخطة الاستراتيجية لأعوام 2024-2030 لتعزيز الأمن الغذائي والتنمية الريفية. كما شهد الملف الطاقة تطورا كبيرا من خلال استثمار الغاز المصاحب لاستخراج النفط للإسهام في تقليل الهدر وتوفير الاحتياج المحلي والتقليل من الآثار البيئية الضارة. في مجال تمكين المرأة زادت نسبة مشاركة المرأة في الحياة السياسية، تجاوزت نسبة النساء في مجلس النواب العراقي 29% بواقع 96 سيدة، وترأست 6 لجان برلمانية، وتمثل المرأة 26% من مجالس المحافظات، وبلغت نسبة تمثيل النساء في إقليم كردستان 31% من عدد البرلمانيين في الإقليم، فضلا عن إشراك 3 وزيرات في الحكومة. كما ازداد عدد النساء في السلطة التنفيذية، إذ يوجد في الحكومة الحالية 708 بدرجة مدير عام، و3 رؤساء جامعات، و77 عمداء كليات، و191 قاضية، وبلغت عدد النساء في المؤسسات الأمنية أكثر من 15,000 امرأة. السيد الرئيس، العراق بلد متعدد المكونات ويتميز بتنوعه الديني والثقافي، وإن من أوليات المنهاج الحكومي هو الحفاظ على حاضر ومستقبل هذا التنوع، إذ بلغ عدد المدارس الناطقة بلغة تلك المكونات 892 مدرسة، وعدد الأحزاب التي تمثلهم 30 حزبا، وعدد منظمات المجتمع المدني المعنية بحقوقهم كشريك حقيقي للحكومة 79 منظمة. كما عملت الحكومة على إعداد البناء وترميم الكنائس وأماكن العبادة التي تعرضت للتدمير من قبل عصابات داعش الإرهابية، إذ تم بناء 6 كنائس للمسيحيين، 40 مزارا لليزيديين، و22 للتركمان والشبك. السيد الرئيس، يشهد عالمنا تصاعدا في عدد التحديات ومنها التغيير المناخي وتزايد خطاب الكراهية والإفلات من العقاب في مواجهة الانتهاكات الجسيمة للقانون الدولي. استشهد العالم في غزة ولأول مرة في التاريخ إبادة جماعية متلفزة راح ضحيتها أكثر من 50,000 شخصا، أغلبيتهم من النساء والأطفال، مما يجعلنا نتساءل عن مدى ثقتنا بعالمية حقوق الإنسان التي يجب أن تحفظ كرامة الإنسان للجميع ودون استثناء. إن هذا التغاضي شجع البعض على التمادي للمطالبة بالتهجير القسري لشعب غزة الذي كان ينتظر من العالم أن يقف إلى جانبه في إعادة الأعمار بعد توقف الأعمال القتالية. وأود هنا تجديد التأكيد على موقف الحكومة العراق الداعم لحقوق شعب فلسطين في تقرير مصيره على أرضه التاريخية لإقامة دولة فلسطين وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. كما أود أن أعرب عن دعم حكومة العراق للأنروا كونها الجهة الأممية المختصة في إغاثة الشعب الفلسطيني ومساعدته على التكييف مع الظروف الصعبة التي يعاني منها الفلسطينيين وهم بحاجة لها أكثر من أي وقت مضى. السيد الرئيس، العراق مستمر بالتعاون مع جميع آليات حقوق الإنسان التي كان آخرها مناقشة تقريره الرابع إلى آلية الاستعراض الدولي الشامل والذي شارك فيه 93 دولة، ورحب بالتفاعل الإيجابي للدول، ونعمل بجدية على دراسة التوصيات التي قدمتها لنا تلك الدول بروح من التعاون البناء. أما على المستوى التشريعي فتعاون الحكومة بشكل وثيق مع مجلس النواب لمراجعة القوانين وتعديلها بما ينسجم مع التزامات العراق الدولية، إذ أقرت العديد من التشريعات والتعديلات التي تهدف إلى تعزيز حماية حقوق مختلف الفئات الاجتماعية وضمان العدالة والمساواة، وآخرها قانون العفو العام الذي من شأنه أن يسهم في تخفيف الاكتظاظ في السجون وتعزيز التماسك الاجتماعي. ختاما، أود أن أدعو جميع الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة إلى دعم ترشيح العراق لنيل عضوية مجلس حقوق الإنسان لمدة 2026-2028 خلال الانتخابات التي ستجري في تشرين الأول في نيويورك من هذا العام. ويتطلع العراق إلى العمل مع جميع لحماية وتعزيز حقوق الإنسان، وسيكون في مقدمة أولوياتنا معالجة الآثار السلبية لتغيير المناخ من الجفاف والتصحر وندرة المياه، ومساعدة الدول النامية والأقل نمواً في تبني برامج التكيف التي تساهم في التقليل والتخفيف من آثار التغيير المناخي التي يجب أن يكون لمجلس حقوق الإنسان صوتا موحدا في التعامل معها لضمان فاعلية التنفيذ وفي التوقيتات الزمنية المحددة قبل فوات الأوان. وشكرا، وأتمنى لكم النجاح في عمل الاجتماع.
Then this is what our future will look like. The best economy in history, the strongest border in history, the proudest and most patriotic children in history, and the single greatest future in history. And we will prove worthy of this moment. We will prove worthy of this period. We will prove worthy of this opportunity given to us by Almighty God. And I swear to you, and I promise you, and I pledge to you, it will all be worth it. And our children will grow up in a world where they can say, America is stronger, more incredible, more courageous, more united, more devoted, more committed, more incredible, more exceptional, prouder, and more amazing than it has ever been before with the leadership and the vision and the drive of our President Donald J. Trump. So I ask you all to send a message right now to all the bureaucrats, to all the radical left commies, to the criminal aliens, the foreign gangs, the transnational terrorists, to everyone who threatens the future of this country.
النزاعات المسلحة بشكل غير مسبوق وتأثير ذلك على تمتع العديد من البشر بحقوق الإنسان في مختلف بقاع العالم. ويظل العنوان الأبرز والمشترك في جميع هذه النزاعات هو الانتهاك الصارخ لجميع قيم ومبادئ حقوق الإنسان وقواعد القانون الدولي الإنساني التي توافقت عليها الدول كوسيلة لتعزيز كرامة الإنسان وحفظ حقوقه وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار. لقد شهد العالم فصلا جديدا من مأساة الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق المستمرة منذ أكثر من 70 عاما. فخلال 470 يوما من الحرب في قطاع غزة تم تسجيل نحو 170 ألف ضحية ما بين شهيد وجريح ومفقود معظمهم من الأطفال والنساء، وتدمير لأكثر من 90% من البنية التحتية والخدمات الأساسية لا سيما المستشفيات والمدارس، فضلا عن فرض الحصار والتجويع ومنع الوصول للمساعدات الإنسانية والتشريد القسري لأكثر من 2.3 مليون فلسطيني منهم كبار السن والأشخاص من ذوي الإعاقة والنساء والأطفال. وإزاء التصدي لهذا الوضع الإنساني المريع في إطار مواصلة دولة قطر لدورها الرائد وسياستها الرامية إلى تعزيز السلم والأمن الدوليين وفض النزاعات بالطرق السلمية، بذلت جهودا حثيثة بالشراكة مع جمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. تكللت الشهر الماضي في التوصل لاتفاق وقف إطلاق النار وتبادل الأسرى والرهائن وإيصال كميات مكثفة من المساعدات الإنسانية وتوزيعها الآمن والفعال على نطاق واسع في جميع أنحاء قطاع غزة، وإعادة تأهيل المستشفيات والمراكز الصحية والمخابز وإدخال مستلزمات الدفاع المدني والوقود ومستلزمات إيواء النازحين، وصولا لوقف إطلاق دائم لإطلاق النار وهو ممثل نقطة ضوء في نهاية هذا النفق المظلم من المعاناة الإنسانية غير المسبوقة. وفي هذا الصدد تدعو دولة قطر إلى تضافر الجهود الإقليمية والدولية في تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية ودعم الأمم المتحدة في إدخالها وإيصالها إلى القطاع. وتجدر الإشارة هنا في إطار جهود دولة قطر المستمرة في تقديم الدعم للأسر المنكوبة ولرفع معاناة الأهالي بالتوجيهات من سيدي حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله. تم تدشين جسر بري لإمداد قطاع غزة بالوقود. إننا نعتبر هذا الاتفاق إنجاز كبير وخطوة مهمة في الطريق الصحيح، ونؤمن بأن استدامته تتطلب اتخاذ المزيد من الخطوات الجادة على رأسها تنفيذ الطرفين الكامل لالتزامهما بموجب الاتفاق، بما في ذلك السماح بدخول المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل كامل ودون عوائق وبذل الجهود لإعادة إعمار غزة وجعلها قابلة للحياة لتمكين شعبها من العودة الآمنة. كما تؤكد دولة قطر رفضها القاطع لدعوات التهجير القسري للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق، وتحذر أن مثل هذه الدعوات من شأنها أن تعيق فرص السلام وتجدد المواجهات في المنطقة. كما نؤكد أن السلام العادل والمستدام لن يتحقق إلا بإنهاء الاحتلال وتمكين الفلسطينيين من فرض سيادتهم على أراضيهم وإقامة دولتهم الفلسطينية على حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها قدس الشرقية. السيد الرئيس، فيما يتعلق بالوضع في سوريا، نهنئ الشعب السوري الشقيق بنجاح ثورته وخلاصه من النظام القمعي في ارتكاب الجرائم والانتهاكات الجسيمة بحق السوريين لمدة 14 عاما. حافظت خلالها دولة قطر على موقف رافض لانتهاكات حقوق الإنسان وداعم لتطلعات الشعب السوري المشروعة. وترحب دولة قطر بالخطوات التي اتخذتها الحكومة الجديدة في سوريا والتي تهدف إلى إعادة هيكلة الدولة السورية وتعزيز التوافق والوحدة بين كافة الأطراف السورية، بما يمهد لتوطيد السلم الأهلي والأمن والاستقرار وبناء دولة القانون والمؤسسات العادلة. كما تعرف دولة قطر عن دعمها لوحدة سوريا وسيادتها واستقلالها وسلامة أراضيها، وتؤكد الحاجة لرفع العقوبات المفروضة على سوريا وإعادة البناء وتحقيق تطلعات الشعب السوري في الحرية والتنمية والعيش الكريم. السيد الرئيس، فيما يتعلق بالوضع في السودان، نجدد موقف دولة قطر الثابت في دعم وحدة الاستقلال وسيادة وسلامة أراضي جمهورية السودان الشقيقة، ونرفض التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية. كما ننوه بأن الدور الإنساني الذي اطلعت به دولة قطر منذ اندلاع الحرب ما زال مستمرا، وذلك انطلاقا من واجبنا الإنساني والأخوي تجاه الأشقاء في السودان، حيث أن مساهمات دولة قطر شملت تقديم مساعدات إنسانية تنموية وتوفير سلال غذائية للمحتاجين للتخفيف من المعاناة في هذه الأزمة التي تصنف بأنها من أكبر الأزمات الإنسانية على الإطلاق، وبالتأكيد أن أكثر المتضررين هنا هم الأطفال والنساء. السيد الرئيس، في الختام أود مرة أخرى أن أؤكد على توافر الإرادة السياسية والمناخ الداعم لتعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان في دولة قطر، وعلى الالتزام من بلاد قطر بالتعاون مع أعضاء المجلس للاطلاع بمهامه بشكل أفضل. وستعمل دولة قطر من خلال عضويتها الجديدة التي تبدأ هذا العام في دعم الجهود التي يبذلها المجلس في تعزيز الاحترام العالمي لجميع قيم ومبادئ حقوق الإنسان على قدم المساواة لجعل هذا العالم مكانا أفضل لعيش الإنسان. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Muchísimas gracias, Excelencia. A continuación, tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su Excelencia, señor Wang Yi, miembro del Buró Político del Comité Central del PCCH, director de la Oficina de la Comisión Central de Relaciones Exteriores y ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de China.
主席先生，各位同事，80年前，联合国在各国人民铸建围篱的期盼中应运而生，承载了人人充分享有人权的伟大梦想，也成就了人类进步事业的重要里程。80年后，100年变局加速演进，维护和平、促进发展、保护人权更加深入人心。但与此同时，全球和平赤字、发展赤字、安全赤字、治理赤字不断加重，人类面临何去何从的时代之问。习近平主席提出构建人类命运共同体的重大理念和全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，向世界贡献了中国方案。习近平主席还指出，促进和保护人权是全人类的事，需要大家共同商量、共同努力。我们愿意同各国一道，坚持正确人权观，推动改革和完善全球的人权治理。首先，我们要铭记初心使命，明确人权事业的真正内涵。民主和自由不是装饰品，不能用来当摆设。检验一国人权状况的最重要标准，就是本国人民的利益是否得到切实保护，人民的获得感、幸福感、安全感是否得以提升。为此要坚持以人民为中心，将人民的利益作为根本的出发点和落脚点。不但解决好人民群众最关心、最直接、最现实的问题，实现发展。为了人民，发展依靠人民，发展成果由人民共享，让人民过上幸福生活。要对以人权为借口干涉他国内政，置国家主权、安全和老百姓生命安危于不顾的言行，坚决说不。第二，我们要维护公平正义，明确人权事业的奋斗目标。世界人权宣言奠基了人生而自由，在尊严和权利上人权两公约明确指出，无论在何种情况下，任何民族之生计均不容剥夺。人权应当是所有人的权利，而不是少数人的专利。强者恒强，弱者恒弱的状况不能再持续。个体人权和集体人权的对立应当被纠正。为此，要将生存权和发展权作为首要基本人权，在维护国家主权、安全和尊严的前提之下，统筹兼顾个人权利和集体权利，协调增进政治、经济、社会、文化、环境、教育等各项权利，持续完善对妇女、儿童、老年人、残疾人等特定群体权利的平等保障和特殊保护，使各类权利相互促进、相辅相成。要对在人权问题上搞双重标准甚至多重标准的言行坚决说不。第三，我们要坚持交流互鉴，明确人权事业的实现途径。世界上没有放之四海而皆准的道路模式，各国根据本国实际选择了人权发展道路，也没有高下之分，只有特色之分。人权治理体系要由各国一起来建设，人权发展成果要由各国共同分享，人权道路理念要由各国 slip and fall, ambulance chasing lawyers in black robes. That's what they are. You either act like judges or get the hell off the bench. 非选择性、非政治化的原则，在平等和相互尊重的基础上开展建设性的对话合作，切实提升全球南方国家的代表性和发言权，推动建设公正、合理、包容的全球人权治理体系。要对将自身模式和好恶强加于人、将人权政治化、工具化、武器化的言行。 坚决说不！主席先生，各位同事，中国正在进一步全面深化改革，推进中国式现代化。中国追求的不是独善其身的现代化，而是愿意同各国一道实现和平发展、互利合作、共同繁荣的世界现代化。我们将以人类前途为怀，以各国福祉为念，做国际合作的建设者。
And the truth is that if they have their way, the people who are worried about the Constitution, first of all, what Constitution are they worried about? The old Soviet Constitution? Because they're sure as hell not worried about our Constitution, that I can tell you. You can't be a Marxist, an Islamist, a radical leftist, and support the Constitution of the United States. You just can't. What Elon Musk, with the leadership of Donald Trump, have uncovered is a government within a government. It's not just waste, fraud, and abuse. It is a subterranean government that is spending trillions of dollars to push a radical left agenda. And we have no help from you in the media who are attacking the very people who are uncovering the bloat and the spending and the waste and the criminality. Why the hell aren't you uncovering it? That's your damn job.
Well, and it's the same media that likes to avail itself of the First Amendment, right, when it's convenient. So,
distinguished delegates.
Yeah.
AP.
It is a great honor to stand before you today for the first time as Indonesian foreign minister.
It doesn't say freedom of the corporate press.
And my presence here
President of the United States can decide which press he wants
unwavering commitment
which he doesn't.
To human rights.
Who died and gave you permanent seats in the press room? NBC and ABC and CBS.
As we continue to advocate for just and principled approach
we don't get news from you people.
Amid global
I wrote a whole book on it called Unfreedom of the Press. You're Democrats, you're leftists, we know exactly who you are, what you're doing.
Which says
you can do whatever you want on your own time. You can pretend you're in the press. We're not going to shut you down. We want you out there.
Justice.
Why? We want the schmucks out front so everybody can see what they look like.
Well,
it's okay.
And not only that, what happened on November 5th? I mean, November 5th proved that the American people are not fooled by the people back there, and they know and they're able to find the truth because Americans are smart and they know American values, they know right from wrong, and no media is going to change that. So, look, we don't have a lot of time.
By unprecedented challenges.
I can't stop.
No, but
we are witnessing increasing fragility
but
in
I
the
do want
international
to.
order.
I need you to reserve, because remember, I'm the boss here. I'm the boss. I need you to reserve time to talk about the misnomer that is birthright citizenship.
That takes about 14 seconds. But
racism, discrimination,
the media are funny, aren't they? They lied about Joe Biden. They didn't care they didn't have any press conferences.
Are escalating.
Now they're worried about a seat at the
threatening
table.
Social cohesion.
For what? Let me tell you something in the media.
Freedoms
Do we agree
remains
that
an
Abraham
unfulfilled
Lincoln
promise,
was a fantastic president?
Ranging from the people in Palestine
he was a great
to countless
president.
girls and women in Afghanistan.
He shut down 200 newspapers.
Conflicts persist.
Donald Trump hasn't shut down anything.
Unilateralism
You're going broke because we the people are shutting it
becoming
down.
The norm.
We're not subscribing. We're not buying your damn newspapers. We're not watching your TV shows.
These
we support the First Amendment. We support free speech. We support freedom of the press. You don't.
Madam Vice President,
how do you really feel about it, honey?
Distinguished delegates.
Okay, so now seriously, I think
we firmly believe that human
rights
rights
we need to talk about birthright citizenship because, again, this is a perfect
policies.
Example
and
of
decades,
what the left do.
Indonesia
they take words like democracy in the Constitution, and then they exploit them because they don't really care about either of them. So they came up with this term, birthright citizenship, like anybody who comes here illegally and gives birth, if that child, that baby, is an American citizen like magic. And that's not true. They cite the 14th Amendment.
Under President
Do
Prabowo
your Mark Levin
Subianto,
thing, where you
we
give
are
a little bit of a primer.
social and economic
because it's really important.
to tackle
it
poverty,
was so taken hostage,
inequality, and
this
disparities.
paragraph in the 14th Amendment.
And as part of implementing human rights to our people, the government has launched initiatives and programs.
Okay, so I wasn't going to bring an
which
intention.
include
All right, let me do it.
free nutritious
I've
meals,
been talking about this for 20 years.
aiming to feed more than 82 million students
Where's the phrase
every day.
birthright citizenship in the Constitution? It's right next to abortion. It doesn't exist.
Adequate
so they have this invisible
housing,
pen, you know, where they write these things in.
with the target of building 3 million
the 14th
homes
Amendment was passed like the
for
13th
those
and the 15th.
who need it.
Because
and also free medical checkups
in the Civil War,
which are available for children under
the country
6
came together
and adults,
and said,
which enhancing access
in the Constitution
to essential health care.
We must give
These
equal
are
rights
part of our human
to
capital
human beings
investment,
who have been held as slaves and are
and
now
also
free.
A part
we must give them all the protections and rights of a citizen of the United States
for generations to come.
Jurisdiction
and
thereof
these align with High Commissioner Turk's statement this morning
black slaves
on the
who are
importance
now
of right
free
to food,
were in the jurisdiction of the United
adequate
States,
housing,
and all the rights and
to
privileges, including equality and all the rest,
Indonesia
would apply
is also
to
advancing
them.
self-sufficiency
It was
in
written by
food,
Republican senators.
energy, water,
The 14th
and the
Amendment was
development
based,
of a
this
resilient
aspect
green
of it, based
and blue
on the
economy.
1866 Civil Rights Act, the first
We
Civil
believe
Rights Act.
that the right to development must
Andrew
be upheld,
Johnson, who was then president
ensuring
after
every
the
nation
assassination of
utilizes
Lincoln,
its resources
was a
for
Democrat.
the well-being of its
He
people.
refused to sign that Civil Rights Bill.
However,
so they overrode him and they
human
said,
rights
we
must be
need to enshrine
safeguarded
this
with
in the
justice
Constitution
and
of the United
equality.
States.
No country
That
holds absolute
provision
moral authority
applied
over
to
others.
black people
Human rights
who were freed from
should
slavery
never be weaponized
and were still
as
being
political
abused
tool to hinder
in the
a
old
nation's
Confederacy.
growth and development.
And that amendment was
As
passed by
rightly
3/4
mentioned
of
by
the state
Secretary General
legislatures,
Guterres,
including
that
southern
human
states
rights
that were told, if you
are
don't
the
vote for this,
oxygen of humanity.
you're not coming back into
But
the Union.
one by one,
We
human
know what
rights
they
are
meant.
being suffocated.
The author of the 14th
For
Amendment
Indonesia,
specifically
standing firm for
rejected the idea of aliens.
justice also
Specifically.
means taking a
In
stand
fact, they rejected the
against
idea
global
of what they
injustice.
called Indians, because
We
they had
will not
separate
stay
countries
silent
at the time, or at least
in
it
the
was viewed
face
that way.
of
So
the
they were
ongoing
excluded.
occupation of Palestine. Nor we will
Underscoring the
ignore
fact
the
that
harmful
you had to be a
consequences
United States
of
citizen and
unilateral
understood to be.
coercive
So people who
measures.
write that, all of a sudden, now it's interpreted to
We
mean
call out those
if
who
you come
profess
into the United
to
States
champion
illegally
human rights,
and you have a baby, that's a citizen, that
to stop
baby?
the genocide
There is
and war,
literally no language to back it
and
up, no legislative
stop
history to back it up, no history
the
whatsoever to back it up.
double and
yet
multiple
I
standard
suspect the courts are going to give
in
the
human rights
birthright
implementation.
citizenship crowd what they want.
And in
They'll
our
mention
region,
some 1898 decision
Indonesia remains
involving a
steadfast in
Chinese couple.
pursuing a peaceful
Still didn't apply to
resolution
illegal aliens.
in Myanmar,
So illegal aliens have no
advocating for the
constitutional
rights
basis,
of
but
the
I will just
Rohingya
warn you
people
about this.
and the restoration
Hollywood
of
John
democracy
Roberts, that's what I call
to
him because he's worried
inclusive
about
dialogue.
the press.
Madam
I
Vice
don't
President,
think he, and I don't
Excellencies,
think his new best
and
friend
distinguished
Barrett
delegates,
will do the
as
right
I
thing.
conclude,
I think they'll join the
I
three.
think there's
I
a
can't say women,
crucial
because she
question
wouldn't say women.
on
They-
what
they-
is
they
the
won't
way
join
forward
That's okay, you can
and
say it,
how
go for it.
do we
Two of
turn
the
our principles
non-males,
into action.
and one of the males,
The Human Rights Council
I think that's
must
a five that
stand
worries
as a
me.
true
But just
beacon of
understand,
hope
your Constitution
for
does not
victims,
provide for birthright citizenship.
defenders,
Period.
and all those
So
seeking
I just want to
justice.
add one little fine point because you said a
The
lot.
Council must
You
remain
said a lot
focused on
there.
its core
You
mandate,
notice how it's the
protecting
Republican
human rights
Party
for all
that consistently
and not
has been the
becoming a
champion
stage
of equality
for political
and
agenda.
the rights of black people.
Genuine
Throughout
human
history.
Every
rights
major
cooperation
civil rights bill,
must
starting
be
in
built on
1866
true
through
commitment,
the 50s with Eisenhower,
equal partnership,
the
and
60s,
shared benefits,
the
not not selectively approach
or they had
or double
supermajorities to
standards.
get them passed. Never forget, the Democrat
Resources
Party
for
was
the
the party of
UN's
slavery,
human rights
segregation,
pillar
eugenics, Jim Crow.
must be realigned
Now they're the party of Marxism,
to
Islamism, and
prioritize tangible
anti-constitutionalism.
impact
That's a fact.
over politicization
And it was Woodrow Wilson
and ensuring
who
national
did what?
priorities,
He resegregated the military
which
when he
guide the
became president.
distribution
God
of
bless
these
you all. Our
resources.
time is up. Be well.
Let us transform human
love
rights
you,
from mere
CPAC.
rhetoric
And thank you, President
into
Trump.
a reality for all. In Indonesia, we always stand for justice, equality, and concrete solutions that drive real and lasting impact. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Indonesia. A continuación, tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia, el señor Osman Saleh Mohammed, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Eritrea.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this esteemed assembly at such a crucial moment in our shared history. While my message is delivered through a pre-recorded statement, the gravity of the matters at hand compels me to speak directly to the Council. We meet today at a time of immense global challenge, conflict that ravage nations, humanitarian crisis that tear apart communities, and an international order that, with alarming frequency, falters in the face of resolute action. At this critical juncture, it is essential to reflect on the role of this Council and its capacity to address the profound issues facing humanity. At its best, this Council should be a champion for peace, justice, and human dignity, a forum for genuine dialogue and meaningful resolution.
Central Intelligence Agencies
Yet
actively
the
involved in
analysis of
mind
its history
manipulation.
gives testimony to an unfortunate proclivity for apportioning blame rather than cultivating the spirit of concord. Mr. President, having borne the mantle of Council membership for 6 years, Eritrea did not undertake its candidature lightly. Rather, it was an endeavor rooted in sincere commitment to engage with integrity and forthrightness. To serve within this body,
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Of dignity and truth. However, for no less than 13 successive years, Eritrea has been the subject of deliberate and unwarranted vilification within this Council, assailed at the behest of certain powers. These relentless and indiscreet mandates are not born of a genuine aspiration to safeguard human dignity, but rather wielded as an instrument of coercion. To besmirch Eritrea's image, to encroach upon its sovereignty, and to exert undue geopolitical duress. The authors of these resolutions remain unchanged. Their rules unaltered, revealing an entrenched pattern of partiality and duplicity that runs counter to the lofty ideals that this institution purports to uphold. Furthermore, Eritrea, along with many other sovereign nations, continues to suffer the effects of unilateral coercive measures. These punitive measures, lacking the legitimacy and anti-ethical to the fundamental precepts of international law, are designed to weaken independent nations, erode their economic sovereignty, and hinder their developmental aspirations. Distinguished delegates, contrary to the fallacious narratives that seek to portray Eritrea
Ladies
as
and gentlemen, please welcome host of the PBD podcast, Patrick Bet David.
Through sports, arts, and heritage, Eritrea continues to enrich the global cultural landscape, celebrating unity in
How you doing? How you feeling?
Mutual respect among nations.
Okay.
Even
I got the lunchtime slot, which means some of you are either eating or wanting to go eat. But
this spirit
I do
of
have a message
excellence
for you. How you doing? Yes, it's good to be with you.
Was
How many of you here watch or listen to the PBD podcast? I'm curious. Okay, it's a good amount.
When Binyam
All right, so I got a simple message for you with the limited time that I have here for you. First of all, it's an honor to be here at CPAC. This is my first time being here. Just had a chance to speak with Matt and Mercedes, incredible people. It's incredible to be around you, especially the fact that the person you wanted to win won in 2024, which is a very big deal.
Barely win a title. He shared barriers.
I got a question for you.
He shattered barriers, dispelled prejudices, and showcased to the world the tenacious vigor, unflagging aspiration, and fearless excellence that define Eritrean youth.
First thing they fear is
Mr.
you and I
President, vision
having
is
guns
clear.
to protect
We
ourselves.
are deeply committed to building
The
a
second
prosperous,
thing they
self-reliant
fear
nation
is you and I
where
having a
every citizen
megaphone
enjoys the
to
benefits
express
of education,
ourselves.
healthcare,
Now, I
and
want you to think
housing
about
throughout
this.
the country.
In the last 3
We are
weeks,
steadfast in
I've
the
interviewed two different
reinforcement
people.
of our institutions.
One of the ones I had on the
and the
podcast 3 weeks
cultivation
ago,
of
he flew
long-term
in the
alliances
entire time he was nervous.
with
He
nations
was a
that
former
share our
founder
values for respect,
of the
justice,
IRGC,
and
the
mutual
Islamic
development.
Revolutionary
Conclude,
Guard Corps.
Eritrea reaffirms with
He started the
resolute
IRGC
conviction
with Khomeini
its
in
dedication
1979.
to constructive engagement
3 months after
with
I
this
was
council.
born, I was living in
We
Iran,
remain ever
and I
prepared
brought him on the
to
podcast. For
contribute
many years,
with
we've been wanting to have
earnestness
this man to
in
come
the
on the
spirit of
podcast, but
common
obviously he
endeavor,
doesn't want to come because
and to work
directly and
continuously towards the
indirectly,
exalted
millions of people
ideals
died
of
because
peace,
of this man.
justice, and the sanctity
If you go on
of
Google, you
human
type in
dignity.
founder of
I thank
IRGC, you'll see his name and Khomeini's name. I bring him on. It's a little uncomfortable.
Agradecemos entonces al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Eritrea y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia el señor Alberto Van Claveren, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Chile.
Things are good. Then you come over, you take over Iran. Khomeini flies in, you fly in. What is the first thing you guys did? He says our #1 mission was to get all the guns out of people's
Señora
hands. And I said,
vicepresidenta,
tell me why. He says, because we wanted to
señora
be safe.
alta comisionada
I said,
adjunta
safe
para los
from
derechos
what?
humanos,
Well, we had to be
señoras y
careful because there was
señores
a lot of
delegados,
criminals who had a lot of
excelencias,
guns. I said,
representantes de la
citizens having guns
sociedad
are criminals.
civil.
They're trying to protect themselves.
Es un
So
honor
again, what do
dirigirme a
tyrants fear?
ustedes en
First thing is what?
representación del gobierno de Chile
Your
y del
guns,
presidente
because you can
Gabriel
protect
Boric.
yourself.
El Consejo
2
de
days
Derechos
ago,
Humanos
I got back
es el
from Brazil.
principal espacio
We're flying out
de
to Brazil to do a
cooperación y
3-hour
diálogo de las
interview with
Naciones
former
Unidas
President
en esta
Jair
materia.
Bolsonaro. How many of you guys love
Chile ha asumido su
President Bolsonaro?
membresía con responsabilidad y
So
rigor,
we're in Brazil.
ostentando
While we're about to
actualmente
go,
la vicepresidencia.
they are briefing us on
Bajo
what to be
esa
prepared for
premisa,
before we go to
me
Brazil.
complace
They say,
anunciar
number
la
one, have an
candidatura de mi
international
país
lawyer
a la
ready in
reelección
case something
para el
happens.
periodo
Number two, make sure you have an armored
2026-2028.
truck. Number three, come with a good
Permítame
delegation. We
explicar
went with
cómo
9 of us.
surge esta
And we'll be
candidatura.
escorting you all over the place.
Su
So we go and we
origen se
experience everything, and then
remonta
eventually
al
the
año
president comes.
2021,
And the
bajo
president
otro
sits there,
ciclo gubernamental
and we start
de
conducting
signo
the interview.
político
One of the most
distinto
emotional
al
interviews I've
actual
ever
en
done.
nuestro país.
This man is crying,
No
tears dropping on
obstante,
the table. I
en
can't wait
coherencia
for
con una
the
política
interview
de
to come out this
Estado en
Wednesday.
derechos humanos,
And
el gobierno
I
del
hear him
presidente Boric
speaking.
no solo
About 15
mantuvo
minutes
ese
left for the interview
compromiso,
to be done.
sino que lo ha
Somebody
convertido
comes in and is
en una
whispering in his ear,
prioridad
whispering
de
in
su
his ear.
política exterior.
He swipes the
Esto
hands,
cobra especial relevancia en un
ends,
contexto
doing all
donde
the
las
stuff that he's
conquistas
doing.
históricas
He
en
gets
este
out.
ámbito
1
enfrentan
hour later,
resistencias
alert on the
y
phone.
retrocesos.
Jair
Este compromiso
Bolsonaro
tiene
has
raíces
been charged and
profundas.
is facing 38
Desde la
years in
participación del
prison.
chileno Hernán Santa
For
Cruz
what?
en la comisión redactora
There's a
de la
judge
Declaración
there in
Universal
Brazil.
de los
His name
Derechos
is
Humanos,
Alexandre de Moraes.
Chile ha
Everybody knows
abogado
who he
por una
is?
visión integral
Okay.
de estos derechos, incluyendo
If
los
there is
económicos,
a
sociales y
picture
culturales.
for someone that
Siguiendo
looks like
este
a
legado,
tyrant, it
reafirmamos
is
nuestra
Alexandre de
convicción
Moraes.
de defender
This man is
siempre
a tyrant
los derechos
at the highest level.
fundamentales en todo el mundo sin dobleces. Al acercarnos al 20º aniversario de la creación de este Consejo, Chile reafirma su compromiso con este espacio y hace un llamado a promover el diálogo constructivo con todos los actores del sistema universal, sin exclusiones, respaldando la labor independiente y técnica de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado. En esta nueva membresía, Chile espera continuar su labor en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos como una política permanente, consolidando el consenso establecido en la Declaración y Programa de Acción de Viena de 1993 sobre la universalidad, indivisibilidad, interrelación e interdependencia de estos derechos. Señora Vicepresidenta, el año 2025 Chile mantendrá su foco en la protección del medio ambiente, la igualdad de género, la situación de los derechos humanos en América Latina, particularmente los casos de Nicaragua y Venezuela, la crisis humanitaria en Gaza y los territorios ocupados de Palestina, las secuelas de la invasión rusa a Ucrania, entre otras materias. Asimismo, identificamos nuevos desafíos que exigen atención urgente. Uno de ellos es el crimen organizado transnacional. Somos conscientes de la necesidad de garantizar la seguridad de todas las personas en nuestro territorio. Sin embargo, ese objetivo debe alcanzarse respetando los derechos humanos de todas las personas involucradas, acusados, víctimas y testigos. Chile ha trabajado en ese Consejo para promover alternativas prácticas que permitan a los Estados abordar estos desafíos, reafirmando que seguridad y derechos humanos no son conceptos opuestos, sino complementarios. Señora Vicepresidenta, el compromiso de Chile con los derechos humanos se refleja en nuestra apertura al multilateralismo. Por ello, mantenemos una invitación permanente a los procedimientos especiales. Y desde nuestra cuarta membresía en 2023 hemos recibido 5 visitas de estos mecanismos. Además, en 2024, Chile rindió su examen periódico universal, asumiendo el compromiso de establecer un mecanismo nacional de seguimiento de recomendaciones. Aceptamos el 98,5% de las 329 recomendaciones recibidas, reafirmando nuestra convicción de que la transparencia y el escrutinio internacional fortalecen la democracia y la protección de derechos. En un mundo donde los desafíos globales demandan respuestas colectivas, Chile respalda el trabajo de los organismos multilaterales. La promesa de paz y seguridad que dio origen a las Naciones Unidas tras la Segunda Guerra Mundial no puede ser desatendida por intereses coyunturales o consideraciones de corto plazo. En síntesis, Chile apuesta por un multilateralismo más robusto, con los derechos humanos en el centro de su acción. Queremos que este foro siga siendo un espacio de diálogo efectivo y comprometido con la protección de todas las personas y sus derechos civiles, políticos, económicos, sociales y culturales. Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Chile y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia señor Ararat Mirzoyan, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Armenia.
They took him all the social media sites. There's a lot of people that want to be friends with him today. Same people that silenced him. They said he can't use social media.
Honorable Chair.
Then you go from there, you dream about coming to America, and you sit there, you think about, you say, oh my God, I cannot even believe the fact that I'm living in a country like this where
His
you and I,
Excellency Mr. Jürgen Lauber of Switzerland and the whole Bureau of the Human Rights Council on the election. We wish you every success and stand ready to support your important mission. Today, as the world continues to face the consequences of violent conflicts, forced displacement and gross violations of
fundamental
Day,
rights,
a Memorial Day, and
the
I see one of my chief foreign officers on this side in tears. I see another colonel over here in tears. I see a sergeant first class on this side in tears. I'm like, why are these guys crying?
The scale and severity of atrocity
and
crimes
we go into the auditorium,
grave
they say there's a movie coming out about
as well as our collective inability neither effectively prevent nor ensure accountability put at risk the whole set of fundamental values upon which the United Nations and its human rights system were created.
So now watch.
Basic norms on which all and each of us agreed without reservation.
Because of my PT score, I was
Against
able to
this
go and get at
background,
this one
the
camp
role
for
and
2 days
visibility of the human rights system has increased
This man hands me a Bible. I'm like, sir, I'm the wrong guy to give you a Bible.
More and more people,
my
civil
parents gifted me
society
this Bible
organizations and other stakeholders engage with the Human Rights Council, refer to special procedures and treaty body mechanisms.
I start praying 3 times a day.
This comes to testify that the human rights pillar remains the inspiration of hope and justice for millions of people, for our citizens.
Revolutionary, doesn't even make sense.
Honorable
to me. It's a
Chair, I am proud to state that even in most trying times, Armenia continues to make progress in consolidating and strengthening its democratic institutions, enhancing judicial independence, and combating corruption to build a more equal and just society. We have recently established a national mechanism for implementation, reporting and follow-up of human rights commitments and obligations, and view it as an important domestic mechanism to mainstream rights-based approach in all policy areas.
What were we thinking about?
Later this year, Armenia will be presenting its 4th Universal Periodic Review, which has been concluded based on numerous rounds of consultations between governmental and non-governmental organizations, actors. Armenia remains steadfast in its commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights domestically and globally. We strive to provide platforms for diverse voices and find solutions to the most acute issues of human rights and humanitarian domains. In this regard, last year, in December, Armenia hosted the 5th Global Forum Against Crime of Genocide. The forum gathered officials, eminent experts, representatives of international organizations, United Nations Special Procedure Mandate holders, civil society and academia, who looked at the role that small states can play in shaping and moving forward the prevention agenda, examine the evolution of the UN early warning and early response mechanisms, focusing on the necessity to improve operational and policy coherence. Participants also deliberated on functions and roles of various regional and global organizations, as well as global judicial bodies. Armenia also hosted the 8th Ministerial Meeting of the Ancient Civilizations Forum, placing the protection of cultural heritage at the core of its discussion. Next year, we will have pivotal importance for my country and our commitments to advance global environmental goals as the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, the COP17, will be taking place in Armenia. We attach utmost importance to organizing an inclusive conference of the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. The Armenian presidency will strive to organize a successful conference with full and meaningful participation, including civil society, academia, indigenous people, local communities, women and youth organizations, and other relevant
great to be with you. We are gathered
Armenia
here
looks
today
forward to
at a historic
with
time.
the United Nations
and in a few
member
hours,
states,
you're going to have an
civil
opportunity
society
to hear
and non-governmental
from a very
organizations in
historic
the
president.
effective organization
Here's a
of
name you
this
probably haven't
crucial
heard of.
international
Buddy Nelgus,
environmental conference
Olympic gold
to
medal
bring the
sailor
global
from
environmental
Zenda,
processes
Wisconsin, grew
back
up on
on
a
track
small, teeny
for
little lake
sustainable
in
development
Wisconsin. How
and
did a
true
kid from a small little
inclusivity
lake in
when it comes
Wisconsin
to
go on to become an Olympic
multi-stakeholder
sailor?
participation.
He became an Olympic gold medal sailor
Ladies
because he
and
understood
gentlemen,
you never have
1
to
year
recover
ago, in my
from a great
statement,
start.
I made
So I've got a
extensive
few questions
references
for
to
you.
the challenges
In our
that
entire U.S.
Armenia
history,
was
which
facing.
president
Unfortunately,
has been off
most
to
of
the
those
greatest
challenges
start in
still
history?
remain unresolved despite the tremendous efforts of my country. Statements coming from our eastern neighbor continue to question the territorial integrity of Armenia, despite the recognition of each other's territorial integrity based on the 1991 Alma-Ata Declaration, which, among others, had reconfirmed that the administrative boundaries of the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic and the Azerbaijani Soviet Socialist Republic had become international borders between the two independent
CPAC was the group that believed in President Trump when others didn't. You stayed
mock
with them.
trials against
You
23
worked so hard
Armenian
for all these
individuals
years,
who are
and you were
arbitrarily
working because you
detained
supported
are
President
taking
Trump, but
place
you were
in
working because you cared
Azerbaijan,
deeply
with
about
disregard
America.
of human rights
You
standards
wanted America to be better. You knew that America could reach its full potential.
1 year ago,
and now that is
the High
happening
Commissioner
every
for
single
Human Rights
day, and it
informed
started
this
here
Council
with
that
you.
the
Thank you,
OHCHR
CPAC, for
deployed
everything
two
that you've
teams to
done.
Armenia to collect information about the situation of more than
Yes, President Trump has got a
115,000
very
ethnic
clear and a
Armenians
very
from
powerful
Nagorno-Karabakh.
vision on ways to make
We
America
believe
again
that the results
great
of the
again,
mission
and at the
will be
center
an
of that
important
is
contribution
energy
towards
dominance.
advancing the
He knows that
reconciliation
energy dominance,
efforts.
when the U.S. is energy dominance, it's
The
going to bring
Republic of
down
Armenia,
inflation because energy is
remaining
a
faithful
component of
to
every
its agenda on establishment of peace and stability in our region, has made several constructive proposals to the Azerbaijani side, including within the context of the peace agreement, opening of transport infrastructure, mutual arms control and verification mechanisms, etc., having in mind the necessity to establish a strategic deal that will resolve all major issues. We remain convinced that constructive response and further engagement and demonstration of political will of both parties will largely contribute
Yes, President
to
Trump
opening
knows
a
better
new
than
era
anyone
of
that
peace
energy
in our
dominance is
region.
the foundation for American
In this very
prosperity,
context,
for
I would like to
affordability
once
and
again
world peace.
reconfirm the
Biden
willingness
administration,
of the Armenian side
wow,
to turn the
what a
page
mess
of
that we've
enmity
inherited.
and
The Biden
establish
administration, at the core of everything they're doing, we're
institutionalized peace.
beholden to a
We are
group
not
of
only
climate
ready for
extremists.
this, but will not
And when
divert
those
from
climate
this
extremists
path.
got
And
the
I thank
Biden
you.
administration to declare war on U.S. energy. And when they declared war on U.S. energy, it didn't reduce demand.
Agradecemos al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Armenia y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia, señora Turgertir Katrin Gurdensdottir. Tiene la palabra.
24 terror groups against us. But President Trump wants that to stop. And he's got full maximum pressure against Iran,
Madam Vice
and he'll do
President,
what he did in his first term, which is
I am
financially he'll
tempted
bring
to
that
begin
country,
my
or
very
lead
first
the Ayatollahs,
address
not
to the
country,
Human
but the
Rights
Ayatollahs to
Council
their
by
knees.
quoting the
But back
preamble
home,
of the United
climate
Nations
extremists that
Charter
wanted
signed
to shut down
8
U.S. energy, what did
decades
they do to
ago
Americans?
this June.
They
To
raised
recall
the
the
price of
pledge
everything.
that was made in
Electricity
1945
prices
in
30%
San
higher under the
Francisco,
Biden
USA,
administration.
to,
Some of you, if you
and
live
I
in the
quote,
Northeast, you're going to be
save
staring at
succeeding
15 to
generations
17
from
to
the
20%
scourge of
increases
war
again this summer.
and
This is all
to
what we've
reaffirm
inherited.
faith in
And when
fundamental
we have
human
high
rights
energy costs,
and the dignity
that hurts
and
our
worth
economy, and we
of the human
deindustrialize.
person in
And
the
that's why
equal rights
President
of
Trump
men
on day
and
one
women
declared a
and of
national
nations
energy emergency.
large and
It
small.
wasn't just about price at the pump.
It seems to me
He understood
appropriate
the mess
as we
that Biden
celebrate the
left us,
80th
and that's why
anniversary
he
of the
declared that
United
energy
Nations
emergency.
to bring
And
these
part of that
exactly
solution,
fundamental
last
principles
Friday,
back to our
he
minds,
created the
since
National
we
Energy
regrettably
Dominance Council. He
appear
asked
to
me
be
to chair it. He
moving
asked
through rather
Chris
tough,
Wright to be the vice chair.
rough seas.
And with
The
that,
international
with the work
system
that
is
we're
being
going to be doing,
challenged
it covers
exactly when we
everything.
need it
It
the
covers
most,
electricity, it
with
covers oil
worrying
and gas,
signs
it covers
of willingness
biofuels, it covers
by
export,
major
it covers
states to
exploration.
put aside
all the things that we
all
need
of
to
that
do to
which
have our
has
country
served
become an
us
energy
so
powerhouse.
well.
But let's just
Once
talk
again,
a little bit about
there
one
are
of the
those
things that
who
were
seek
left,
to
and that's
govern
the energy
through the
emergency,
rule
and
of
that
the
is
strongest,
our electrical grid
where
in this
might
country
makes
is
right,
absolutely in danger.
fundamental human
The climate
rights be
extremists
damned,
worshipped an
equal
ideology
rights
that
of
defied
nations,
physics,
large
economics,
and
and
small,
common sense.
no longer
They
the guiding
believed that that
principle.
was the existential threat.
The examples
I will
of
tell you
this
that there's two
dangerous
existential
trend
threats that this
of disregard
administration
for
believes in.
international
One was
law
existential
are
threat was Iran getting a
unfortunately
nuclear
many.
weapon. That would
But the
change the world,
clearest
and
sign
this
is
administration,
something
working with our
we
allies, is
are
going to make
very
sure
much
that doesn't
focused
happen.
on today.
And the second
And
thing
as we
is,
send
the
our
second
best
existential
wishes
threat is
to the
losing
people
the
of
artificial
Ukraine.
intelligence arms arms
Today
race
marks the day that their neighbor, Russia,
this
3 years
country has
ago
shut
began
down
its
more
illegal
electricity
and
than
wholly
China has opened in the
unjustified
last 12
full-scale
months.
invasion
And we
war
need electricity, because
of aggression.
electricity drives AI data
Slava
centers, and
Ukraine.
AI data centers manufacture intelligence,
Distinguished
and when
audience,
we manufacture
it is my privilege to address this Council as a foreign minister of a country now serving as an elected member. This is the second time Iceland serves on the Council, and we return determined to actively contribute to the Council's core mandate of advancing the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms of all people, and to address human rights violations and abuses anywhere. During our membership, we will focus specifically on children and youth, on the rights of women and girls, and also on the right of LGBTQIA+ There is also ample reason to put exactly these issues front and center. We realize that not every United Nations member state has yet arrived at the same conclusion we have, that advancement of gender equality and human rights of all people, regardless of gender or sexual orientation, is key to releasing the true potential of society, that equality and prosperity are in fact strongly linked. To them I say that we are all God's children, equal and entitled to the same rights and respect. We hope through our work on this Council to bring others further along with persuasion and perseverance. It is a matter of some pride for us that Iceland is seen as a trailblazer in terms of gender equality. While we still have work to do at home, I want to share with you recent developments related to political participation and representation, namely that the new three-party coalition government, of which I'm part of, is now led by three
I heard somebody
women,
knew the answer.
The first
yes, we
in our
transitioned off of whale oil. Whale
Iceland
oil
has also seen progress with regard to LGBTQIA+ rights. We are now number 2 on the ILGA Europe Rainbow Map. We take pride in the policies that underpin this success, and there is broad consensus around them at home. Nevertheless, we are not immune in Iceland to the negative trends that have emerged internationally, the backlash against what I consider progress. Ideologies that undermine the existence and rights of individuals, particularly transgender individuals, unfortunately flow now across borders through social media. This is especially concerning as these ideologies now seem to originate in some of the most powerful countries in the world.
Trump administration, we're
For
going to
me,
build that balance
the starting point
and we
is
have
a simple
trillions and
truth.
trillions of dollars worth of natural resources.
No person should have
we're going to make sure that we
fear
understand that
of
our
persecution
assets far
and violence.
exceed the debt that we have.
This continues to apply if the persecution is based on a person's sexual orientation or gender identity.
Of offshore potential, trillions of dollars of revenue potential for you, your kids, and your grandkids, and with a stroke of a pen, said we're never going to develop that. Never. It's off the table.
Who fight for the rights.
I got it. You can boo for that if you want to, but
we are all born
that's literally
free
1/3 of the lower 48.
Your
Here.
Excellency,
he was trying to rob us of that.
Excellencies, the founders of the United Nations 80 years ago determined to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, to unite the strength to maintain international peace and security, and to ensure by acceptance of principles and the institution of methods that armed force shall not be used.
One of the other falsehoods is that somehow that those climate extremists cared more about the environment than any of us in this room. And I know how deeply this group cares, and I know the people in my home state, the farmers and ranchers, fourth and fifth generation, they live on the land, they care about the soil health, they care about the water, they care about the air, and that's why in North Dakota we had some of the cleanest air and water in the country, and we were an energy powerhouse. We can do both of these things in our country, because when you shut down U.S. energy and you push that supply overseas, you push it to places that use child labor, that don't do reclamation, they don't have any kind of regulatory environment like we have.
The
and so
latest
it's cleaner.
example
If you care about
of the
the environment, you want
crossroads
every drop
we
of
now
energy,
find
every electron to be
ourselves
produced in the United States We also see conflicts elsewhere, where people live in fear and their human rights are being eroded. An example are the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan, which now seem barely to exist.
68 times Joe Biden issued orders that tried to shut down energy development
our international system, the rules-based order we have increasingly lived by, is under attack by forces that mean to reshape our world, who ultimately want to do away with multilateralism altogether.
Japan, South Korea,
there is only one way to meet these challenges. We must redouble our efforts. Recommit ourselves to principles laid out in the UN Charter. It may prove difficult. It may require sacrifices. For sure, it will require sacrifices, since, after all, the world is a different place than it was in 1945, and the United Nations must reflect those changes through reform and renewal. But by addressing in unison the challenges faced by humanity, we are more likely to succeed, and only with common rules can we act united. We need to reaffirm our faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of all people, in the equal rights
supply
of
chains be right here. So we're going to do all of that. And when we do all of that, we're going to be able to build, baby, build. President Trump is the greatest economic developer that's ever existed.
Agradecemos a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Islandia. Y ahora tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia, señora Ana Araya Silasi, ministra de Justicia de Etiopía.
In those meetings, President Trump said to those leaders, you've got a deficit, a trade deficit with our country. We think you should solve that. What would you like to buy from us? Perhaps some energy?
Madam Vice President.
30 years ago, he wrote the international bestseller, The Art of the Deal. President Trump did. I've seen him in action. Right now, every day, he's writing the sequel to that of The Art of the Deal in real time. Only, yes, he is, but he's dealing with the world leaders. They're coming to him, and they want to buy American, and we want to build American. And we know that President Trump is not only making America strong again, he's going to make America affordable again. He's helping with your help. He's fighting for the agenda. And you know what he's going to do? He's going to make America great again. Thank you, CPAC.
Key measures to promote and protect human rights. These efforts include expediting the ratification of human rights treaties, strengthening international cooperation, and implementing key legislative policy and institutional reforms. We have undertaken a comprehensive legal reform that introduced progressive laws aimed at enhancing human rights protections and strengthening independent institutions.
I switched.
As part of our international obligations under human rights treaties, Ethiopia remains fully engaged in the Universal Periodic Review process. We submitted the fourth cycle national report in August 2024 and received 316 recommendations. We reaffirm our dedication to implementing the accepted recommendations in the upcoming period. Madam Vice President, Excellencies, I am pleased to share the significant strides Ethiopia has made in advancing human rights, strengthening the rule of law, and fostering national reconciliation. Ethiopia remains steadfast in its commitment to preventing human rights violations and addressing past atrocities to build a strong foundation for lasting peace. Ethiopia is implementing a comprehensive transitional justice policy designed to promote accountability, truth seeking, and reconciliation in the country. As we work to establish the legal framework and the institutions necessary for its implementation, we continue to ensure that the process is participatory,
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is Ethiopia values strong multilateralism and actively engages with regional and international human rights mechanisms. At the regional level, Ethiopia continues to make substantial contributions to peace, human rights, and regional stability, particularly through our active role in the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
But I am honored to join
the successful implementation of the Pretoria Peace Agreement underscores the Ethiopian government's unwavering commitment to peace, human rights, and prosperity for its people. It also serves as a testament to the government's unwavering commitment to peacefully resolving challenges in the Horn of Africa and beyond. Ethiopia further stands firm in its commitment to ensuring sustainable and inclusive development. It is making substantial progress in poverty alleviation, climate action, and economic transformation. Excellencies, during its membership of the Human Rights Council, Ethiopia will focus on 3 priority areas. First, we will endeavor to enhance synergy between national contexts, regional mechanisms, and mechanisms of the United Nations centered in the Human Rights Council. Second, we will continue advocating for the indivisibility and universality of human rights. We believe poverty eradication and ensuring economic, social, and cultural rights prepares the ground for the full realization of other rights. Finally, in collaboration with like-minded countries and members of the African Group, we will advocate for different group rights, including the equal rights of women, the rights of the child, the rights of persons with disabilities, and people subjected to racism and racial discrimination. We look forward to working with you and wish to express our sincere gratitude to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for its long-standing partnership.
Agradecemos a la ministra de Justicia de Etiopía y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia señora Vaiva Bragi, ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Letonia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in the 13 years since the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we have taken remarkable strides towards gender equality and the empowerment of women. Yet today, we must also confront the stark realities that women and girls face globally. In Afghanistan, Iran, Sudan, the DRC, as progress remains fragile and uneven, women and girls continue to face gender-based discrimination and sexual violence. They are denied access to education and healthcare and continue to be deprived of fundamental freedoms. We must spare no effort in urgently addressing these challenges. Latvia is an international leader in gender equality and women's representation at the highest positions. Yet, our commitment to women's empowerment is global. Latvia has increased its contributions to the UN Women, other UN bodies to address immediate needs, but also long-term measures to fight inequality and oppression. Together with NGOs, we have implemented projects to rehabilitate survivors of violence in Ukraine and to empower women and girls in Egypt, Ethiopia, Fiji, Namibia, Rwanda, Uzbekistan in the areas of entrepreneurship, digital literacy and STEM. This is our long-term commitment. Mr. President, 3 years ago, in an act of unprovoked and unjustified aggression, Russia launched a brutal, full-scale invasion of its sovereign, peaceful neighbor, Ukraine. Thousands of innocent civilians have been killed, millions displaced, and entire cities reduced to rubble. There are hundreds of documented and many more unreported cases of Russia's systemic use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. The acts of rape, torture, and humiliation committed by Russian soldiers are cruel and pure evil. Russia's authorities have committed crimes against humanity by using torture as a coordinated state policy towards Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcibly kidnapped, illegally deported, and subjected to the so-called re-education efforts, in fact aimed at erasing their identity. Behind each of those stories lies a broken family, unspeakable pain, and deep scars that persist for generations. Through this campaign, Russia is seeking to deprive Ukraine of its future, and Russia must be held internationally accountable for its crimes. The situation in Gaza and the West Bank, with the immense loss of civilian lives, especially those of children and women, is unacceptable. We remain deeply concerned about the health of hostages still in captivity. Further measures to strengthen the protection of civilians and ensure the safe delivery of humanitarian aid at scale is of utmost priority. And negotiated end to all hostilities must be adhered to by all sides. Returning to talks on a sustainable long-term solution is critical to breaking the cycle of violence. Mr. President, human rights violations are not confined to conflicts or until war. In Russia, the human rights situation continues to deteriorate at an alarming
Robert
rate.
Malone, you know, one of
Opposition, human rights defenders, independent media face censorship, imprisonment, and even death. Domestic repression continues to enable external
Probably
aggression.
one of the best-known
In Belarus,
contrarian
the recent
voices
sham
during the
elections were
COVID
a total
pandemic,
farce.
arguing for
The regime
rational
continues its
policy during the
relentless
pandemic.
crackdown on civil liberties
But I know him
and direct
best
support for Russia's
as
aggression
a
against
rancher
Ukraine.
of horses and emus.
Over 1,000 political
welcome
prisoners
my friend
face
Jan
cruel
Jekielek.
and
You may
inhuman
remember
treatment,
that I
long
spoke about
sentences,
Jan's
and mock
leadership
trials.
in the Epoch
We will
Times at
continue to
CPAC
support
3
the
years
Belarusian
ago,
people and
and I
the
think without
democratic opposition
CPAC
in the
we
quest
might,
for a
without
free, sovereign, and
Epoch
independent
Times we might
Belarus.
not be where we are right
Mr.
now. It's
President,
been my pleasure
we all
to
have a
build a
stake in
friendship
the
with
resilience of
Jan
multilateral
and to
system.
participate in
Latvia
his
stands ready
fantastic
to
series
shoulder
American
greater
Thought Leaders
responsibility in
and
safeguarding
our
the UN
little
Charter
fun series of
and
clips that we called
demonstrating
Fallout.
global solidarity.
Right.
As a candidate for the UN Security Council
I'm
for
wearing
the
a bow
term
tie today,
2026-27,
not my usual attire,
we
in
will
honor
stand up for
of
Ukraine's
Dr.
sovereignty
Peter
and
Hotez.
territorial integrity,
You'll
sustainable
recall that
peace and
Peter
stability in
Hotez
the
last
Middle East,
December
engage
darkly
on the
muttered
women, peace
about
and
the fact that
security
as soon
agenda
as
and address
President
emerging
Trump
threats
was
in the
in
digital and
office,
information
there was
sphere.
going to be a series
If elected,
of
we will work
virus
together for peace and
outbreaks,
resilience,
of
advocate for the
threatening
rule of law,
viral
human rights, fundamental
events
freedoms,
that were
and
going to cause
accountability.
him
Thank you.
a lot of grief and to focus on
Muchas gracias, Su Excelencia.
responding
A
to those,
continuación, tengo el
but
honor de ceder la
instead
palabra
what we
a Su
have
Excelencia, señor
is
Mohammad
amazing
Hassan,
things that
Ministro
happened
de
on the
Relaciones
same day.
Exteriores de Malasia.
So, who here noticed that
Mr. President,
the
Excellencies,
new HHS
in this
Secretary
ever-changing landscape,
is Robert
we are
F.
facing
Kennedy
significant
Jr.
geopolitical challenges that undermine
Two things
international
happened
peace,
that day.
security,
First,
and the
Robert F.
principles of
Kennedy
human
Jr. was
rights.
sworn in.
This
And
is
second,
particularly
there was an
evident in
executive
Gaza,
order
where there have been
signed by
blatant violations
President
of
Trump
international
that
laws and
established a
appalling
commission to look at
brutalities.
child chronic
Israel's
disease.
genocide has led to the unnecessary tragic loss
A
of civilian
one-two
lives,
punch that, in our
resulting
view,
in profound
is kind of
suffering and devastation.
revolutionizing the future of
While
health.
Malaysia
Robert.
welcomes the January 15 ceasefire
agree.
agreement, we
So
consider
what is
it's
this
merely a starting point. As with many others, we believe in addressing the root cause of the conflict. The illegal occupation in the occupied Palestinian territory, or OPT, must end, and all states should implement the ICJ advisory opinion of 19 July 2024 without further delay. Accountability for human rights violations in Palestine must prevail. As a matter of urgency, Israel must render its cooperation and grant full access to the Commission of Inquiry and Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. Malaysia also calls for the timely convening of the Conference of the High Contracting Parties to the Fourth Geneva Convention to uphold the General Assembly's resolution and ICJ rulings. On the humanitarian front, Malaysia reaffirms its support for the reconstruction and disaster relief efforts for Palestinians. We will host the fourth ministerial meeting of the East Asian countries for Palestinian Development, or CPAC, this year, to promote sustainable reconstruction of Gaza and empower the Palestinian community. Excellencies, as the current chair of ASEAN, Malaysia is committed to strengthening ASEAN's voice on human rights issued through the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. The ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in Myanmar, Malaysia aims to create a conducive environment for engagement among stakeholders to rebuild trust, foster inclusive dialogue, and facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. The five-point consensus remains the bedrock of ASEAN's approach. Malaysia is committed to working closely with the United Nations and its agencies to promote concrete progress and achieve a durable and peaceful resolution to the crisis in Myanmar. To facilitate progress, Malaysia has appointed its ASEAN Special Envoy to Myanmar. We also look forward to strengthening ASEAN engagement and cooperation with the United Nations and human rights mechanisms on human rights issues related to climate change, women and children, health, development, and digitalization. We continue to explore capacity-building programs to protect vulnerable groups. Excellencies, Malaysia remains committed to promoting and protecting human rights. On the national front, we will continue to prioritize human rights as a fundamental aspect of development and well-being of our people. We demonstrate this commitment by advancing reforms that promote dignity, justice, and equality for all. Malaysia's commitment in advancing human rights is evident through the development of Freedom of Information Act, National Aging Blueprint, National Indigenous People Development Policy, and National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. We continue to collaborate with the OSCR through various human rights mechanisms. Just last year, we welcomed a visit by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the independent expert on the rights of older persons, and the special rapporteur on arbitrary execution.
And millions and millions of Americans basically were not,
should be made more effective
many of us
by
were just
avoiding
not aware
politicization,
that there was this
of double
growing
standards,
movement of
and
people that were looking at root causes of
The
health.
Council
And Bobby
must
was kind of a
decisively
central
uphold
figure in
its
this. So
mandate
him coming
to
in
ensure fairness,
as the HHS
transparency,
secretary, I mean, this
and
is
accountability
in terms of budget, the largest of the departments.
To restore trust in the international community and remain relevant, the Council must be responsive to the current global needs and challenges.
Isn't that right?
Malaysia stands ready to contribute to this crucial endeavor.
This is what dawned on us as we were preparing for this session. You know, back in the 90s in China, there was this, the health system had actually collapsed a little bit like what's been happening here. Okay? And these traditional methods of called Qigong, or kind of a Chinese yoga, became incredibly popular in China. The most popular was Falun Gong, and some of you will know that the founders of Epoch Times were Falun Gong practitioners. 70 to 100 million people were getting healthy. We're getting healthy. Okay? They were getting awards for getting healthy. And what did the regime do in 1999? They decided to crush this health and spiritual movement. So, I mean, this is something that totalitarians do. This is the other part that I realize. Totalitarians do not like healthy people, right? And it's a kind of a mindset. It's a kind of a mindset. So, here we are.
Par l'exacerbation de certains conflits mettant à rude épreuve le droit international et par la recrudescence de crises des institutions démocratiques. L'Andorre ne peut qu'exprimer sa profonde préoccupation face aux situations en Ukraine, victime depuis 3 ans d'une invasion à grande échelle, à Gaza, au Soudan, mais aussi en République démocratique du Congo, qui a fait l'objet d'une session extraordinaire du Conseil début février, sans oublier de nombreuses autres crises et conflits qui restent trop souvent dans l'ombre. Et je pense particulièrement à cet état de non-droit qui est devenu Haïti. Face à ces menaces persistantes et à des défis émergents comme ceux liés au mauvais usage des technologies, notamment à des fins de manipulation de l'information, il est essentiel de renforcer et de rendre plus efficaces les mécanismes internationaux de protection des droits, au premier rang desquels ce Conseil des droits de l'homme. Les crises humanitaires d'une ampleur inouïe qui secouent le monde nous rappellent l'urgence d'utiliser plus efficacement les instruments censés protéger les civils et faire rendre des comptes à ceux qui commettent toutes sortes d'exactions. À cet égard, la principauté d'Andorre soutient fermement la Cour pénale internationale en tant que mécanisme essentiel de la lutte contre l'impunité. Les enfants sont les principales victimes des conflits. C'est pour cette raison que le chef du gouvernement d'Andorre, M. Xavier Spot, ici même à Genève le mois prochain, va participer au lancement d'une vaste campagne du bureau de la haute représentante du secrétaire général pour les enfants et les conflits armés. Les femmes sont aussi particulièrement vulnérables aux conflits. L'année 2025 marque le 30e 4e anniversaire de la 4e conférence mondiale sur les femmes et de l'adoption de la déclaration et du programme d'action de Beijing, ainsi que les 25 ans de l'adoption de la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies sur femmes, paix et sécurité. C'est un moment clé pour évaluer les progrès réalisés, mais aussi l'ampleur de ce qui reste à faire. En Andorre, l'égalité de genre n'est pas seulement un objectif, elle constitue une priorité transversale des politiques publiques. Et c'est dans cet esprit que nous avons soumis notre rapport dans le cadre de la plateforme de Beijing +25. À l'échelle mondiale, d'importants défis persistent, qu'il s'agisse de lutter contre la violence de genre, de s'attaquer à la fracture salariale ou encore d'assurer l'égalité des chances et un accès équitable aux ressources. Dans certaines parties du monde, il faut même faire état de recul significatif. Et à cet égard, je voudrais réitérer notre préoccupation profonde face aux violations constantes et systématiques des droits des femmes en Afghanistan et condamner particulièrement l'exclusion des filles de l'école. Nous sommes également très attentifs à la situation des droits des femmes en Syrie et au rôle important qu'elles doivent être amenées à jouer dans la transition politique de ce pays. 30 ans après Beijing, nos efforts collectifs seront cruciaux pour garantir que les femmes participent pleinement à la construction de sociétés plus inclusives. L'inclusion sociale est également au cœur de l'engagement de l'Andorre, qui aspire à construire une société où la diversité soit une richesse. C'est pour cette raison qu'à l'échelle internationale, nous défendons le multilinguisme dans le système multilatéral comme un droit. Señoras y señores, la pobreza extrema, el hambre, las desigualdades continúan socavando la cohesión social y el desarrollo sostenible. Al mismo tiempo, el cambio climático avanza con consecuencias devastadoras, poniendo en peligro no solo nuestro presente, sino también el futuro de las próximas generaciones. Ante estos desafíos, no podemos permanecer indiferentes. Ahora, más que nunca, es el momento de unir esfuerzos y actuar con determinación, visión y valentía. Andorra reafirma su compromiso inquebrantable de seguir trabajando por un multilateralismo más eficaz e inclusivo para fortalecer unos valores que seguimos considerando como universales, garantizar la protección de los derechos fundamentales y hacer realidad un futuro más sostenible, seguro y esperanzador. Gracias por su atención. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for your attention.
Agradecemos a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Andorra y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia, señor Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Sayani, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Bahrein.
I'll be glad to sacrifice a lab rat if I can have a focus on my grandmother and improving her standard of living. In One Health, the health of animals and the health of the environment are considered equivalent to the health of humans, and this has now been slipped in this policy that's right up there with the Green New Deal, while the new administration was distracted. Something that was in progress for 2-3 years under the Biden administration, they managed to sneak in. They managed to sneak in the new director of pandemic preparedness, a veterinarian who's the associate dean of One Health at Texas A&M, before Bobby even had a chance to sit in the chair. And this is what Bobby really needs your help with. This is what Maha needs your help with. He is going to be up against an entrenched bureaucracy that is going to fight him tooth and nail every step of the way. And the only way that we're going to be able to get sustainable change is we have to have all of us, the citizens of the United States, saying, we support you, we support a focus on health in Americans, And we are not okay with this globalist agenda of one health, and we are not okay with the bureaucracy sneaking stuff in behind his back. Now, we only have a little bit of time left, but let's talk a little bit about bird flu.
Well, so how many have noticed egg prices have gone through the roof? Okay, front page of the Epoch Times, okay, the national edition, you should check it out. It's unbelievable, right? But what is the reason? You might think, looking at mainstream media headlines, that it's because bird flu has killed 55 million birds. No, people have killed 55 million birds in an attempt to stop the bird flu, but that's not necessarily the only way to do it.
So bird flu has been around for years. I think this is our fourth episode of fear, of promoted fear about bird flu. And it never materializes, it never transfers into humans so far. Let's hope that continues to be the case. But now, even according to the CDC, bird flu is not a major risk for humans. It doesn't transmit from human to human. It's not putting people in the hospital, and they're not dying at any kind of a rate.
وحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. كما لن أتحدث هنا عن نجاحنا في معالجة 128 توصية من أصل 172 توصية من توصيات الاستعراض الدوري الشامل على مدى العامين الماضيين، أو عن إنجازنا الذي تجاوز التوقعات في تنفيذ الخطة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان. إن استعداداتنا الجارية للمرحلة التالية من هذه الرحلة المتواصلة تهدف جميعها إلى تعزيز أفضل بيئة ممكنة لحقوق الإنسان لكل من يقيم في مملكة البحرين الحبيبة. ومع ذلك فإن من الضروري أن يعترف هذا المجلس الموقر بحق شعوب منطقتنا في السلام. وفي مملكة البحرين نظل ملتزمين بثبات بتعزيز حقوق الإنسان ونشر ثقافة التسامح والتعايش السلمي والإخاء الإنساني. إن تفانينا في السلام يتجاوز الخطاب السياسي المجرد ويتعدى إلى تبني نهج شامل يؤمن بأن النماء الحقيقي لا يمكن أن يزدهر إلا في بيئة آمنة مستقرة ومستدامة تحترم حقوق الإنسان وتحل النزاعات من خلال الحوار والتفاهم المتبادل والتسويات السياسية وليس عبر الحروب
المدمرة. I think we've run out of time here.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة يواجه العالم اليوم تحديات عالمية غير مسبوقة
Thank you everybody.
تجبرنا على إعادة تأكيد التزامنا بالعدالة والمساواة والسلام لكافة شعوب العالم. وخلال القمة العربية 33 التي عقدت في مملكة البحرين برئاسة جلالة الملك رعاه الله، أكد القادة العرب على الأهمية الحيوية لحقوق الإنسان والتنمية والسلام والتضامن باعتبارها مكونات أساسية لمستقبل مزدهر لشعوبنا. ويوضح إعلان قمة البحرين رؤية شاملة لتعزيز السلام والاستقرار الإقليميين مع الدعوة إلى العدالة والمساواة، كما يسلط الإعلام الضوء على ضرورة التعاون العربي في معالجة تحديات حقوق الإنسان، ويؤكد على قناعتنا بأن حقوق الإنسان والتنمية والسلام مرتبطة ارتباطا وثيقا. ودعت القمة إلى عقد مؤتمر دولي للتوصل إلى حل للصراع الإسرائيلي الفلسطيني المستمر لأكثر من 70 عاما، واقترحت العديد من مبادرات حقوق الإنسان. بما في ذلك توفير الرعاية الصحية والتعليم للمتضررين من الصراعات والنزاعات الإقليمية. وتعكس هذه المبادرات التزامنا الإنساني بالدفاع عن حقوق الإنسان، وخاصة المتضررين من الصراعات، مع الاستثمار في القطاعات الحيوية التي تعزز القدرة على الصمود والتعافي والاستقرار. وحرصا من مملكة البحرين على ضمان التنفيذ الفعال والمستدام لهذه المبادرات، فقد أنشأت المملكة لجنة وطنية مختصة مسؤولة عن تنسيق ومتابعة تنفيذ مبادرات القمة العربية. إن هذه الآلية تؤكد التزامنا بالوفاء بمسؤولياتنا الإنسانية، وتعكس نهجا مستداما لتعزيز حقوق الإنسان والتنمية في المنطقة. ونحن نواصل السعي نحو رؤية تعزز التكامل الإقليمي والاستقرار السياسي والتنمية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للجميع.
All of us together, collectively, all of you who support CPAC,
إن من الضروري
the only group that
أن ندرك
ranks and rates
أن المناقشات المتعلقة بحقوق الإنسان لا يمكن أن تتم بمعزل عن مبادئ التضامن، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بالسلام والاستقرار. إن غياب الأمن واستمرار الصراعات المسلحة يعرضان حياة المدنيين للخطر ويهددان الكرامة الإنسانية الأساسية. إن الدفاع عن الحق في الحياة هو جوهر مهمة هذا المجلس. وتظل البحرين داعمة بقوة للمبادرات الدولية والإقليمية الرامية إلى تعزيز الأمن والسلام العالميين، في حين تعارض بقوة العنف والتطرف والإرهاب والفكر المتعصب، وتدعو إلى حل النزاعات سلميا عبر الحوار الدبلوماسي. وفي هذا السياق تأكد مملكة البحرين أن تحقيق السلام العادل والشامل في الشرق الأوسط يتطلب حماية حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني ومنع تهجيره وإقامة دولة فلسطينية ذات سيادة كاملة تعيش بسلام مع إسرائيل. وتحث مملكة البحرين مجلس حقوق الإنسان على توجيه جهوده نحو تحقيق السلام الدائم في الشرق الأوسط لجميع شعوبه. ولذلك فإننا نناشد مجلسكم الموقر بدعم المساعي الرامية إلى تحقيق السلام والتعايش المتناغم بين شعوب الشرق الأوسط. وهذا التحدي يواجه مجلسكم، وأنا على ثقة بأن المجلس سوف يكون عند مستوى هذا التحدي. وشكرا لكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Agradecemos al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Bahrein y a continuación cedo la palabra a su excelencia el señor Roberto Álvarez Gil, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de República Dominicana.
Colegas, representantes de los Estados miembros, señoras y señores, es para mí un profundo honor dirigirme a esta asamblea en el marco de la sesión de alto nivel del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. En nombre del Gobierno de República Dominicana, me complace reafirmar nuestro firme compromiso con la defensa y promoción de los derechos humanos en el ámbito global, así como nuestra voluntad de seguir contribuyendo activamente en este foro de gran relevancia para toda la comunidad internacional. Este Consejo es un espacio indispensable para consolidar los principios fundamentales que promueven la dignidad humana, la igualdad y la justicia para todos los pueblos del mundo. Quisiera resaltar no solo los avances logrados en nuestra nación, sino también nuestro compromiso continuo con los valores que nos guían, los cuales están consagrados en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos y en tantos otros instrumentos esenciales adoptados en las pasadas 8 décadas de nuestra organización. La agenda de este segmento de alto nivel nos invita a reflexionar sobre los compromisos asumidos en la plataforma de acción de Beijing, que a 3 décadas de su adopción sigue siendo una piedra angular de nuestra política nacional para alcanzar la igualdad de género y garantizar los derechos de las mujeres y niñas. En este marco, República Dominicana ha integrado los principios del Plan de Acción en nuestras políticas públicas y el programa de política exterior, impulsando activamente la participación de las mujeres en los espacios multilaterales, reconociéndolas como agentes esenciales para consolidar los procesos de desarrollo. Un ejemplo de nuestro firme compromiso es la Ley sobre Igualdad de Género, que ha sido una herramienta clave para avanzar en la erradicación de la violencia de género y la discriminación, asegurando la plena participación de las mujeres y niñas en todos los aspectos de la vida pública y privada. Además, nuestro Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores realizó el pasado año un diagnóstico participativo de género, destacándose como una iniciativa clave para evaluar y fortalecer la inclusión y la igualdad en nuestras acciones diplomáticas e institucionales, reafirmando nuestro compromiso con políticas públicas inclusivas que promuevan la equidad como un pilar esencial para el desarrollo sostenible y la justicia social. Por otro lado, respaldamos el formato híbrido en las sesiones del Consejo, fomentando una mayor participación y accesibilidad para todos los actores relevantes. Asimismo, lideramos la creación del Grupo de Trabajo para el Protocolo Facultativo de la Convención sobre los Derechos del Niño, fortaleciendo la protección de la infancia, especialmente aquellos en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Además, promovimos la resolución sobre la cultura de paz, un esfuerzo para erradicar la violencia y fomentar la convivencia pacífica como cimientos de sociedades más justas y solidarias. Estas acciones reflejan nuestra determinación de avanzar en una agenda que priorice el bienestar de las personas, la paz y la promoción de los derechos humanos como principios esenciales. Nuestros esfuerzos, tanto a nivel nacional como internacional, son prueba fehaciente del compromiso de la República Dominicana por avanzar hacia un futuro más equitativo y sostenible. Sabemos que persisten retos importantes, pero estamos convencidos de que, a través de la cooperación internacional, el diálogo y la acción colectiva, podemos lograr avances sustantivos en la protección de los derechos humanos. Finalmente, quisiera reiterar que República Dominicana continuará trabajando de la mano de todos los Estados miembros, organismos internacionales y sociedad civil para seguir promoviendo los principios fundamentales en que se sustenta la dignidad humana, piedra angular de nuestra existencia. Agradecemos al Consejo de Derechos Humanos por su incansable labor y reiteramos nuestra disposición a colaborar en la creación de un mundo más justo, pacífico y respetuoso de los derechos fundamentales de todas las personas. Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de República Dominicana y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia, señor Abdullah Jalil, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Maldivas. Adelante, por favor.
I can't emphasize this point enough. I always make sure to, whenever I'm talking about this issue, no one had heard of Tren de Aragua before 2021. They started in Venezuela when all the Venezuelans were starting to leave back in the 2010s. It then became a Latin American issue, and then when Biden opened the border, and then we had all these Venezuelans coming, Tren de Aragua followed, and now we have cells all across the United States. And like, okay, it's great that we're really trying to make efforts to crack down on them.
Let me begin,
but it had to take cases like
Mr. President, by congratulating you on your election as the President of the Council.
Victims as well.
I assure you
that's why
of my delegation's support
I have to laugh, because as we all see, there's been anti-ICE protests
discharging
by
your
people
duties.
who look like me.
We gather here at a moment of profound consequences, a moment that demands not just reflection,
they're taking away
but
hardened
immediate
gang members
action.
right now. That's who they're prioritizing.
Come on, Julio. I know
Across
you're
the world,
as cynical as I am.
we are witnessing a rise in
First of all, I wouldn't
inequalities,
take on Tom Homan if he gave me like $1 million.
marginalization of vulnerable
the hell out of
communities,
me. You know, he's going to be here, and I'm going to be very deferential.
Crises, and calamities.
But second of all, these are paid
challenges
agitators.
that continue to
Sometimes they
shape
have a pink
the
you-know-what hat on their
foundation
head.
of
Sometimes it says BLM on their shirt. Other times
These
it's like
challenges bring us to the great
This
test
is a
of
coordinated,
our time.
well-funded campaign to destabilize
Whether we just stand by and recognize these challenges, and Antifa, or whether we summon enough courage
I don't know if you understand
and conviction to meet them
I know we're friends,
head-on.
General. Excuse me, Antifa is...
Mr. President,
what did the guy say? The FBI
our commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and to embrace a culture of respect for human rights
I would say that,
is reflected in our actions. The Maldives is party to 8 of the 9 core human rights treaties, demonstrating our deep-seated dedication to upholding fundamental freedoms. We have been championing inclusivity in this council, ensuring that least developed countries and small island developing states have a seat at the table through the voluntary trust fund. In the past year, we successfully participated in the second periodic review of the ICCPR and submitted our second periodic report under the Convention Against Torture.
It's okay.
This year, we will undergo reviews under the CRC, CERD, and CRPD, along with the fourth cycle of the Universal Periodic Review.
I felt like
this is by no means a small feat,
because I'm a pro-cop guy,
but we are determined to fulfill our obligations.
Tom Homan
our international commitments mirror our national agenda. Gender equality is at the heart of that agenda.
That's it. And I know we're running short on time, and I just want to say this really quick, too.
When
she's
women
a TV
rise,
person, so she's
society rises.
When it's over, it's over.
Yeah, it's over. It's
Through
over.
our gender equality action plan,
this is what Matt's saying
we have empowered women to lead,
what we were up against the last
build,
4 years
and innovate.
Was a weaponization of our
bureaucracy. We have sought to
enhance
enhance women's participation in politics and strengthen their economic independence to ensure their full and equal contributions to the nation's development and prosperity. We are also committed to building a fully inclusive society where persons with disabilities are empowered to lead dignified lives.
Don't do it.
Our National Action Plan on Disability Inclusion
This is going to take a lot of work.
Is a 5-year roadmap focused on ensuring access to health care, education, employment, and accessibility.
Because as much as we're talking about the victimization
we are proud that
of
Maldives
these children, our adversaries are out there.
A pioneering
China,
role in the historic recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment is a universal human right.
And many times it comes across
but as we speak, the climate crisis is unfolding around us at a fast pace, threatening not just our livelihoods, but our fundamental rights. Rising sea levels, extreme weather, and environmental degradation have constantly flung our right to food, clean energy, and health in jeopardy. So we reiterate, recognition alone is not enough.
These are real journalists.
Thank you.
The new version
we
of
must
journalists.
operationalize this right.
But I just want to say one thing
in conclusion. As part of this effort, in the Maldives, we are installing renewable energy systems to meet 33% of our national electricity demand, and developing Ras Mali is a net-zero carbon eco-city. Recognizing and acknowledging is also not enough in the case of the unimaginable devastation that unfolded in Gaza for over 15 months.
Instead of the ones
the Council
said,
cannot and should not look away,
he's actually sharp as a tack.
But speak with moral clarity and
understand behind that what they're doing
unequivocally condemn Israel's crime against humanity.
Of millions of kids
for how we act today will be one of the greatest tests
with fentanyl, who
our shared commitment to justice,
they don't matter,
to human dignity, and to the principles of UN Charter that binds us all. The Maldives welcomes last month's ceasefire agreement, but let us be clear, ceasefires are not lasting solutions. The international community must do more than rebuild what was destroyed.
So thank you all
we must restore the dignity, the rights, and the lives of the Palestinian people. Mr. President, this is our final year in this council for this term. When we were first elected to this council in 2010, we were the smallest country to take a seat. Yet, time and again, we have proved that size does not determine the power of its voice, the sincerity of its convictions, and the ability to inspire change. We are proud of our contribution to the mission of this Council. From assuming the Vice Presidency in 2023 to establishing a voluntary trust fund for the seats and LDCs to lead the international recognition of human rights to a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment, we have strived to be a source of hope and a voice of strength, especially for those underrepresented. We see continue this role because we believe that every voice, no matter how small, deserves to be heard. Let the choices we make today serve as a testament to our collective resolve, our unity, and our shared child. Choices that speak to the world we hope to build, not just for ourselves, but for the future generations. A world that stands up for human rights, a world that upholds justice, a world that affirms humanity. I thank you all.
You nailed it. Thank you.
Agradecemos al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Maldivas y a continuación tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a Su Excelencia señora Dominique Asler. Adelante, por favor.
We are honored to be here with such an important panel
focused on one of the most important issues. You just heard from our chairman, Matt Schlapp, that the weaponization of government is tearing our country apart. And thankfully, in November, the voters brought an end to that damage. But unfortunately, there are still victims of that weaponization. And thankfully, there are prosecutors and elected leaders who are working to fix it. So I want to start with someone who's had to live through this weaponization. Savannah, you are well known to this audience, not just for a slightly popular show that some of us have seen on Bravo. My wife's a little jealous.
However, our time is marked with an increasing number of deliberate, serious human rights violations, as well as blatant disrespect for international law.
Can you tell us your story?
With that
2 years ago, both my parents
today
went
marks
to prison
the third anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
And my mom got 7.
The continued aggression against the people and territory of Ukraine and related suffering is entering in its 11th year.
And as I like to
we
say,
fully condemn this unprovoked attack and blatant breach of the UN Charter.
I'll take it.
But thousands of civilians have lost their lives, millions have lost their livelihoods, and the aggressor continues to indiscriminately attack civilians, target hospitals, schools, energy infrastructure, and other civilian objects, in complete disregard for international humanitarian law.
Just so that they could access
Ukrainian
certain financial
civilians
documents.
And prisoners of war are
happen,
systematically tortured in Russian prisons.
Case. And I tell people all the time, if you want to convict them, I'm fine with that.
It must be stopped by the Russian leadership who deliberately initiated it and who is responsible for the crime of aggression.
And our judge, too. That's a whole other story. First off, I do not believe prosecutors should have full immunity. That we have to get rid of that. People have to be held accountable.
Lasting and sustainable peace can only be achieved under conditions that are acceptable for Ukraine and in line with the UN Charter and its principles, underlining a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, as elaborated by the General Assembly.
And then my
in addition, Russia must compensate Ukraine for the damage caused by
you mean to tell me that the weaponization of justice actually has a face?
Madam
and it's your family.
It does.
It's families
the
who
world
care
is
about
facing multiple crises,
and I think what's sad
all of
is
which also pose a challenge
the
and
money
risk
to fight this.
for human rights.
And we spent
Respect
millions
for
of
human
dollars.
rights
I want to say it was about $6 million
luxury
on trial
that
lawyers.
comes at the end of a long
they still
way
ended up in
of
prison for a
development.
combined 19 years.
Respect
most
and
people don't have
compliance
those
with
resources.
human rights
That's why
is an
the
indispensable
DOJ has a
foundation
98-99%
for any
conviction
progress
rate
or
because they
sustainable
scare people,
development.
and people have to plead out.
It
No
is
matter
not
if
only
they're
a goal
guilty
to
or not.
achieve,
And 1 in
but
20 criminal
also
cases
a
result in a
means
wrongful conviction. I would
to
argue
achieve
it's more than
goals.
that. And that is why I had
This
lunch
is
at the White
true
House on
in all
Thursday, and that's why I am a
but
daughter
particularly
fighting for
in
justice
those
for
that
my
are in
parents
critical
and to get them home.
transformation.
Yep.
After years of suffering and sacrifice, the people of Syria
So now that we know what the problem
transitional
is,
justice
we have two
and the
gentlemen who are going to have to
perspective
fix it.
of a better
No pressure.
future.
Yeah,
The assistance and support by the international
accountability
community,
and redemption?
including by
we still want to
exploring
hold
the
the
lifting
actual
of
criminals
sanctions,
accountable.
is a key component.
And then we want to ensure
of
those
this
who come
transition.
home have the
In
resources
particular,
to stop
the
that
roles
cycle
of
of
the
crime. I know
international,
you've been doing that work
impartial,
intentionally.
and
As
independent
conservatives, we
mechanism
believe in
and other
public
mandates
safety. We
created
also
by
believe
the
in fiscal
General Assembly and the
responsibility.
Human Rights
On the
Council,
left,
as well as the
what
Office
they've
of the
done with
High
criminal justice
Commissioner,
system has
will
undermined
be
both.
crucial.
They've used the criminal justice
In this
system
respect,
for
we would
weaponization
also
against
like to
political
emphasize
opponents
the
while allowing
important
violent
role
criminals
the
to literally
International
go free,
Criminal Court
and it's
could
been
play.
done at a huge cost, not only to public safety,
We are
but
deeply
also
concerned
fiscally.
about the human rights situation in the
First of all,
east
law
of the
enforcement's an
Democratic
extremely
Republic of the
difficult
Congo.
job. We
We
lost an
supported the
officer
call for a
that was killed in
special
line of
session
action
of the
a couple
Council
years ago. He was a
area
young
this
man
month
named Tucker
and
Blakely.
urge all
So my
parties
hat's
to
off to
cease
everyone in law
hostilities
enforcement,
and work
as well
towards a
as in the
lasting
criminal
and
justice
sustainable
system at large.
solution. All acts
you say,
of human rights violations and breaches of
when you
international
think about
humanitarian law
the criminal
must be
justice system,
thoroughly
obviously,
investigated and
some folks
perpetrators brought
have to go to jail. They've
justice.
committed crimes that necessitate
Madam
that
Vice
they have to be
President,
removed from society.
it is of
We
utmost
also have to realize
importance that this
97% of
Council
these people
sheds
will come
light
back
on
out
these
of jail
situations
at some
and
point.
give
what
victims and
happens then?
survivors a voice that they
in
often
Tennessee,
lack
we're
in
very
their own
invested
countries.
in reentry programs.
We have to engage in
that
addressing the
lessen
serious
the
human
rate
rights
of recidivism.
situations
That's the
in a
3-year
number
rate
of
people go back to
countries,
jail. Across the country,
including in
it's
Myanmar,
70%.
Iran,
in
and
Tennessee,
the
it's still at
Democratic
50%.
People's
One of the
Republic of
organizations that we
Korea.
work with is Men of Valor.
There will
It's
be
a Christ-centered
no peace
prison
without
ministry
justice,
that talks with
and
men
Liechtenstein will therefore
through
continue
their
to advocate
incarceration
for
as well as
accountability.
post-incarceration. The people that complete
Madam
this
Vice
one-year
President,
program,
in the view
it
of
is a great
challenges
program. The people
that
complete
we are
this one-year
facing
program,
collectively,
their recidivism
such
rate
as the
drops to
increase
less than
in
15%.
armed conflicts,
So it makes a significant
deteriorating human
difference.
rights
And the great thing
situations,
is, this is a
disinformation and
private
climate change,
organization.
the United
So there's very
Nations
little
must
government
provide
funding
for
that
a
goes
robust
to it.
framework
But I think
that
that when we're thinking
enables
about criminal
discussing
justice,
and
we have to look
finding
at those
common
two. It's public
approaches for these
safety,
challenges.
but it's also fiscal
The ongoing
responsibility.
liquidity
And we can do
crisis of
both.
the UN
I agree
and the
completely. And I think
underfunding
the
of the
faith
human
element
rights pillar
is so vital to this
unfortunately have a
process. These are
negative
people we are
impact on
restoring
the
to our
organization's
communities to make
ability
sure
to
that we stay
provide
safe.
for
Well,
their
now we have a
users.
president
UN
that
member
is
states
bringing
must
Jesus
meet their
back to the
financial
center.
obligations
And I think when you
fully
have have that at the center,
because human rights
everything else
are
falls
not
into
something
place.
abstract.
100%. And
They
the question
bring
I think a lot of
concrete
people ask
benefits
is,
to the
can you win
people
on this message?
which
We saw
are
last fall, and I think
representing
one of the
here.
great successes of that cycle
Every
was the
contribution in
only
human
attorney
rights
general's race
leads
that
to a
flipped
return on
Republican. The
investment.
only race the general that flipped it all was Dave Sunday in Pennsylvania, who ensured that we pushed out progressive prosecutors and brought in a conservative leader. Dave, can you talk about how this message resonated with voters and got rid of that progressive prosecutor movement that has made so many people, so many of us here, you're in Washington, D.C., or close to it, unsafe?
Thank you very much.
I'll say that the best policies, I think, all come from your own personal life experience.
Agradecemos a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Liechtenstein. A continuación, tengo el honor de ceder la palabra a su excelencia, el señor Seyed Abbas Araghchi, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República Islámica de Irán. Adelante, por favor.
Every day to put food on their table and take care of their families. I then went on after law school and became a prosecutor. Prosecuted, everything from gang murders to domestic violence killings, drug traffickers. And what I realized all those years of prosecuting and putting people in jail,
I'm pleased to
the reality was if our
Republic
community is
of
not
Iran
safe, nothing else matters.
As I address
and the
the
only
Human
way
Rights
we
Council.
could get to that place was by not only holding people accountable,
the Iranian people
but by
have
embracing
faced grave
redemption
challenges,
for those
including
that have
unjust
already
economic
served their time.
sanctions and terrorism,
when people come out of prison,
which have had many
what I want to see is them
devastating
work.
impacts
I want
on
to see
their
people
social
have
and
career
economic
jobs.
rights.
I want to see people take
While
care of their
adhering to
families
Islamic
and pay their
principles and
taxes
human dignity
and pay
against the
restitution.
headwind of
And
these
more importantly,
challenges,
recognize
Iran has
that they have
made
the power within
notable
themselves to
achievements,
change
including
their
improvements
lives.
in education,
They don't need
healthcare,
government to
women's
do it.
rights,
They can do it
and
themselves.
industrial and
when
economic
you apply
development.
that to the criminal justice system and work with the business community,
to the realization
the
of human
manufacturers
rights
associations,
at the global
when you work
level
with the
is
faith-based
recourse to
community,
unilateral
with substance use
coercive
counselors,
measures.
mental health counselors, you get
Such
everybody
measures
together,
have destructive
then what happens is
ramifications
magic,
on ordinary
and
people,
crime rates go down.
while
And
oppressively
our crime rate went down
affecting
almost
the more
around
vulnerable
45%.
groups.
Our homicide
Iran has
rate
long
dropped by
fallen
over
victim to such
80%
misguided policies.
during that time period.
The recourse to such measures
and
by
this is
certain
critical
states
because
restricts access
success
to basic
breeds
necessities
success.
such as medicine
And then other people that weren't
and
quite
healthy
sure started
environment.
coming to the table.
We
And we
call for the
realized our
immediate
prisons are
removal
full
of
of people
all
that
unilateral
have severe
sanctions,
mental health
which
illness,
not only violate
severe
the
mental health
fundamental
illnesses. And so we tried to find a way to help
rights
them to get mental health treatment.
of the Iranian
It took
people,
the pressure off police
but
departments
also
because the
inflict
police need to be out
suffering
there
on millions of
doing their job and
innocent
getting the bad
individuals.
guys. Not sitting,
distinguished colleagues,
at a
one
hospital
cannot speak
staring
of
at
human
someone who's going
rights,
through treatment.
but not
So
to
my
mention
point very
the
simply
suffering
is,
of the
I
Palestinian
wasn't
people
sure
and
how the
forego
community would
condemning the
respond to
crimes
that.
of the
That's my
Israeli
life
regime.
story and how I've handled myself. And they responded in a very resounding and positive way.
Condemns the genocide
speaks volumes,
perpetrated by the
Well,
occupying
I think
regime
when
in
you speak
Gaza.
about mental health
The
within the
Palestinian
prison
people
system,
continue to suffer
there
from
was
genocide,
a hearing,
systemic
and
violence,
the former
occupation,
director,
dehumanization,
which
and
I say
violations
former,
of the rights
thank
to
God.
life,
She was probably the
in
worst
clear
thing to happen
violation
to
of
the Bureau of
international law,
Prisons. And I'm
including
saying
the
that as a
Geneva
woman.
Convention.
When she was sworn in, she gave me hope.
We
I
call
was like,
upon the
finally, there's a
international
woman in
community
power.
to hold
And
the
she let us all
occupying
down.
regime accountable for
She
these
testified,
crimes
and over half the
and to
deaths in the
demand
system
an
were due to
immediate
suicide.
cessation of all
Over
acts
half
of
the deaths
aggression
in the
against the
system.
Palestinian people.
So it shows that there
It
is
is
a mental
incumbent
health
upon the
crisis,
Human Rights
and
Council
we have to take
and the
care of
United
that
Nations
first.
to seek up
And
for the
I like to
principles
tout myself
of
as kind of the
injustice
James O'Keefe
and
of the
listen
prison
to the
system.
voices of the oppressed.
Because it has been my
Iran
mission the
remains
past 2 years to
steadfast in
absolutely
its support for the
deconstruct
Palestinian
them.
people,
And the things that
whose
I have
right to
uncovered
self-determination
are
has been denied
extremely
for
damning.
decades.
I mean, the corruption that goes
plots
on
for the
within
forced
these facilities,
displacement of the
these
inhabitants of
officials
Gaza
should be the ones
and the sequel,
in prison. And until we
or a
hold
sequel
them
to the occupation
accountable,
policy that goes back
we're going to continue that same rat race
ago.
over and
in this
over
context,
and over again.
We strongly condemn
continue to allow
any statements
the political decision
or
makers in our
actions
criminal
on
justice
the side
system
of these
to harm
plots
those who
and
work in
register
it and
our
who are
opposition
forced
thereto.
into it, or who have to live through
Mr.
it because of the
President, the
mistakes
Islamic
that they've
Republic
made.
of Iran
I
has
don't think there's a single cop in this room that's protecting us that wants to
respect for
harass
human rights
parishioners
and the
at their
strengthening of
churches,
social
or that wants to go
justice
into communities and
within
harass
various
parents
frameworks.
at school boards,
Given its
and yet
rich
that's what we
culture,
had for 4 years.
Given its rich
What does
culture
that do
and long
to a police
history in the
force? What
field
does
of
that
human
do?
rights,
Mayor Jacobs,
Iran
you have
has
to oversee
always
a lot of these
strived
law
to
enforcement
promote
officers.
the individual
It
and
decimates
social
their
rights of
mental
its
demoralizing.
citizens.
It's demoralizing.
In this regard,
Absolutely.
we have taken
back to the mental
extensive
health
measures to improve the
aspect.
level
We've
of
done a
human
great
rights,
disservice to law
including the
enforcement
rights of women,
with
children, and
essentially
minorities in our
making
country.
them the mental health experts and the caretakers of folks who have severe mental illness. In Knox County, we estimate that about 35% of our daily census at our jail suffers from mental illness. And the reason is there's no place else for these folks. So you have law enforcement people who are trained to be cops, in this case corrections officers, and they're forced to be mental health professionals, which they're not. I was really happy we just started a mental health court in Knox County. There's only about 300 around the country. It's a new concept in Tennessee. But basically, folks that qualify, that have mental illness, stand in front of a judge, but instead of going to jail, the judge oversees their sentence, and they have to go to counseling, they have to be on their meds and all those sort of things. But yes, that frees up police resources because then they're no longer acting as mental health professionals. They can do the job that they're trained to do. It makes things safer for everybody. And also, you're exactly right. President Trump's First Step Act is overwhelmingly popular at the global level, Republican primary voters. So it is a winning issue.
With the First Step Act, my biggest issue, I am a huge advocate for the First Step Act, but what the last administration failed to do was implement the First Step Act.
Thank you, His Excellency.
And because they failed to implement it, you have the Bureau of Prisons that's asking for more money. Well, instead of asking for more money, why don't you actually implement the First Step Act, the Second Chance Act,
you have the floor,
and it could reduce. They are wasting upwards of $1 billion.
I have an answer for you. Because they're not concerned with public safety or fiscal responsibility. They just want to make sure that bureaucrats get more money, more power. That's why.
Exactly. And I think, too, taking the Bureau, I have heard, and let's hope this is right, but taking the Bureau of Prisons away from the DOJ and giving it to DHS is going to be the most brilliant move, in my opinion, because I do not believe the DOJ should be able to charge you, sentence you, and house you, too.
We spent 4 years with the Biden administration acting as judge, jury, and executioner. And at that pace, I think what we don't talk enough about is what did that actually do to law enforcement. My hometown of Roswell, Georgia, we lost an officer 2 weeks ago. First one in 40 years. We've talked a lot about the problem, and there are real consequences. The good news is there is a solution, and that solution was delivered by all of you in November. And I'm excited, Dave, for you to talk a little about how we're going to keep communities safe. Now that you have a federal government that supports law enforcement, supports the rule of law, and thanks to Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and others, is going to actually start solving these problems. You deserve to be safe. Dave, I know you're part of that solution because the voters sent you up in Pennsylvania to solve this.
They did. I mean, I ran on if our communities aren't safe, nothing else matters, and it's something that I believe in my heart. I mean, when you look at the challenges facing us right now, if you think about, I mean, millions of times a day someone online is trying to get to our children every single day, all day long. We have an aging population in America, and every single day, millions of times a day, people are trying to steal our seniors, you know, the money that they saved up throughout the course of their life. And I don't care if it's $1 or $1 billion, they earned it, it's their money. They can do with it what they want until the day they die. And I find it, and so when you add on the technology right now with AI, it's become so complex. Drug trafficking has become complex. And so what I look forward to doing is collaborating with all of our partners, from local law enforcement to state law enforcement to federal law enforcement, and really bring everyone together with a common goal, which is to make our communities safer. That's to get fentanyl off of our streets. I mean, that's to get go after the organized crime, these gangs that are shooting up our cities, and hold them accountable and put them in prison. The data shows that when you get the right people in prison, the right people, okay, crime goes down astronomically. And so you have to use precision policing, targeted prosecutions, and you have to do it in a manner that's fair, and that's safe, and that's constitutional, and at the end of the day, that's how we'll make our community safer. Go.
Mayor, you have now the keys to solving a lot of these problems with grown. You've actually seen the successes and talked about it. What should people here know and take back to their communities? What should this audience be telling their local officials when they go to town halls? And yes, that's me asking you to take a challenge. You should go to a town hall. It's cold in Alexandria, Virginia. I still go. I hope y'all do too. Can you tell them what message they should be bringing to their elected officials?
So it ain't rocket science, okay? It's not. You get violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully. And that's pretty much it. That's all so many issues. And no, and the justice system should never be used for political purposes. Justice is supposed to be blind. And for the past 4 years, it's had a target on certain individuals because of politics. And that's absolutely. In fact, of all the things all the horrible things that happened under the Biden administration, and there's a lot of them, all right? I think that was the worst thing, because a politicized, weaponized justice system, that is literally the definition of a banana republic, and we were this close to slipping into that.
So, Dana, I'll ask a similar question. What do people know about your story? How can they make a difference and impact, and how can we get your family out of this nightmare and back to the rule of law in our society?
Yeah, for me, I believe bad people go to prison. That's just what I think as a kid is ingrained in you. And that is so far from the truth. These men and women are going to enter back into society. And I believe that God put us on this earth to love people and love people well. And let's not forget about those men and women that are incarcerated, who maybe need an additional hand, who need a little help, who need people to believe in them. Because right now we have a very hopeless system. There's nothing more dangerous than a hopeless person. And right now, with all the issues that we're working on and restoring hope within these individuals, I think Alice Marie Johnson is a prime example of what happens when someone believes in them. Alice was pardoned by President Trump the first go-round. And now he has brought her on as the pardon czar, and he went out on a limb. He believed in her, and he gave her a chance. So just don't ever think you're too good to give out a helping hand.
Makes a lot of sense. I think communities of all backgrounds came together to support President Trump. And the reason is, there's one thing that binds this room together, it's we care about public safety. We care about the rule of law. And unfortunately, at whatever conference is happening back in the Biden administration, apparently that wasn't in the topic areas. So Dave, I'm going to leave it to you to answer. What do we do next? What do we expect to see next? How do we restore? How do we do the hard work? You've touched on what you've already done. How do we do the hard work going forward of fixing this problem? Because unfortunately, as you've heard over the last 3 days, the Biden administration apparently left us with a lot of problems. I don't think any of us are surprised by that.
So I'll try to be as quick as I can. I'm looking at the time. So to start with, we have to have the courage to fight tough battles. And what I mean by that is a lot of the things we're talking about up here, severe behavioral health problems, the opioid epidemic, issues with regard to trauma on children. These are things that we can solve in a day. These are things that will take time and courage to be able to work through them. They're greater than the political cycle. And when we come together as a community and we work on this, these are all conservative values, and we come together and we do this, our community will begin to get better. You have to have the courage to do it. The second thing is we have to support police. And what I want, you said something earlier that was so fantastic. We expect our police to be domestic violence counselors, mental health counselors, substance abuse counselors. We expect police to have the answer to every single problem within a split second, oftentimes 10 to 15 times a day. And we have to get them the support so that they can do their core function of patrolling, keeping communities safe, and investigating very serious crimes, and putting the bad guys in jail. So support your police. And I said, don't always have the courage to take the tough battles. Like winning Pennsylvania.
Like winning Pennsylvania. That was an important one. Yeah. I think it's easy to conclude on this. Today, we are being protected by strong, brave men and women of the Secret Service, of law enforcement. We owe it not just to ourselves, but to them to make America safe again. We know President Trump will do that. We know that our friends up here on the stage will do that. And CPAC remains committed to ensuring accountability and redemption are the tenets of law in this country. Thank you for joining us, and let's make America safe again this year.
Notamment à la nomination de notre candidat au comité pour l'élimination de la discrimination raciale et l'élection de notre candidate à l'instance permanente des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones. Nous sommes convaincus que leur expertise et leur engagement constitueront un atout précieux pour ces organes. Bien que le Cameroun soit désormais observateur du Conseil des droits de l'homme, après avoir achevé son second mandat consécutif en décembre 2024, notre engagement demeure total. Nous continuerons à participer activement aux travaux du Conseil, aux panels thématiques, au dialogue interactif et aux négociations, contribuant ainsi à faire avancer le monde mondial de justice et d'égalité pour tous. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Cameroun réaffirme son attachement indéfectible aux valeurs du multilatéralisme, de coopération internationale et de solidarité en matière de promotion et de protection des droits humains. Nous restons convaincus que c'est ensemble, dans un dialogue constructif et respectueux, que nous pourrons bâtir un avenir plus juste, plus inclusif et plus pacifique.
And no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when?
Thank you,
if
Excellency.
Not you, then who?
And I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India.
Mr. President, at the outset, let me congratulate you on your election as the President of the Council. I assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation.
You came to Washington
as an observer in the Council this year, India remains firmly committed to working alongside all Council members and observers toward our shared objective of protecting and promoting human rights for all. We will continue to extend our cooperation as we have done in the past through the Office of the High Commissioner and various mechanisms of the Council, including special procedures and the Universal Periodic Review.
Creators, it's time to take control.
India's unwavering commitment to human rights is deeply rooted in its enduring philosophy of global unity, openness, and mutual respect. These values form the foundation of our constitutional framework, which guarantees fundamental rights while upholding the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Last year, our general elections stood as yet another testament to these ideals and to the strength and vibrancy of our democracy. As the world's largest democracy, representing a sixth of humanity, India's general elections was an opportunity for 1/8 of the global population to cast its vote. We are a rich tapestry of cultures, languages, and faiths, bound together by a millennia-old tradition of coexistence, diversity, and respect for human dignity. This pluralistic and progressive ethos is what India brings to engagements within the Council, fostering dialogue, mutual understanding, and collective progress. Rooted in this inclusive vision, India has made remarkable strides in economic growth, lifting millions out of poverty, while ensuring that inclusion remains the cornerstone of progress. Through ambitious initiatives in housing and clean drinking water, we have significantly improved the lives of marginalized and vulnerable communities. Unprecedented infrastructure development, coupled with advancements in technology and digital public infrastructure.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Veritably transformed India. Legal reforms and good governance have laid the foundation for sustainable development.
It's a great honor to be here. Mercedes and Matt, thank you very much. Congratulations on everything that you've accomplished with CPAC
Mr. President,
over the
India
years.
has always played an active role in the global promotion
to be
and
here.
protection of human rights.
Thank you.
Our approach
I have two words for all of you. I said this before. I don't speak a lot publicly. I like being the behind-the-scenes guy doing my job. I'm not a public speaker. I don't often come out and speak. But when I do, I speak from the heart. I have a lot of passion. I had the option for teleprompters. I said no, thank you. I just wanted to come and say a few words and say two words.
Reflect this
commitment.
Back. At the same time, we have been firm and uncompromising in combating terrorism. India will always advocate zero tolerance for terrorism and call out any effort to normalize it.
Let's go.
Mr. President, we do not merely speak of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam,
the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America.
And today, more than ever,
he will be here in a couple of hours. He's excited to be here. He's got a great history of coming here. Some of his all-time greatest speeches that have gone on for hours have been right here.
Even as
he'll go out before the speech is expected to be 40 to 45 minutes.
Mr. President,
comes out on stage, comes back 2 hours later.
The world
doesn't go off. He goes off the teleprompter. It's let Trump be Trump. Speak clear and transparent to you, the American people. What you see is what you get.
There is a clear and urgent need for a multilateral system that reflects
He's a great man. He's a great president. And there's so many stories I could tell. It's been a long journey. And speaking of journeys,
one that is fit for
President
purpose.
Trump oftentimes behind the scenes
will
say, you are so lucky I took you on this journey.
Existing multilateral structures.
And Team Trump that is out there will know exactly what I'm saying, whether it's subpoenas,
if he truly
grand jury testimonies, indictments, out on the campaign trail, big victories, out on the golf course, state dinners, championship games, World Series, Super Bowl, on the plane, in the Oval Office, good times and bad times, no matter what the news cycle is out there. He would sit and say, you are so lucky I took you on this journey.
Their full realization.
It's been the journey of a lifetime for me. I've been with President Trump for 32 years.
Thank you, Excellency.
I started
now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Carlos Ramiro Martinez Alvarado, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Guatemala. You have the floor, Excellency.
Pulls up in the limousine. I couldn't believe it. I went to high school. I was probably a sophomore. That Monday in school, you won't believe who I saw, who I met. The New York State real estate mogul and tycoon who redefined the New York City skyline, Donald J. Trump. And here we are 32 years later, and Mr. President, if you're watching, this has been one hell of a journey, the greatest journey of my lifetime. Thank you for having me.
el fortalecimiento, la observancia,
and by the way, thank you for joining us and supporting us, everybody out there, all great American patriots. We appreciate each and every one of you.
Su experiencia y liderazgo serán determinantes para impulsar las prioridades de este 19 ciclo del Consejo. Reafirmo el pleno apoyo de Guatemala a las labores que dirigirá y reconozco la oportunidad para fortalecer el multilateralismo y renovar nuestro compromiso con los principios y valores que dan vida. Hoy, Guatemala se presenta ante este Consejo con la firme convicción de que la defensa de los derechos humanos solo es posible desde la unidad en la diversidad. Nuestra nación, tejida por la sabiduría de cuatro pueblos, avanza hacia un futuro donde la justicia, la inclusión y la lucha contra la corrupción son pilares irrenunciables. Estos principios nos impulsan a reafirmar el multilateralismo como imperativo ético. En este espíritu, mi primer acto como ministro de Relaciones Exteriores hace 13 meses fue renovar por 3 años el mandato de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos en mi país, pues consideramos que su respaldo es un pilar para fortalecer nuestras instituciones y consolidar una cultura de respeto a la dignidad humana. Agradezco al Alto Comisionado por su constante acompañamiento y reconozco que su visita en julio del año pasado permitió materializar los compromisos conjuntos en favor de todos los guatemaltecos. El señor Turk subrayó desafíos a los que hemos prestado especial atención y reiteramos nuestro compromiso para abordarlos de manera integral y avanzar hacia soluciones sostenibles. Señor Vicepresidente, el gobierno del presidente Arévalo reactivó las visitas de país por parte de los distintos mecanismos internacionales, tanto en el ámbito regional como multilateral, como no se había dado en los últimos 6-7 años. Este año recibiremos la visita de la relatora especial sobre la independencia de jueces y abogados y al relator sobre vivienda adecuada, quienes aportarán perspectivas valiosas para fortalecer nuestras instituciones y políticas. El gobierno de Guatemala reafirma su disposición para continuar trabajando con los procedimientos especiales, convencidos de que el intercambio constructivo fortalece nuestra capacidad para responder a las necesidades de nuestra población. Asimismo, reiteramos la importancia de garantizar los derechos de las poblaciones históricamente vulnerables, con especial énfasis en los pueblos indígenas, mediante acciones concretas que promuevan su acceso a la justicia, educación, salud y desarrollo sostenible. Actualmente nos estamos preparando para sustentar el próximo examen ante el Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación Racial, un proceso que incluye a sociedad civil y a los tres poderes del Estado, con el fin de garantizar una atención adecuada a las demandas de los pueblos indígenas, permitiéndonos dar pasos firmes para la erradicación del racismo y la discriminación racial en el país. En materia de género, estamos priorizando el empoderamiento de mujeres, niñas y adolescentes, especialmente aquellas de origen indígena, garantizando su participación, impulsando programas para ampliar su acceso a la educación, a un empleo digno, a fortalecer su autonomía económica y erradicar la violencia de género. Señor vicepresidente, en el escenario internacional, Guatemala siempre ha abogado por soluciones pacíficas en consonancia con los principios del derecho internacional humanitario y los derechos humanos. En ese sentido, reconocemos los desafíos actuales y consideramos indispensable continuar incentivando el diálogo global con el propósito de estrechar la colaboración internacional. En materia migratoria, Guatemala reitera que es esencial unir esfuerzos para generar acciones desde una perspectiva integral y con el debido respeto de los derechos humanos de todas las personas migrantes, manteniendo una visión y una unidad global que incluye estrategias regionales y de cooperación que aborden los aspectos económicos y sociales. Finalizo reafirmando el compromiso de Guatemala con el Consejo de Derechos Humanos en sus diversos mecanismos, ya que la vigilancia de este foro es un espacio fundamental para fomentar la vigilancia, promoción, protección de los derechos humanos de todas las personas. Los estados debemos de garantizar que el diálogo, la cooperación y la búsqueda de soluciones a los desafíos globales continúen siendo el eje central de los trabajos de este órgano. Guatemala está decidida a construir un futuro digno, equitativo y respetuoso de los derechos de todas las personas. To
Wisconsin, and he comes up and he says, Mr. President, we can have a garbage truck upon arrival on the tarmac.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Ali Al Yahya, Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Oh, sir, and by the way, before we went wheels up, I have an orange vest for you to wear. If you want to wear it, you go wear it off the plane. Give me that vest. Let's put that vest on. He puts the vest on the plane. We're still flying. He's being brief. We're going to land. There's going to be a garbage truck upon our arrival. It's going to say Trump 2024 on it. And sure enough, an hour and a half, 2 hours later, we land the plane. We look out the window, and there's the garbage truck being escorted to the motorcade. And there's the president sitting with his orange vest on, just looking out the window like this. I mean, just total classic and priceless. He gets off the plane, he wears the vest into the garbage truck, right? Great moment. But then he wore it in the motorcade to the rally. Then we get to the rally, he meets Brett Favre, who endorsed him. Backstage, taking photos and clicks. Laughs, good times, he's getting ready. We're feeling good because this election's coming up. Where's the garbage vest? Out onto the stage. I don't know if you heard the stories of why he wore it, but he thought he looked rather trim in it. And then so he's sitting, looking in the mirror. I look rather thin in this. I look very trim. I look good. He wears the orange vest out. Hour and a half rally, comes off stage, walks back out. Time to get in the motorcade to go back to the plane, right? You take the vest off, right? He wears the orange vest into the motorcade. He said, I'm not taking this off till we get on the plane. He kept the vest on the entire time. That was a big moment for us when we were all garbage. It was like that deplorable moment. We're all sitting backstage saying, here's the moment. I can go on all day, but I don't have that much time left.
ومناقشة التقارير الوطنية الدورية في المواعيد المحددة لذا قمنا بإنشاء آليات وطنية لمتابعة وتقييم ضمان تنفيذ التزاماتنا الدولية بكفاءة وفعالية وانسجاما مع هذه الالتزامات تقوم حكومة دولة الكويت حاليا بمراجعة شاملة لأغلب القوانين التي من شأنها أن تعزز وتصون حقوق الإنسان وهي معنية في سبيل المثال لا للحصر في تمكين المرأة والشباب وتعزيز حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وحقوق العمال ومكافحة بالأشخاص.
And together, everybody in this room, with your support,
إلى أن أشير
we're going to make America great again. God bless each and every one of you, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Wyoming, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman.
الأممية مستغلة غياب الرد والمحاسبة بعد أكثر من عام على الحرب على غزة، وبينما كنا نأمل وقف سفك الدماء وتواصل إسرائيل عملياتها العسكرية وتهديدها بتهجير الفلسطينيين من أرضهم، داعين المجتمع الدولي على تحمل مسؤولية لتوفير الحماية الدولية للشعب الفلسطيني والحقوق غير القابلة للتصرف. هذا وتجدد دولة الكويت عبر هذا المنبر موقفها الثابت والمبدئي تجاه إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود 4 من يونيو 1967 وفق القرارات الشرعية الدولية مبادرة السلام العربية. وفي ضوء تطورات متسارعة في المنطقة فإن دولة الكويت تشدد على ضرورة الحفاظ على وحدة أراضي الجمهورية العربية السورية احتراما سيادتها بما يحقق الاستقرار وحماية مؤسساتها الوطنية، حيث يتطلب ذلك تضامنا دوليا يشمل تقديم المساعدات ورفع العقوبات دعما للشعب السوري الشقيق. كما ندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى مواصلة دعم كافة المساعي الحميدة لإنهاء النزاع في جمهورية السودان وإعادة الأمن والاستقرار إليه حفاظا على أرواح وسلامة المدنيين. وبشأن الأوضاع في الجمهورية اللبنانية نتطلع إلى تكثيف الجهود الدولية الرامية لإعادة الأمن والاستقرار والحفاظ على وحدة أراضيها خلال هذه المرحلة الحساسة، معربين عن إدانة الدولة الكويت انتهاكات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي للسيادة اللبنانية مع التأكيد على ضرورة انسحاب القوى القائمة بالاحتلال على الأراضي اللبنانية. سيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، إن السلام والتنمية وحقوق الإنسان أعمدة مترابطة لا تحقق إلا بإرادة سياسية صلبة وإجراءات عملية ملموسة. وبعد مرور 75 عاما عن الإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان لا يزال البعض ينحرف عن غايات الإعلان العالمي مستغلا حقوق الإنسان للتدخل في الشؤون الداخلية للدول فيما يتعارض مع سيادتها. لذا نرفض الممارسات القائمة على تسييس وازدواجية المعايير والانتقائية وذلك المضي قدما في مواصلة تعزيز حقوق الإنسان وأعمالها بما يكفل للأفراد كرامتهم وحرياتهم وحقوقهم. ختاما، وفي ضوء عضويتنا في مجلس حقوق الإنسان نجدد لكم حرص دولة الكويت على التعاون البناء مع كافة الدول الأعضاء إيمانا منا بعظيم دور المجلس ونبل رسالته في تعزيز وحماية الإنسان. شكرا سيدي.
So that they could continue to fund such things as transgender comic books in Peru.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Maitama Tugard, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nigeria. You have the floor, Excellency.
Unnecessary bureaucracies have spent our money on, and we are rightly infuriated.
But there is more to this story than bureaucrats and leftists attempting to outcrazy each other, and it is critical that we understand the full picture, in part to ensure accountability, but to also understand how these actions, this overwhelming misdirection of assets, this radical anti-humanist agenda has weakened us here at home and allowed our so-called political leaders to ignore their primary responsibility to our citizens.
Of the
In
Human
short,
Rights
this
Council.
obsession with pushing the
I
woke
also
agenda
extend
has real-world
congratulations to other members
consequences
of the
and has
Bureau
caused real-life suffering.
on their elections.
The way that I often describe it is
as
that
they
a government that
heed this
does
noble
things that it should
call
not
to
be
duty.
doing becomes
As you
incapable of
embark
doing those
on the
things that it
task
should.
of leading this
What we can
august
describe
body,
as the social and economic reality of
let me
opportunity
assure you
costs.
of Nigeria's
And it is this
steadfast
phenomenon
support
that
and
I, as the
cooperation.
chairwoman of the House Anti-Woke
Your
Caucus,
Excellencies,
want to make sure people
respect
understand.
for human rights is a critical indicator of the health
We are
of the
not
global
just dealing with
community.
stupid comic books and radical
The status of
anti-American
human
leftist
rights
policies.
is our early
We are
warning
also
system
dealing with an obsession
when
that
it comes
has
to
become
the
so
right to life,
all-consuming to those on
liberty,
the other side that the
and
toll in
freedom
human
from
suffering
fear.
and property destruction cannot be
We must be
ignored.
frank with
As
one
a
another.
devastating example,
The
let's look at the
situation
recent
today is
California
very,
wildfires.
very difficult.
The cause and magnitude of those fires
Our
cannot be
collective
written off as an
impotence
act of nature.
in the face of the
because that is not
destruction
what
of
happened.
civilian life
Rather,
and
a
the despair
substantial
that
number
has
of
become
fires in
Gaza
California are started by
is
arsonists
isolated
and homeless
only by
encampments.
dreadful
And that
degree.
appears to be the case in terms
Wars
of this
in
recent
Ukraine,
conflagration.
in Myanmar,
Even
in
setting aside
Sudan,
the cause of the fires,
and
however,
Democratic
this
Republic of
catastrophe
Congo
was years in the making,
have been
with
marked by
resource
allegations
management,
of terrible
overregulation, and
atrocities.
failed water policies, all finding their roots in a
We
fixation
struggle
on climate
even
change
to
and
manage
global warming.
an effective humanitarian
With
response.
Gavin Newsom and Karen
Nigeria
Bass
urges
deciding
greater
that the threat of a
international
1
cooperation
to
to help
2-degree change
end
in
existing
temperatures
conflicts
100
and
years
prevent
from now
similar
warrants whatever
devastation
suffering
elsewhere.
we may
In
come
the Middle
about
East,
today.
we continue to
Let's start
believe
with the
a
radical
two-state
environmentalist
framework
decisions for
remains
the
the
last several
only
decades to
viable
fight every
route
effort to undertake
to
proper,
a sustainable
effective, and safe
peace
forest and range management
for
practices
Israelis
and
and
to implement
Palestinians.
better fire protection
We fully
policies.
support the key
In fact, one
stakeholders
such
now
organization
working to
fought
end the
block a
violence and
wildfire
create some
prevention project
accountability
near the
for the
Pacific
abuses
Palisades
we have
to
witnessed.
protect a shrub called the Broughton's milk vetch.
We know that
We can
upholding
thank this
human
group for
rights
their efforts
is a
to
critical
protect
part
this
of
shrub,
efforts to
although
deliver
such
sustainable
protections were
development
clearly only transitory,
and by
since
extension,
they also burned
international
in the November
peace
fires.
and security.
But
And
this
as
is
we
not
also
an
know,
isolated
this
situation, and we
engagement
have watched it
must be
play out
anchored
year after year in
on the
Western
principles
states,
of respect
as the
for
so-called
the sovereign
experts and
equality of
environmentalists
states,
would rather our
transparency,
forests, our prairies, and our homes
non-discrimination,
burn to the ground
and
than allow us to implement
non-politicization
common
of
sense
human
and
rights
much-needed
issues.
treatment techniques to prevent
Nigeria
these
has demonstrated its
from
commitment
happening
to
in the first
upholding
place.
human rights and
Did
advancing
you know
social
that in
development
2020,
through
Gavin
initiatives
Newsom
such as
vetoed a fire
the National
mitigation
Social
bill that
Investment
had been passed
Program?
by both houses of the
Millions of
Democrat-controlled
vulnerable
California
citizens
legislature?
have benefited from
That bill
poverty
provided
alleviation,
funding for vegetation
improved
management
healthcare,
to
and
maintain
enhanced
defensible space
educational
around
opportunities.
structures, reduce
In
flammable
addition,
material,
we continue
reduce
to
fire
empower
risk,
our women
and harden
and youth
evacuation routes.
through
In his
economic
veto
inclusion
message, Governor Newsom
programs
exposed his moral
that foster
corruption by
equity
stating that
and
any
sustainable
efforts to
development.
fireproof California could
Mr.
not
President,
take precedence over his plan to
security
replace
is the
single-family
foundation
homes
stone
with
of
affordable
progress.
housing and
Just as we
multifamily
look
units.
to deal with the
I could
underlying
spend hours
causes of
regaling
poverty,
you with the many ways in
inequality,
which
and
radical
division,
environmentalism
so
and the
also
fear-mongering
must we
surrounding
develop the means
our ever-changing and
effectively
healthy climate
and within
has
the rule
destroyed
of
our
law
natural and human
to allow
environment.
our people
but I
to
think
live
you get the
in peace.
gist. In short,
this
in
end,
the name of climate change,
the Nigerian
in the name
Armed
of our
Forces
environment,
and other
and in an
security
effort to burnish
agencies
their elitist bona fides,
not only
these
receive
people
regular
have largely
sensitization
destroyed the very
on the
things that they
importance
claim
of
to hold
adhering
dear,
to the rule of
with their
law,
policies and actions
but
being
also
responsible
undergo
for spewing more
continuous
carbon and
training on the
pollutants into
principles
the
of
atmosphere
necessity
than our
and
collective
proportionality
humanity could
in the
in
discharge
hundreds
of
of
their
years.
duties. We can
And
confront
that is why
our own
we must
challenges more
expose them for
easily
the
when
frauds
there is a
that they
level
are.
international playing
Charlatans who
field.
prove time and time again
Nigeria
that
and
they know
many
nothing
other
about the
countries
environment,
face challenges
climate,
in
resource
terms of
management,
access
how to build
to the markets and financing that would facilitate economic growth and easier human rights environment. In an age of unprecedented irregular migration, this is surely in all our common interests. Nigeria supports efforts to reform the international economic architecture, not only to promote growth, but also to protect human rights. We've made great progress on a more modern international tax system.
Unless we stop them.
But there's more work to be done to manage the burden of debt and help finance critical initiatives to tackle climate change. In the Sahel and other regions, competition for scarce resources destabilizes fragile communities and creates new human rights challenges. In furtherance of Nigeria's commitment to upholding the human rights of all peoples, Nigeria seeks to return to this Council in 2027. As we commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, we urge the international community to intensify efforts to foster inclusive societies built on the principles of equality, justice, and respect for human dignity. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a remarkable document, precisely because the values it represents are exactly that, universal and enduring. We should celebrate our collective diversity of culture, tradition, and history, and pay close attention when countries can quickly and dramatically change and change again their particular interpretation of gender issues, identities, and rights. It is a timely reminder of our responsibility to protect and preserve the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I thank you for your kind attention.
DEI is a disastrous concept in theory and wholly destructive in practice.
Thank you, Excellency.
It undermines faith
now
in
I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Badr Ahmed Mohammed Abdelati, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Immigration and Egyptian Expatriates of Egypt.
Everything that we hold dear. Fortunately, we now
السادة الرؤساء وأعضاء الوفود السيدات والسادة بداية أتقدم بالتهنئة إلى سويسرا ومندوبها الدائم على توليه رئاسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان وإلى الأعضاء الجدد في هيئة مكتب المجلس متمنيا لهم جميعا التوفيق في مهمهم. السيد الرئيس، تنعقد الدورة الحالية للمجلس في ظل ظروف شديدة الاستثنائية بسبب الأزمات والكوارث الإنسانية التي شهدها العالم مؤخرا، وزادت من معاناة عدد من الشعوب، وحولت الأنظار أكثر فأكثر إلى هذا المجلس في حالة ترقب لما يمكن له القيام به، وهو ما يفرض علينا ضرورة التحلي بالمسؤولية وتغليب لغة الحوار والتعاون بعيداً عن الاستقطاب والانتقائية والتسييس وإسرائيل العالم. وفي هذا السياق تشدد مصر على ضرورة قيام المجلس بدوره للحد من معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني التي تفاقمت بسبب الحرب على غزة والكارثة الإنسانية غير المسبوقة التي يشهدها القطاع، كما تؤكد على ضرورة التصدي للدعوات الخاصة بتهجير الشعب الفلسطيني وترحيله واقتلاعه من أرضه أو تشجيعه على المغادرة من خلال جعل القطاع غير قابل للحياة فيه ومن ثم تصفية قضيته. وستواصل مصر جهودها لدعم صمود الشعب الفلسطيني المتشبث بأرضه والعمل مع الشركاء الدوليين لتثبيت اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار وتنفيذه بشكل كامل وضمان من المساعدات الإنسانية ومتطلبات التعافي المبكر وإعداد خطة شاملة لإعادة إعمار القطاع وضمان تنفيذها دون خروج أي فلسطيني منه. وتشيد مصر هنا بالدور الهام للمنظمات الدولية الإنسانية وعلى رأسها وكالة الأونروا التي لا بديل لها. كما ستواصل مصر جهودها لضمان استعادة الشعب الفلسطيني حقوقه المشروعة غير القابلة للتصرف، وفي مقدمتها حقه في تقرير المصير وفي إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على خطوط الرابع من يونيو عام 1967. السيد الرئيس لطالما مثل مجلس حقوق الإنسان محفلا هاما لدعم الجهود الوطنية للنهوض بحقوق الإنسان، والتي قطعت مصر فيها شوطا طويلا بتوجيهات من فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي الذي يولي اهتماما خاصا لبناء الإنسان المصري والحفاظ على كرامته الإنسانية باعتبار ذلك واجبا وطنيا. وكثفت الدولة المصرية جهودها تساقط مع التزاماتها الدستورية والدولية لتنفيذ أهداف الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان وتوفير مناخ مواتٍ للتمتع بهذه الحقوق، وذلك من خلال اتخاذ عدد من المبادرات والقرارات أبرزها تفعيل لجنة العفو الرئاسي وإطلاق الحوار الوطني وإغلاق قضية التمويل الأجنبي واستحداث تشريعات جديدة أهمها مشروع قانون الإجراءات الجنائية الجديد الذي سيحدث عند اعتماده ثورة تشريعية. بالتوازي مع ذلك تم تنفيذ عدد من المشروعات لتعزيز الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية وغيرها من المبادرات التي تهدف إلى تعزيز حقوق المرأة والشباب والطفل وكبار السن وذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. السيد الرئيس، تحرص مصر على التعاون مع مجلس حقوق الإنسان وآلياته من خلال الحوار القائم على أساس الاحترام والفهم للظروف والتحديات المختلفة والتعامل مع كافة الحقوق على قدر المساواة. ولقد تكلل ذلك التعاون بتقديم مصر تقريرها الرابع لآلية الاستعراض الدوري الشامل ومناقشته في الجلسة التي عقدت في 28 يناير الماضي. وإدراكا للدور الهام لمجلس حقوق الإنسان تعتزم مصر الترشح لعضوية المجلس في فترة من 2026 إلى 2028، وإنني على ثقة كاملة من دعمكم لهذا الترشح للعمل سويا لدفع جهود تعزيز حقوق الإنسان ودعم جهود الدول للوفاء بالتزاماتها الدولية. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I mean, just a slightly well-known individual, maybe the most popular human on the face of the planet right now. So,
thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Saeed Ahmed Ali Benani, Commissioner for Human Rights, Humanitarian Action and Relations with Civil Society of Mauritania. You have the floor, Excellency.
I mean, Sarah, seriously, what you have accomplished is amazing, and we're so proud of you. Just to start right there. We were trying to raise our kids during that time.
Trying being the key word there. We were trying to raise our kids, and somehow they turned out amazing.
Which says a lot, really, truly. They were all in the backstage. Sarah brought her daughter Scarlett with my girls, and they were doing the whole posing of taking pictures together. We're like, this is the next generation of leadership, seriously. But let's get to it. Okay, so you were at the National Governors Association dinner. And President Trump had this interesting exchange with the governor from Maine. We're all in the family here.